Technical Director at SNG International Enterprises. Dr. Muiz Ol Islam P. Faris, Associate Professor, Department of Clinical Nutrition and Dietetics, University of Sharjah, UAE. Dr. Elvira L. Urgel, Dean of Central Escolar University School of Nursing. Dr. Barokatun Nisa Muhammad Yusuf, Associate Professor, Deputy Dean Academic Health Science and Student Affairs Faculty of Medicine and Health Science University Putra, Malaysia. And last but not least, participant and audience. Ladies and gentlemen, the first agenda for this morning we will sing our national anthem and hymn of POLTEKKES KEMENKES Malang. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated uprightly. The next agenda is prayer that will be led by Mr. Aziz Setiawan, SKM. Mr. Aziz, please, time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's pray together to our God for our success in this event and all of our lives. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karimi wa adhimi sultanik. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad wa sallim wa radiyallahu tabaraka wa ta'ala an kulli sahabati rasulillahi ajma'in walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. May Lord give us convenience in all of our affairs, especially for building our public health in this country. May Lord inspire us to always be thankful for your favors which you have blessed me, which you have blessed us and my parents with, and to do good deeds that please you. Admit us by your mercy into the company of your righteous servants. Our Lord, grant us to good of this world and the hereafter, and protect us from the torment of the fire. Allahumma la sahla ila ma ja'altahu sahla, wa anta taj'alul khazana in syi'ta sahla. Rabbana auzi'na an nashkura ni'mataka allati an'amta alaina wa ala walidayna wa an na'mala salihan taradahu wa adkhilna birahmatika fi ibadika salihin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, next is report from the chairs of the committee that will be delivered by Dr. Anasari Mustafa, SKM MSc, chairs of the committee and head of Education Development Center for POLTEKKES KEMENKES Malang. Dr. Ana, time is yours.
Tiana, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, good morning, and ohayou gozaimasu. The Honorable Acting Head of the Health, Human Resources, Development and Empowerment Agency of the Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Maxi Rain Randanu, DHSM Mars, the respectable Director of State Health Polytechnic of Malang, Bapak Budi Susatya, SKPMKes, Vice Director 1, 2, and 3 of State Health Polytechnic of Malang, along with the ranks, Heads of Department of Nutrition, Nursing, Midwifery, and Applied Health Science of the Health Polytechnics of Malang, along with the rank, conference speakers, invitees, and all conference participants. Praises and thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the Almighty God, for all His blessing to keep us safe and productive, and allow us as assembled in this very good opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, for 2 consecutive days of 25 and 26 of November, today and tomorrow, we will participate in the 3rd International Conference on Food, Nutrition, and Health, which is organized by State Health Polytechnic of Malang. Respectable Director of State Health Polytechnic of Malang, please allow me to deliver my report speech. The participants who have made registration to this event consist of 80 conference participants, 73 oral presentation participants, 26 poster presentation participants. The participants came from various countries and nationalities. There are 361 from Indonesia, 4 from India, 3 from United Arab Emirates, 1 from Yemen, 10 from Malaysia, and 1 from Egypt, and so on. The selected articles of the conference presentation will be published in various publications. 6 articles in Journal of Islamic Medicine, 5 articles in Journal of Islamic Pharmacy, 15 articles in Journal of Nutrition and Food, and 47 articles in Proceeding of International Conference. During the conference main sessions, 9 distinguished invited speakers who are leading experts in their field will deliver their speeches or papers. 5 invited speakers will present their papers in conference day 1 today. They are from Amin Ismail from University of Putra Malaysia, Dr. Muiz Al-Islam from Dubai, Prof. Wakisaka Minato from Japan, Prof. Malin from Thailand, Prof. Dr. Elvira from Philippines. After the first main sessions, the conference will be continued with poster and oral presentation. And 4 invited speakers will deliver their speeches or papers in main session 2. In conference day 2, they are Kristen Graham from Australia, Han Tan from Taiwan, Professor Heni Rahmawati from Indonesia, and Dr. Arif Bahtiar from Indonesia. The main sessions of the conference will be moderated by 2 moderators, Barakat Nisha from University of Putra Malaysia, and Dr. Nur Rahman from Polytechnic of Malang. That is all my report as the chair of committee of the 3rd International Conference of State Health Polytechnic of Malang. May this event proceed well and fruits expected results. In closing, I apologize if there is anything in my speech which has caused inconvenience. They are never meant. Thank you. Terima kasih. Arigatou gozaimasu. Tetap semangat, keep spirit, and gambata kudasai. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the speech, Dr. Ana. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is welcome speech by the Director of POLTEKKES Kemenkes Malang for Mr. Budi Susatya, SK PMKes. Please, time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let us praise to God so that we can meet and talk each other virtually in the Church International Conference on Food, Nutrition, and Health as one of the 19 Desnatali series of Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Malang. I would like to thank Dr. Maxi Ren Rondonowu as the acting head of Agency for Development and Empowerment of Health Workforce Resource for his willingness to give us a keynote speech. I also would like to thank Prof. Amin Ismail from University Putra Malaysia, and also thank to Muiz Al-Islam Faris, PhD, Associate Professor at University of Sharjah, Uni Emirat Arab. Many thanks to Prof. Wakisaka Minato from Kyushu Institute of Technology, Japan, and also many thanks to Prof. Melin Ungsurungsi, PhD as the Technical Director SSNG International Enterprise. And last but not least, I would like to thank to Ms. Elvira from Centro Escolar University School of Nursing. I'm proud to have this international conference because This will enrich all of audience, either a student or lecturer or practitioner, with broader perspective from other countries and other environment. We may feel thankful since in this pandemic situation, we still can hold academic event to exchange our experience and knowledge. I hope that we will have another international conference in the future to provide knowledge for us and other scholars so that we will be ready for global challenge. So I hope this academic event will give benefit to all audience and academic atmosphere is always among as and hopefully this event running well. Here I Budi Susatya as the director of POLTEKKES Malang. Welcome in the third international conference on food, nutrition, and health. Thank you all. Have a nice day. Sekian, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the speech, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now continuing our meeting to the next agenda. That is to listen the keynote speech that will be delivered by Dr. Maksi Rein Rondonou, DHSMR, Acting Head of Indonesian Health Human Resources Development and Empowerment Agency, with topic Government Policy in Use Herbal Ingredients to Improve Health Status. Dr. Maksi, time is yours. Dr. Maksi, are you joining us? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before moving to the next agenda, please let's watch some video we have prepared for you today.
Bangkit membangun negeri. Kota Malang menjadi kota pendidikan terbesar kedua di Jawa Timur. Tempat ragam budaya dan latar belakang masyarakat berinteraksi dengan harmonis. Sebagai pusat peradaban dari masa ke masa, Kota Malang terus berkembang menuju Smart City. Mengembangkan sumber daya manusia yang unggul di segala bidang, termasuk kesehatan. Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Malang, atau yang lebih dikenal dengan nama POLTEKKES, membuka cakrawala dunia melalui ilmu pengetahuan di bidang kesehatan. Pendidikan tinggi vokasi kesehatan ini didirikan oleh Kementerian Kesehatan Republik Indonesia. Disinilah putra-putri bangsa dari berbagai penjuru Nusantara mengembangkan kompetensi dan membentuk karakter dalam membangun peradaban bangsa yang bermartabat.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Budi Susatya, selaku Direktur Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Malang. Dalam rangka menghadapi era digital 4.0 dan masyarakat ekonomi ASEAN, POLTEKKES Kemenkes Malang siap mencetak tenaga yang berkarakter dan unggul. Oleh karena itu, saya percaya langkah kecil yang saudara pilih akan menjadi penuntun ke arah yang lebih besar. Sekian, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
POLTEKKES memulai kiprahnya sejak tahun 2001, lahir dari gabungan 7 akademi kedinasan kesehatan di wilayah Jawa Timur bagian selatan. Komitmen POLTEKKES dalam melahirkan praktisi kesehatan yang andal dan kompeten tampak dalam visinya, yaitu menjadi institusi pendidikan tinggi vokasi kesehatan yang berkarakter dan unggul pada tahun 2019. Dengan penetapan sasaran yang strategis, dilaksanakan upaya pencapaian kinerja melalui indikator yang telah ditetapkan. Bersinergi dalam kerja kreatif, menjadikan Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Malang sebagai salah satu barometer bagi perguruan tinggi kesehatan di Indonesia, yang dibuktikan melalui pencapaian kinerja dalam beberapa indikator penting. 17 tahun berdiri, Polkesma telah berhasil memperoleh akreditasi B, terkualifikasi sebagai kualifikasi 1 Politeknik Kesehatan. Pencapaian tersebut merupakan gambaran dari penerapan sistem manajemen pembelajaran dan pemanfaatan teknologi informasi yang cukup pesat. Turut mewarnai pertumbuhan ilmu kesehatan, Polkesma menyelenggarakan pendidikan, program studi diploma gizi, program studi diploma keperawatan, program studi diploma kebidanan, program studi diploma analis farmasi dan makanan, program studi diploma perekam medis dan informasi kesehatan, program studi diploma asuransi kesehatan, program studi diploma teknologi bank darah, dan program studi sarjana terapan promosi kesehatan, serta program studi pendidikan profesi, dietitian, nurse, dan bidan. Program studi tersebut tersebar dalam 7 kampus yang berlokasi di daerah Malang, Jember, Lawang, Blitar, Kediri, Trenggalek, dan Ponorogo. Polkesma memiliki 4.500 mahasiswa yang dipersiapkan melangkah mewujudkan cita-cita luhur. Untuk menghadirkan atmosfer yang mendukung perkuliahan, Polkesma menyediakan fasilitas yang memadai, mulai dari ruang kuliah yang nyaman dengan media pembelajaran modern, laboratorium fungsional terintegrasi yang didukung teknologi canggih, perpustakaan terpadu dan berbasis online, unit bimbingan konseling, asrama, masjid kampus, gazebo, kantin, fasilitas olahraga, hotspot area, dan secure parking. Dirancang sebagai perguruan tinggi vokasi, Polkesma telah mengukuhkan diri menjadi barometer perkembangan pembelajaran ilmu kesehatan di Indonesia. Disokong penerapan kurikulum pendidikan tinggi vokasi dengan persentase lebih dari 60% praktikum dan 40% teori yang akan mempertajam atau mengasah keterampilan mahasiswa dengan praktik di laboratorium dan wahana praktik. Polkesma turut mengimplementasikan metode pengajaran yang inovatif, menyenangkan, dengan konsep enjoy learning, serta menerapkan Internet-Based Test atau IBT dalam ujian dan pembelajaran dengan e-learning. Pendidikan berkualitas dibentuk dengan penanaman nilai-nilai yang dihadirkan melalui 220 tenaga pengajar dengan kualifikasi magister dan doktoral yang sudah tersertifikasi. Dengan berbagai disiplin ilmu serta sebagai teladan dalam kehidupan sehari-hari, Polkesma turut menanamkan karakter dan etika kebangsaan, serta unggul dalam keprofesian guna menghadapi masyarakat ekonomi ASEAN. Selain akademik, Polkesma turut mempersiapkan mahasiswa yang percaya diri dengan kemampuannya melalui unit kegiatan mahasiswa, mengembangkan minat bakat mahasiswa mulai dari bidang seni, olahraga, sains, bahasa, dan kerohanian. Disinilah langkah mewujudkan cita-cita dimulai dengan menyalurkan kebebasan berekspresi. Polkesma mendidik mahasiswa agar setia kepada NKRI dan memiliki sikap mental berkarakter dengan pendidikan bela negara. Polkesma semakin menunjukkan keberhasilan dalam mencetak bibit-bibit unggul dengan prestasi-prestasi yang diraih baik di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Kerjasama dalam dan luar negeri, baik dengan institusi pendidikan kesehatan maupun institusi pelayanan kesehatan. Keberhasilan juga tampak terlihat dari sebaran dan peran alumni Polkesma di instansi kesehatan hingga bertaraf internasional yang tersebar di kawasan Asia, Eropa, hingga Amerika dan Australia.
Good afternoon, Polkesma. My name is Debbie Salvamoga and I am the international student of Taipei Medical University. I'm very proud and grateful as a POLTEKKES alumnus. I learned a lot of knowledge and valuable and memorable experiences when I was student at POLTEKKES.
For medical record and health information student, keep spirit because our profession is very much needed and important.
My message to all alumni and my junior, you can do it. Thank you.
I'm proud to be an alumnus State Health Polytechnic Malang. Keep increase your working and good POLTEKKES. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Malang, the truly vocational education of health.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That was a video profile of POLTEKKES Kemenkes Malang. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now continuing to the next agenda. That is to listen the keynote speech, which will be delivered by Dr. Maksi Rain Rondono, DHSMR, Acting Head of Indonesian Health Human Resources Development and Empowerment Agency, with the topic Government Policy in Use Herbal Ingredient to Improve Health Status. Dr. Maksi, are you with us? Dr. Maksi? Dr. Maksi, are you with us? Sir? Okay, it seems like there's a technical issue with Dr. Maksi. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before moving on to the next agenda, still we are waiting for Dr. Maksi. Let's watch some videos we have prepared for you for today.
Sudah duduk itu sudah dimulai aja. Videonya dimatikan, tolong. Operator.
Stop the video, please. Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Maksi is already joining us right now. Dr. Maksi, how are you?
Yeah, fine, thanks.
Okay, great, thank you. Mr. Dr. Maksi, time is yours.
Lah langsung.
Yes.
Oke. Oh.
Yes.
Oke. Ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Salam sejahtera bagi kita sekalian. Shalom. Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Ya. The Honorable Director of POLTEKKES Kemenkes Malang, Mr. Budi Susatya, research person from University Putra Malaysia, University of Sharjah, Kyushu Institute of Technology, International Enterprise, Centro Escolar University School of Nursing, and all the beauty, heat, and staff of POLTEKKES KEMENKES Malang, and ladies and gentlemen. Please the slide. Yeah, can share slide. Yeah, let us give thanks to Allah, God Almighty, for His grace and protection. We are given the opportunity to join together to participate in the third International Conference on Food, Nutrition, and Health. I warmly welcome the implementation of this activity because scientific forums like this are very useful, especially for increasing the knowledge and skill of health workers in the effort to improve the quality of services to achieve optimal health status. The scientific meeting is also a forum for education managers, lecturers, and expert scientists in the health sector to conduct scientific discussion on various change, development, and current issue related to education, health services, and technology in the national and global context. Next slide, please. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, life expectancy in Indonesia has increased from year to year. This shows the slide that there has been an improvement in terms of health system and services in Indonesia, and is an impact of the improvement in public health status, including increased access and quality of health services. This is in line with the Central Statistic Agency (TPS), which released the 2018 Human Development Index of 71.39, or growth 0.8% compared to 2017. The increase in the Human Development Index indicate hope for life, both from the human dimension, life expectancy, school, and the decent life in getting longer. In other words, the quality of health, education, and meeting the needs of the Indonesian people has increased. Of course, we shouldn't be complacent. There are still many sectors and other things that need to be improved, especially in the phase of Industrial Revolution 4.0. Next slide. This slide about the Human Capital Index. Yeah, the component of the Human Development Index are survivable by reducing the mortality rate under 5 years, the contribution of quality and complete schooling, and in the health sector, where the ability to survive and the prevalence of stunting direct relationship with the list 3 goals in the Sustainable Development Goals, and must be achieved by all countries in the world by 2030. Yeah, SDGs target 2, 3, and 6, and this the SDGs target 4 for school and health. SDGs target 2, 3, 5, and 6. Yeah. Human capital is a very important issue because it is the determinant in overcoming the problem of poverty. Health is an important factor for affecting the quality of human capital. Malnutrition is a serious problem where stunting can damage the future of the nation. Therefore, there is a need for political will in various sectors to take the necessary action so that they can build human resources and accelerate progress towards sustainable development goals. Yeah. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is a Indonesian resource. Yeah, Indonesian is very rich about herbal plant. Yeah, and many various plants. Yeah, this is confirmed from the Ristoja data research on medical plants and herbal in 2017, where there were more than 2,000 around 2,800 yeah, species. Yeah. Yeah, next slide. Yeah. In other the back slide. Sorry, back slide. Yeah. In order to empower and encourage to active role of the community in effort to develop traditional health, it is necessary to direct the community to carry out health care independently and appropriately through the use of medical plants as traditional medicine in the form of herb, standardized herbal medicine, and phytopharmacy. The use of traditional medicine is an effort for healthcare, disease prevention, and healthcare, including during public health emergency and or the coronavirus disease 2019, yeah, COVID-19 pandemic. Yeah. Next slide. Yeah, this is slide Indonesian basic health research. This is supported by the use of herbal medicine among the Indonesian population, which has reached around 59.12%. However, it is unfortunately that 2.7% of young castrate personnel are still lacking due to the lack of interest from educational institutions to open herbal, castrate, jamu, and program study. Currently, there is only one herbal medicine program study at the POLTEKKES, KEMENKES, Surakarta. Yeah. Yeah, Indonesian traditional medicine. Yeah, this slide. Jamu, obat herbal terstandar, and phytopharmaca. Jamu efficacy claim based on the empirical data, and obat herbal, we call it obat herbal efficacy claim are scientifically or practically proven, and standardization of raw material. Yeah. And phytopharmaca, the claim of efficacy is scientifically proven through preclinical and clinical trial. Yeah. Standardization for raw material. Yeah. We have a BPOM decree, yeah, number blah 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 2004 as a basic provision for classification and labeling of Indonesian natural medicine. Yeah. Next slide. Yeah. Working principle in the issue of herbal. Yeah. The one revitalize body function. Yeah. And two, the body can work optimally, and that the body ability to adapt to the environment is good. Next slide. Yeah. This is a slide describe the use of traditional health in the life cycle. Yeah. From maternal and elder, from to elder. Yeah. and effort to support promotive and preventive program is carried out in various modality and function adapted to each stage of life. Traditional health services are available starting from the smallest scope of health services family. The cycle life and to 1,000 days of life. Next slide. This slide, basic of development of traditional health complementary service program in the Undang-Undang number 36 of 2014 concerning a health worker. It is regulated that one of the recognized health worker is a traditional health worker, and furthermore, traditional health services have been regulated in the Peraturan Pemerintah Nomor 103 concerning traditional health services. Referring into this regulation, education development and improvement the quality of traditional health worker can be carried out. Next slide. This is describe about the traditional health services system. For young Kestrat, about the empirical traditional health services, complementary traditional health services, integrated traditional health services, and for human resources, empirical traditional services, traditional health practitioner, traditional health worker and traditional health worker and other health worker, and it's kind of young Kestrat, have perizinan, registration, as a sample, for example, empirical traditional services, we have registration STPT, complementary traditional services must have registered STR-TKT and SEP-TKT, and for integrated traditional health services must register STR and SEP. Next slide. This slide describe current traditional health education. Diploma 3 Jamu in Solo, Diploma 3 and Diploma 4 Akupuntur in Solo, and Diploma 4 Batra in Surabaya, Diploma 3 Akupuntur in Surabaya, and Fakultas Pengusaha Bali UNHI, Stikas TCIM, and Sekolah Tinggi Agama Buddha Nalanda Jakarta Akupuntur. Next slide. Ending these remarks, I would like to congratulate you for participating in this scientific meeting. I hope this meeting can become a milestone in improving health status for the better and making a positive contribution to health development in Indonesia. May God Almighty be pleased to provide guidance and bless all the noble efforts that we do. That is my speech, and verbally I declare the event officially open, and I hope today will to the best momentum for us to do better in the future. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Max.
Thank you very much, Dr. Max.
Success for you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maxi Rentonodo Wiki HSM, Mas, for the excellent topic, Government Policy in Use Herbal Ingredient to Improve Health Status. Once again, thank you very much, sir, for the time. Thank you very much to taking time out of your busy schedule for this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, before continuing to the next agenda, we are going to show you a video collection of posters. Please decide your favorite posters because later we will give you a questionnaire for your favorite poster. Ola, would you please share the video?
Bangkit membangun negeri. Kota Malang menjadi kota pendidikan terbesar kedua di Jawa Timur. Tempat ragam budaya dan latar belakang masyarakat berinteraksi dengan harmonis. Sebagai pusat peradaban dari masa ke masa, Kota Malang terus berkembang menuju Smart City. Mengembangkan sumber daya manusia yang unggul di segala bidang, termasuk kesehatan. Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Malang, atau yang lebih dikenal dengan nama POLTEKKES, membuka cakrawala dunia melalui ilmu pengetahuan di bidang kesehatan. Pendidikan tinggi vokasi kesehatan ini didirikan oleh Kementerian Kesehatan Republik Indonesia. Disinilah putra-putri bangsa dari berbagai penjuru Nusantara mengembangkan kompetensi dan membentuk karakter dalam membangun peradaban bangsa yang bermartabat.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Budi Susatya, selaku Direktur Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Malang. Dalam rangka menghadapi era digital 4.0 dan masyarakat ekonomi ASEAN, Poltekkes Kemenkes Malang siap mencetak tenaga yang berkarakter dan unggul. Oleh karena itu, saya percaya langkah kecil yang saudara pilih akan menjadi penuntun ke arah yang lebih besar. Sekian, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Polkesma memulai kiprahnya sejak tahun 2001, lahir dari gabungan 7 akademi kedinasan kesehatan di wilayah Jawa Timur bagian selatan. Komitmen Polkesma dalam melahirkan praktisi kesehatan yang andal dan kompeten tampak dalam visinya, yaitu menjadi institusi pendidikan tinggi vokasi kesehatan yang berkarakter dan unggul pada tahun 2019. Dengan penetapan sasaran yang strategis, dilaksanakan upaya pencapaian kinerja melalui indikator yang telah ditetapkan. Bersinergi dalam kerja kreatif, menjadikan Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Malang sebagai salah satu barometer bagi perguruan tinggi kesehatan di Indonesia, yang dibuktikan melalui pencapaian kinerja dalam beberapa indikator penting. 17 tahun berdiri, Polkesma telah berhasil memperoleh akreditasi B, terkualifikasi sebagai kualifikasi 1 Politeknik Kesehatan. Pencapaian tersebut merupakan gambaran dari penerapan sistem manajemen pembelajaran dan pemanfaatan teknologi informasi yang cukup pesat. Turut mewarnai pertumbuhan ilmu kesehatan, Polkesma menyelenggarakan pendidikan, program studi diploma gizi, program studi diploma keperawatan, program studi diploma kebidanan, program studi diploma analis farmasi dan makanan, program studi diploma perekam medis dan informasi kesehatan, program studi diploma asuransi kesehatan, program studi diploma teknologi bank darah, dan program studi sarjana terapan promosi kesehatan, serta program studi pendidikan profesi, dietitian, nurse, dan bidan. Program studi tersebut tersebar dalam 7 kampus yang berlokasi di daerah Malang, Jember, Lawang, Blitar, Kediri, Trenggalek, dan Ponorogo. Polkesma memiliki 4.500 mahasiswa yang dipersiapkan melangkah mewujudkan cita-cita luhur. Untuk menghadirkan atmosfer yang mendukung perkuliahan, Polkesma menyediakan fasilitas yang memadai, mulai dari ruang kuliah yang nyaman dengan media pembelajaran modern, laboratorium fungsional terintegrasi yang didukung teknologi canggih, perpustakaan terpadu dan berbasis online, unit bimbingan konseling, asrama, masjid kampus, gazebo, kantin, fasilitas olahraga, hotspot area, dan secure parking. Dirancang sebagai perguruan tinggi vokasi, POLTEKKES telah mengukuhkan diri menjadi barometer perkembangan pembelajaran ilmu kesehatan di Indonesia. Disokong penerapan kurikulum pendidikan tinggi vokasi dengan persentase lebih dari 60% praktikum dan 40% teori yang akan mempertajam atau mengasah keterampilan mahasiswa dengan praktik di laboratorium dan wahana praktik. POLTEKKES turut mengimplementasikan metode pengajaran yang inovatif, menyenangkan, dengan konsep enjoy learning, serta menerapkan Internet-based test atau IBT dalam ujian dan pembelajaran dengan e-learning. Pendidikan berkualitas dibentuk dengan penanaman nilai-nilai yang dihadirkan melalui 220 tenaga pengajar dengan kualifikasi magister dan doktoral yang sudah tersertifikasi. Dengan berbagai disiplin ilmu serta sebagai teladan dalam kehidupan sehari-hari, POLTEKKES turut menanamkan karakter dan etika kebangsaan, serta unggul dalam keprofesian guna menghadapi masyarakat ekonomi ASEAN. Selain akademik, POLTEKKES turut mempersiapkan mahasiswa yang percaya diri dengan kemampuannya melalui unit kegiatan mahasiswa, mengembangkan minat bakat mahasiswa mulai dari bidang seni, olahraga, sains, bahasa, dan kerohanian. Disinilah langkah mewujudkan cita-cita dimulai dengan menyalurkan kebebasan berekspresi. POLTEKKES mendidik mahasiswa agar setia kepada NKRI dan memiliki sikap mental berkarakter dengan pendidikan bela negara. POLTEKKES semakin menunjukkan keberhasilan dalam mencetak bibit-bibit unggul dengan prestasi-prestasi yang diraih baik di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Kerjasama dalam dan luar negeri, baik dengan institusi pendidikan kesehatan maupun institusi pelayanan kesehatan. Keberhasilan juga tampak terlihat dari sebaran dan peran alumni POLTEKKES di instansi kesehatan hingga bertaraf internasional yang tersebar di kawasan Asia, Eropa, hingga Amerika dan Australia.
Good afternoon, POLTEKKES. My name is Debbie Sarvamoga and I'm the international student of Taipei Medical University. I'm very proud and grateful as a POLTEKKES alumnus. I learned a lot of knowledge and valuable and memorable experiences when I was student at POLTEKKES.
For medical record and health information student, keep spirit because our profession is very much needed and important.
My message to all alumni and my junior, you can do it. Thank you.
I'm proud to be an alumnus State Health Polytechnic Malang. Keep increase your working and good POLTEKKES. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Malang, the truly vocational education of health.
Menurut data dari WHO, setiap tahunnya di seluruh dunia didapatkan 490.000 perempuan di
Ladies and gentlemen, the video you just watched is a collection of posters from conference participants. Please choose your favorite poster in the following link at bit.ly. Thank you very much. You can choose your favorite poster at the link bit.ly/polling-ICFNH 2020. Once again, bit.ly/polling-ICFNH 2020. We also share the link at the chat room. And ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform you, please fill the attendance list link at the following link at bit.ly/attendance/ICFNH. As seen on your screen right now. Once again, bit.ly/attendance ICFNH. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we will start the first session of the conference. The session will be led by Dr. Barakatunisa Muhammad Yusuf as the moderator. But before that, I would like to introduce her briefly. Dr. Barakatunisa Muhammad Yusuf is an associate professor and a practicing dietitian in the Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, Faculty of Medicine and Health Science, University Putra Malaysia, UPM. She is currently hold a position of Dietetic Program Coordinator and members of the Research Center in Nutrition and Non-Communicable Chronic Disease. Dr. Nisa received her PhD in Dietetic from University Kebangsaan Malaysia before completing the postdoctoral research fellowship at Joslin Diabetes Center, Harvard Medical School in field of diabetes nutrition. Broadly, her research aims to improve metabolic control and quality of life in those with type 2 diabetes, women with gestational diabetes, and obese individuals. Within this framework, she shared her experience with Ministry of Health, industrial partnerships, and professional association in developing diabetes nutrition-related guidelines such as Clinical Practice Guideline for Adults with Type 2 Diabetes and Diabetes in Pregnancy. Recent honors include a Fundamental Research Grant Scheme Award from Ministry of Education Malaysia to identify the NutriVibes signature for the prevention of diabetes in women with previous GBM. Ladies and gentlemen, what a remarkable profile of Dr. Nisa. Dr. Barakatunisa, you ready?
Yeah, Assalamualaikum and very good morning, everyone. Yeah.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah.
So, time is yours.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. A very kind introduction. Tiana Rashmadita, very nice name. Okay, Assalamualaikum Ibu An-Nasari and all the honorable guests.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Ibu Nisa. Hello, how are you?
Alhamdulillah, thank you very much.
Alhamdulillah.
I'm very honored to be here. Yeah. First of all, I would like to welcome all the honorable guests. Let me read, the one that I respected most. The speaker this morning, Dr. Maxi. Thank you very much. Very informative. Yeah, I enjoyed the lecture. The honorable guest, Mr. Budi Susatya, the director of POLTEKKES KEMENKES Malang, or known as POLTEKKES. Ibu Anasari Mustafa, the chair of the committee and head of Education Development Center for POLTEKKES. All the speakers that I will have to moderate this morning. Professor Dr. Amin Ismail, I believe he is already here. Thank you, Prof, for your time. Professor Dr. Wakisaka Minato from QTech in Fukuoka, Japan. Associate Professor Dr. Muiz Al-Islam, my friend in UAE, Dubai, Professor Malin Ungsurun Si, and Professor Dr. Elvira El Urgel. So this is all the speakers that we are going to have this morning. And last but not least, to all participants and audience that has spent their day today, to learn, to ask, to enjoy the first virtual conference, Ibu Anasari?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, but I feel that I am in Malang today.
Yeah, it's okay. Very nice.
Look at to all the videos presentation. It is pleasure to be here again. And my daughter watched with me just now, and she remembered very well all the environment, the institute, she been there before. So I remember I brought her, and she visited Jawa Timur Park, and she remembered that. Thank you for all the hospitality. Okay. Before we start, I would like to share the screen pertaining to the tata tertib, the rules, the do and don'ts for all the participants when attending this virtual conference. Please allow me to share the details. Yeah? Okay, so welcome to the third international webinar, Food, Nutrition and Health Rules, or known as ICF&H. Congratulations for all the organizers. You have been working very hard, yeah, to make sure that the event are successfully conducted, and all of the audience has shown this today. Right, so first of all, I would like to recommend all the participants, yeah, to be here from the beginning until the end of the webinar. I can promise you guys to experience the most enjoyable webinar. Yeah, you will learn a lot from various aspects from the distinguished speaker that we have today. Second, every participant in the Zoom meeting are prohibited to unmute themselves during the speaker's presentation, and you can talk, you can ask when there are time to do so. Yeah, so it is important to make sure your mic are unmute throughout, yeah, because otherwise it will be it's not nice to hear a background sound. Yeah, so we appreciate that. Number 3, we welcome all the questions. Please type your question in the chat box under the following format. Please introduce yourself, your name, where you come from, the institute, as well as the question to the respective speakers. Information such as material link and others can be accessed via the chat box. Please not to forget to make sure that you sign the attendance, yeah, throughout this program. Then you will get the certificate, I believe. So you have done the poster rating link just now, and perhaps there is a subsequent rating, yeah, after this. And not to forget the evaluation link that the organizer will share time by time so that we can further improve in the forthcoming conference, inshallah. The speaker slide link, we will also provide the speaker slide link later on, yeah, for you to access for future reference, as you can see in the link. All right, so this is also the link. That's all. Right. Okay, so without further ado, I would like to to invite our honorable guest speaker for this morning, yeah, Professor Amin. He is my mentor in UPM. He is the one who made me myself today. He really trained me in research. Sometimes I'm not convinced, I'm not confident about myself, but he is the one who know me in terms of the career better than myself. So let me read his CV. Please allow me. Or the organizer, do you have a CV to show up, to put it in the slide? Cool. Right. So Professor Amin, yeah. Okay, please allow me. Hold on. Okay. So as you can see in the slide, Professor Amin is a scientist, very well known in Malaysia, and I believe in Southeast Asia as well. Is a professor at the Department of Nutrition, Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, UPM. He is currently the Director of Center for Quality Assurance in UPM, known as CQA in UPM. Professor Amin research focus on chemistry and biochemistry of food, food composition analysis, polyphenol, and exploring the underutilized plant for human nutrition and their health promoting component. Professor Amin graduated more than 15 PhD and 25 Master Science students. He has published more than 250 publications, and his H index is among the highest in UPM. Yeah, based on Scopus is 42. He is also an associate editor for food chemistry and editorial board member for Journal of Functional Food. So if you wanted to know how to write a best paper, is the right person to refer. Yeah. And last year he received the Malaysian Research Star Award. Yeah, Malaysia Research Star Award 2018 for high impact paper in agriculture science category awarded by Elsevier and Minister of Education in Malaysia. Without further ado, Professor Amin, the stage is yours. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Barakatunnisa. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Nisa, again for your kind introduction. Dr. Nisa, I think it's a very good a dietitian, a lecturer of UPM, in the field of dietetic. And then I would like to thanks the organizer, especially Ibu Anasari, the chairperson of the conference, and then Bapak Nur Rahman, and then a few bapak-bapak, ibu-ibu, from Indonesia. I think we have about 228 participants. I think this is the first webinar I speak or I attended, has more than 200 participants. Allow me to share my screen. All right. Okay. My talk, I have about 25 minutes. The talk, the time given to me. The topic I would like to share with all the participants, nutraceutical of ASEAN functional food. I believe nutraceutical and functional food, there are two terms that very common among the scientists at Southeast Asia or at a global level. These are outline of my presentation. I would like to briefly explain about the nutraceutical functional food. Then would like to share some of my my previous work on fruits, bambangan, dabai, and cocoa. Actually, I have started this cocoa work since I'm undergraduate student. My final year project on cocoa. So till now, I'm progressing very well with cocoa from the from the fermentation. Now we are embarking on the human interventional study on chocolate. All right, sustainable. I think they want the global goal. All our research at UPM support the global goal SDG. I believe we all at ASEAN or at a global level we are support the initiative the UN agenda by 2030 to achieve the 17 goal to transform our world. Okay, nutraceutical. When we look at the nutraceutical, actually the natural bioactive compound in food or part of the food that have health promoting properties. Nutraceutical are commonly component extracted or prepared from a plant or animal, the edible part, sources. They are more than food. The nutraceutical, they are considered more than food, but less than a pharmaceutical. Nutraceutical, actually the coin by one of the medical doctors, medical scientists in the US. Nutraceutical, nutrition, and pharmaceutical. And then a nutraceutical do not have a specific definition in the regulation document from those of other food derived category such as food supplements, health product, pre or probiotics, functional food, and fortified food. I think in the US or in the Europe, they have a debate on this nutraceutical. In fact, in ASEAN region, we don't have a definition in our regulation on the nutraceutical, which is a nutraceutical ingredient in the market. We can see in the diagram about by 2025. We expected to reach about 57.5 billion, because you can see, especially in ASEAN, we are blessed with all the natural resources, or the mega biodiversity, because this is the source where the company, the multi-billion company, can tap the source to produce a nutraceutical, for the global market. When we are talking about nutraceutical, we cannot forget about the functional food. The food can be regarded as functional if it is satisfactorily demonstrated. That means they are able or they show to effect benefit one or more target function in our body beyond the nutritional effect, beyond the traditional nutrient, beyond the nutrient. That means beyond that, and a way which is relevant to either the state of well-being and health, or the reduction of the risk of disease. This all based on the European consensus document where I get from the literature. Okay, there are some of the example of the nutraceutical product available in the market, and then also the functional food, especially the functional food available in a Malaysian market. I'm not promoting any product or any brand. This is just for the example of the nutraceutical versus the functional food product. From there, we can see what the differentiation between these two terms. Okay, when you look at about the growing need for this nutraceutical and functional food, the demand in Southeast Asia is predicted to rise by up to 40% by 2050. You can see the dramatic change in the demand of this nutraceutical product and functional food due to our population, aging population. Most of us now very concerned about health. A lot of things now. The COVID-19 pandemic, because in the media or in the Facebook, there are viral about vitamin C. Now, every grocery, pharmacy, Watson and others, Apotek, in Indonesia they call Apotek, Apotek, they're selling all those, they want the vitamin C, everything. I think will be a demand now. And then functional food ingredient market, functional food ingredient, I would say is also nutraceutical. When you look at here, vitamin, most of the ingredient, the highest ingredient, the demand for the vitamin, the nutraceutical, because when you look at Asia Pacific, this means the market by the region, you can see the high in terms of the compound, in terms of the compound annual growth rate, about 7%. Okay, ASEAN region, Malaysia, Indonesia, especially Thailand, Vietnam, Myanmar, because we are blessed with neglected and underutilized species. like fruits, vegetable, legume, animal, where like I think Dr. Nisa also experienced, when go to Indonesia. I think there are variety of the fruits, vegetables, legume, also the dishes also we can look at, because we have a traditional, from generation to the generation. And then we have a local and the long history of consumption of these underutilized species. This the wild or semi-domesticated variety, not typically rare as commodities, and then entirely ignored by agricultural researcher or plant breeder and policy maker, because we always target for the commercial fruit, not the underutilized species. Okay, these are example of vegetable available in our region. We have many, because for me, some of the plant or the vegetable, I've still not recognized what the name of this vegetable, but it's edible. When you travel to the rural area, for especially to Borneo Island, to Sabah, Sarawak. In fact, Indonesia, Thailand, you can see a lot of things, a lot of the vegetable, different type of vegetable. But in one country, they are not, being consumed, but other country, they are consumed like a salad, because this is the, where you can see the beautiful, also the richness of our diversity in our region. Okay, we did some work on vegetable, and then although this vegetable very low approximate composition, of course the source of micro and nutrient like vitamin, mineral rich in the vegetable, because this our study on among the indigenous people in Malaysia, we collected some of the plant or vegetable commonly valuable, commonly grown in the area, and then high in vitamin C and beta carotene. This is a precursor of vitamin A. Okay, this I started my work because this they call dabai, the common name dabai. Most of the people the common name dabai. This the species, the scientific name Candarium odontophilum. These fruits underutilized from Sarawak, also Sabah, also in Brunei, also in Indonesia also, because this quite this wild growth. And then when you look at the average weight of this fruit, about 15 gram. This the originally grown from the central part in Sarawak. And then when you look at these fruits, this fruit, the flesh about represent about 61%, and then the peel about 5%. This flesh rich in oil. You can look at the yellowish color, and then the peel, the skin, rich in anthocyanin. This is the food coloring, because this one have been consumed commonly in Sarawak, not in the Peninsular Malaysia, in Kuala Lumpur, but very common in Sarawak. When we travel to Sarawak, we meet local community. They consume a lot this fruit, but in Peninsula we don't know whether this is the dabai or is it maybe other fruits. Okay, this is the example in the wet market in Sarawak. You can see these fruits. Very expensive though. This fruit during the peak season. Normally toward the end of the year or the beginning of the year. Very expensive. But I have no idea whether these fruits can be found in Indonesia. Perhaps because in the Southeast Asia, maybe in the Kalimantan, I have no idea. I never been in Kalimantan. And then this potential product from this dabai fruit. When you look at the pulp, you can extract the oil fraction, and then the byproduct of the oil fraction. After you remove the fat, the fat fraction, you will get the purplish color of the defatted, pulp. This the skin of this dabai. Okay, I think we did some work, my group and Prof. Azrina and our postdoc student, look at what is the compound or bioactive in this defatted dabai. And then this is the purplish color. We found that rich in anthocyanin. There is a different type of anthocyanin. I think will be potential to be commercialized, to be extracted for the food, to be food, as food colorant, or food additive. Okay, I have a few, we have many publications derived from this project. But if the participant would like to read more, because due to the time, I cannot explain very detailed one by one. We study almost from A to Z, the nutritional composition, antioxidant, or the lipid profile. And then also we started our work, or the look at or the screening, the basic nutritional composition using the in vitro assay, and then we moved to the in vivo study, and then I think now we are looking for the human interventional study. Okay, when you look at, I just would like to share only the comparison between this olive oil, palm oil, and dabai oil. When you look at this dabai oil, very similar to the palm oil, the composition of fatty acid. In fact, when you look at here, we try to compare the linoleic acid, very high in this dabai. Okay, and then my second, I would like to share with all the participants, my work on Mangifera pajang. This one of the mango, the mango fruits. This the still underutilized fruit, but we got this fruit from Sarawak, because Sarawak, in terms of the biodiversity, they have many type of fruits, vegetable. But when you look at the photo, this the Bambangan fruit, and then this the commercial mango, Mangifera indica, because you can look at the size, about 2 or 2-fold bigger than the commercial mango, and then because this one you cannot simply peel, because there is a very thick peel, and the aroma very nice, when you prepare the juice, because very nice, because this pulp rich in antioxidant. Okay, I have from only this one fruit, I produce 2 PhD students. Because one look at the pulp, another one look at the peel, because we have many publication derived from the work if you would like to know more about this fruit, also the health promoting properties, please feel free to email me. I'm very happy to share my publication on these Bambangan fruits. And then we prepare the Bambangan juice. We prepare the Bambangan juice. We prepare, and then we because this one for the human interventional study, we have to do under the GMP, good manufacturing practice. We send to one of the company, prepare the juice. The one this they call Bambangan juice. The 66 milligram vitamin C. And 18 milligram beta carotene. And then because our study design, randomized, single blind, crossover, a placebo control trial, because this one back, I think 5 years, and then about 32 subject. This is the healthy subject. I think we supplemented with this Bambangan juice, and then this the placebo, based on the mango flavor. And then I think I have many parameters to share with you all. But I think due to the time, I'm only focused on the total antioxidant status. When look at compared to the placebo group, compared to this the treatment group, we can see after supplemented for 30 days, we can see a significant increase in the total antioxidant status. And then this one, I think I always say this is my baby. When people invited me to speak, normally I don't leave this cocoa behind. And the cocoa actually, I would like to talk, because I'm very passionate about the cacao. In Indonesia they call cacao. Because I have been in Jember several times. I have also many friends in Indonesia Coffee Cocoa Research Institute in Jember. Based on the systematic review on and meta-analysis of randomized trial, show a potential benefit of cocoa and chocolate on the FMD, insulin level and insulin resistant. Because back 2008 we did work using animal model, obese diabetics rat, and then when we feed the animal with cocoa extract, and then we can see the change, the reduction in the body weight, body weight reduction. And then we would like to know what is the possible molecular mechanism in lipid lowering effect. And then we did some work using the omic analysis, and then your DNA microarray, and we look at using a bioinformatic analysis, and then we validate the gene, and then from there we target only two organ, white adipose tissue and liver. And then we found that about 758 gene has been expressed in this white adipose tissue, and 862 gene expressed gene in the liver. And then we have this possible molecular mechanism where you look at because the cocoa polyphenol, I would say this is the cocoa extract, one of the nutraceutical from cocoa. And then based on the AMPK pathway, because they are increase the lipolysis gene, and then also decrease the lipogenesis gene. From there you can see the lipolysis, the gene will reduce and also increase the lipolysis, because the one will be more on the fat oxidation. This one will be the fat biosynthesis, and then will affect on the body weight reduction and body mass. And then I think from this cocoa also we have many publication on this cocoa research. For I think I'm very happy to share with all the participants. If you would like to have the publication, I very happy to send to share, because when you read this publication, you will understand. Here only a very brief introduction on that. Okay, now come to the concluding remark. I have 1 minute. I will try to keep time in front of me. Make sure I don't want to take much time here. Okay, just a concluding remark based on my work on the underutilized vegetable, underutilized fruit, and then also the cocoa work. Food and vegetable that are neglected, I would say, and underutilized in our region. There are potential source of a nutraceutical. This means the bioactive ingredient or a food component, and also have high nutritional value and health promoting properties that can be explored or exploited by local communities for the diversification or sustainable diet. And then long-term randomized clinical study of a nutraceutical and functional food on human health among healthy or disease state subject are warranted because we would like to see especially in Southeast Asia, in ASEAN country, we would like to see more human clinical study the result. And then consumption of nutraceutical or functional food in terms of the whole food should lead to the improvement of human health. Moreover, a balanced diet include a variety of fruit and vegetable is important for the promotion of health and well-being. And then thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Amin, for a very informative, insightful talk about the underutilized nutraceutical of Asian functional food. Right, so I would like to invite Ibu to summarize. I would like to invite Ibu Eka Wulandari first, Prof, before we receive any question, to summarize your presentation to Indonesian language, to the Malay language. Without further ado, please, Ibu Eka, if you are around.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Nisa.
Ya.
Terima kasih. Saya akan membacakan rangkuman dari presentasi Prof. Amin. Jadi pada dasarnya kita bisa melihat bahwa negara ASEAN memiliki sumber daya yang melimpah untuk bahan pangan fungsional dan nutraceutical. Tapi selama ini masih dipandang sebelah mata, akan tetapi juga ada kecenderungan bahwa permintaan terhadap bahan pangan ini semakin meningkat, terutama dengan adanya pandemi COVID saat ini. Kemudian contoh yang diangkat oleh Prof. Amin, yaitu pemanfaatan buah dabai, bambangan, dan coklat. Buah dabai sayangnya mungkin hanya ditemukan di Pulau Kalimantan, jadi masih belum familiar di Indonesia, dan terbukti buah ini kaya dengan antioksidan dan juga sangat bergizi, baik dari daging dan juga kulitnya bisa dimanfaatkan. Kemudian bambangan adalah semacam mangga liar yang besarnya 2 atau 3 kali lebih besar dari mangga yang biasa kita temui di pasaran. Kemudian kulitnya tebal dan terbukti juga kaya antioksidan. Yang terakhir adalah coklat. Coklat ini bisa membantu melebarkan pembuluh darah dan juga mengatasi masalah dengan insulin level di dalam tubuh kita. Dan juga tadi ada hasil dari penelitian Prof. Amin menyatakan bahwa coklat bisa membantu mengurangi berat badan. Kemudian kita juga bisa melihat bahwa dalam Prof. Amin sudah melaksanakan beberapa hasil penelitian yang menunjukkan hasil bahwa 3 pangan fungsional tersebut sangat bermanfaat untuk kesehatan. Dan ya, jadi sebagai kesimpulannya maka adalah bahan fungsional yang telah dijelaskan oleh Prof. Amin adalah harta karun yang sebenarnya dapat lebih dimanfaatkan untuk bisa memerangi kemiskinan, kekurangan gizi, dan juga kelaparan di dunia. Dan konsumsi bahan pangan fungsional dan nutrisetikal ini dapat memperbaiki kondisi kesehatan apabila diikuti dengan pola makan yang tepat. Mungkin itu saja Ibu kesimpulannya. I'll give it back to you. Thank you, Bu Nisa.
Thank you very much, Ibu Eka. Sangat jelas ya. Jadi to all the audience and participant, I would like to invite any question from the members of the Zoom meeting. Let me see in the chat box if there is any question. Okay, Prof. Amin, allow me to read. Is from Ibu Alfina from POLTEKKES. Yeah. Hi, Prof. Amin. It's very inspiring topic. In your perspective, how can we relate dabai and cocoa fruit consumption in order to fight stunting in pandemic situation?
Okay. Thank you, Ibu apa ya? Ibu
Alfina.
Alfina ya.
Yeah.
Alfina. Okay. When we thank you for the question. I think dabai and cocoa. How these two fruits or to the cocoa dabai and cocoa can help in stunting, because I think based on my experience I never read any work because relate with the dabai and cocoa with the stunting because we have to look at the what is the cause or to the factor to stunting, because stunting they are starting from the young age because I think for this research dabai or cocoa, I'm looking at the food you can consume as like a normal food as our balanced diet because we cannot take dabai at high portion and then also the cocoa, because when you asking me about stunting and link with dabai and cocoa, I cannot give exact answer to that Dr. Nisa, because I think I have no idea because I think I have no idea, because for me dabai as a fruit as like a fruit like orange or star fruit or banana because we can consider as also the mango, because this based on the fruit. And then chocolate cocoa like the chocolate I think I would prefer dark chocolate, but we have to make sure for the children we cannot we cannot let them have a high intake of dark chocolate, because due to the because you can see in the chocolate they have the polyphenol, the characteristic they are chelating of the mineral, because we don't want of the mineral, for example iron and other mineral also essential for the children. We don't want they have the high intake of the chocolate and dark, especially the dark chocolate. And then we also don't advise the children to have milk chocolate as well, because milk chocolate, as you know, high in sugar high in fat because the calorie compared to dark chocolate dark chocolate also have a different percentage of cocoa, because you can look at different people because most of our population love the milk chocolate because due to the sugar very sweet because we you have to control when we take this kind of chocolate because for me chocolate also very good. Normally the culprit will be the sugar and fat in the chocolate formulation. Dr. Nisa, I think I cannot give a direct answer about the stunting because it's not very simple link between these two. Thank you, Dr. Nisa.
Thank you, Prof. Also another question from Erna Polkesmas. Is bambangan, Prof, do you think is safe for children?
Okay, I think, bambangan also, yes. Bambangan like as a fruit. Just normally people, because bambangan, they have two variety. One variety only for making juice. Another variety you can eat fresh. You can eat as fish. Because for me, I think just like a normal mango, like a normal mango.
Nice, Prof. Okay, maybe the last question from myself, Prof. How do underutilized food can be applied and highlighted during such pandemic of COVID-19? Will that work for immunity, for example, Prof? Especially the high polyphenol that we see.
Okay, thank you. I think if I'm understand clearly your question about the underutilized food and vegetable and then in relation with the COVID Okay, there are fruits and vegetable can boost your immune system, but in my research, we don't look at this the immune system, but I believe there are fruits and vegetable especially from the neglected and underutilized species have the ability to boost the immune system of this because none of my research working on this the immune system, but I believe there is some kind of fruits and vegetable have these they can boost the defense system, the immune system. Tanisa, I have no idea whether I have no study on that, but maybe based on the previous study I never read on that, but also I'm not focusing on this the immune research. Thank you, Tanisa.
Thank you, Prof. Perhaps will be your future research.
Inshallah.
Okay, Prof, last question. Some of the fruit are seasonal fruit. Is there any attempt can be done to make sure that the supply can be done throughout the year? Thank you, Ibu Yana.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Yana. Okay, now, for recent Dabai only they have a peak season toward the end of the year, November, December, and then January, February, because in Sarawak under the Department of Agriculture, they have they built the where I think it's not like something innovation. They can keep this Dabai fruit because Dabai, when you look at from this the characteristic of Dabai, because Dabai rich in fat, because of course we know fat you cannot keep at a longer period because due to the oxidation rancidity, due to the lipase, everything. Normally they keep in the quick frozen of this fruit, and then they quick frozen and then they can use throughout the year. Because if you experience in Sarawak, there are a restaurant, the India menu, they have this nasi goreng dabai, because nasi goreng dabai. Also they have pizza, and then they are put it dabai on top of the pizza. Because also dabai, they are in in Sarawak, they are known as olive, Cebu olive, meaning that they are considered also olive, because this dabai very nice, and you can soak in the warm water for a few minutes. You can eat, very like avocado, a creamy in taste, very nice. I'm talk to one of the local people, they say, oh, they can finish in 1 kilo of this dabai. You can see the fresh one very good. Because normally, if you experience with dabai after they are harvesting for few days, because they want very easy to perishable. This is the perishable fruit. When you keep for longer time, will be the rancidity. When you eat, fresh, not very good. There will be like a sour taste because due to the rancidity. That's why most of the people, for the first time, their taste dabai they don't like because due to this. Actually, the fresh one, after you just harvesting, that one very nice one. But this one for the dabai, you can keep at a low temperature, and then you can use for many application. Especially in the indigenous people in Sarawak, Iban, because they are prepared as a pickle. They are jerukkan the fruit. Okay, but for others fruit depend. In Sarawak they are seasonal, but they are not making like a commercial fruit. They are just making for their their family, for the family consumption, or for certain just for like a very traditional thing for them, but they are not very commercial. But for the dabai, I believe the Department of Sarawak, they are trying to commercialize. They want to making mayonnaise with a purple color, ice cream with purple color without adding any coloring agent, synthetic coloring agent. They can using a natural one, because for the dabai they can keep for a longer period of time. Thank you, Tunisa. Tunisa, you mute.
Itulah. Thank you, Prof. You received more question actually, but due to the time constraint, we would not be able to entertain them. But please share any question further to Prof. Amin. Prof. Amin, you wanted perhaps to type your email so that everyone can actually ask or request for wonderful papers that you have shared just now.
Okay, all right. So, while during the presentation by other speaker, I can reply the question. All right.
Wonderful. Thank you, Prof. Okay.
Thank you.
Once again, on behalf of the organizing committee as well as the management of POLTEKKES, I would like to thank Prof. Amin for your time and your contribution for this conference. Thank you very much, Prof. Amin. Hope to see you again in the next conference, inshallah.
Inshallah,
Stay
thank
safe.
you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so maybe all the participants and the audience, we rest for 1 or 2 minutes to exercise yourself before we continue to the next speaker. And I wish if you can also put in the slide for the next speaker biography. While waiting, I would like to check with Dr. Moiz from UAE is around. Dr. Moiz. Dr. Moiz, are you around? Okay. All right. Maybe because in Dubai, I have checked the time is around 6 a.m. in the morning. I have seen Dr. Wakisaka here in the Zoom meeting. Dr. Wakisaka, if we push your session earlier, would you be able to help us on that manner?
Yeah, can.
Alhamdulillah. Glad to see you, Dr. Wakisaka. It has been quite some time, yeah? Right, thank you very much. How are you?
Yeah, fine, thank you.
Thank you. So, okay, team, can we move to Dr. Wakisaka? All right, cool. Okay, while waiting for Dr. Moiz, I will keep searching for him after this. All right, the organizing committee, can you share the CV? Okay. Right. What time there, Prof. Wakisaka? What is the time in Fukuoka now.
Oh, we are reaching noon.
Noon. Okay, okay. And it's winter, right? I can
Yes,
see you
yes.
wearing. Okay, all right. So how Japan now with pandemic COVID-19? Are you working from home?
No.
Okay. Get back to the office, eh?
Yes, yes.
All right. Most of us in Malaysia are working from home. We are having a second wave at the moment. It's quite high yesterday, the highest record that we had, right? Okay. First of all, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank Professor Dr. Wakisaka Minato, for your willingness to share on your topic today. So let me introduce Dr. Wakisaka Minato. Professor Minato completed his education in Kyushu Institute of Technology in Japan from the Bachelor of Biochemical Engineering. He had also a Master in Bioprocess Engineering, as well as a Doctor in Engineering back in 2000. So we have a very expert in biomedical combination with engineering. He is currently an associate professor, from 2006 until current to date in Kyushu Institute of Technology in Japan. Professor Minato is also an active professional membership for Japanese Society of Chemical Engineering, as well as Japanese Society for Food Engineering. His research interests in marine biomass, food engineering, biochemical engineering, and environmental engineering. He has published a vast publication in international journal papers. I met Dr. Minato about 2 years ago in Fukuoka in one of the conference, and at that point we started our collaboration. We work together, hopefully more in the future, to identify the rice, because we know that rice is very critical, a staple food for Southeast Asia, and it's also high in glycemic index. But today, Prof. Minato will talk more about his interest in algae. Without further ado, Prof, your Zoom platform is now yours.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Nisak. Is it okay, the slide?
I can see clearly your slide.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. So, Dr. Nisak, thank you very much for your kind introduction and invitation to this conference. It's a great honor for me. Very good morning to all. My name is Minato Wakisaka from Kyushu Institute of Technology, Japan. So, title of my talk today is Growth Promotion of Microalgae by Biomass-Derived Chemicals. So, microalgae are microscopic size of algae within the range of 10 micrometer to 1 milliliter, 1 millimeter. Microalgae are typically found in freshwater and marine ecosystems. There are many species of microalgae, and some of them have high commercial values and can produce a lot of beneficial metabolites. Even though microalgae are very small, made a big contribution to us, supporting our life. 3 billion years ago, oxygen produced by photosynthesis of the blue-green algae, so-called cyanobacteria, changed the atmosphere to oxygenic. 2 billion years ago, vast amount of ionic ion in seawater became insoluble iron oxide by combining with oxygen, which fell to the seabed and formed iron ore deposit. 200 to 100 million years ago, dead organisms, including algae on the seabed, became trapped into the crust and were denatured by high pressure and geothermal heat to transform petroleum. So this slide might be of your interest. This is a valuable products from microalgae. There are many species of microalgae. In our laboratory, we culture a popular one, such as Hematococcus, Spirulina, Euglena, and Botryococcus. They can produce mass biomass and beneficial metabolites. For example, Hematococcus is well known for its high content of the strong antioxidant, astaxanthin. Spirulina is very rich in proteins, especially phycocyanin. Phycocyanin is very famous blue pigment. Euglena can produce a special metabolites, so-called paramylon. This is a beta-1,3-glucan, and also produce wax esters for biofuels. Botryococcus, they can produce lipids outside their bodies. Most common application of microalgae are feed for fisheries and for medical care and health, as known as superfood. Microalgae culture attract great attention as the one of the promising carbon recycling technology because of carbon dioxide fixation capacities and as a feedstock for biofuel. But if we think of large-scale culture for commercialization, there is a couple of bottlenecks for each step, from strain screening to purification of final products. Especially at cultivation step, low productivity is the most serious concern because that's why many efforts has been made to enhance biomass yield, such by closed system with artificial light, resulting in high cost. So there are a couple of approaches to improve biomass productivity, such as gene editing for microalgae strain or supplementation of additives, such as nutrients, carbon source, nitrogen source, phosphate source at cultivation step. This table is summary of comparison, and each methods have pros and cons for cost, efficiency, and safety. And this is our approach. Originally, our idea is to find growth promoter, the exciter or stimulants from industrial byproducts or waste, unutilized source. Since I know that steel-making slugs applied for seagrass bed restoration in Japan, and I found steel-making slug shows growth promotion effect on microalgae too. Now we are searching for cheaper and more effective new target from renewable biomass. So far, we found that arginate oligosaccharides, which obtained from macroalgae, and ferric acid from rice bran stimulate growth of spirulina and euglena, respectively. For ferric acid, it was a bit surprising to me because phenolic compounds sometimes exhibit inhibitory effect, negative effect on microbes. So this gave us another insight to explore phytochemicals from lignocellulosic materials. These are our latest findings that two sugar alcohols, such as mannitol and xylitol, from hemicellulose origin, and lignosulfonate. This is a byproduct of pulping industry for paper making process. They all showed growth promotion effect to euglena. Today, I'd like to introduce and focus on the growth promoter from rice bran, phytic acid. As you can see, phytic acid is a common storage form of phosphorus for plants, especially in grains. This is an experimental design to know the effect of different concentration of phytic acid on euglena. You can see that phytic acid treatment group showed more greener with time compared to control group. So this is the results of biomass. Growth of Euglena gracilis was significantly promoted by phytic acid, and its effect was in a concentration-dependent manner. Cell morphology is also important indicator of cellular status, physiological status. In this case, median cell length was prolonged by phytic acid treatment under both light and dark conditions. This means Euglena cells was more active status with phytic acid treatment. This is analytical results of photosynthetic pigments. There was a positive impact on pigment content in unit cells as well. Increase of chlorophyll A over B ratio was also observed. This indicates euglena cell with a high light absorbing capacities. This is a results effect of phytic acid on the paramylon content of euglena gracilis. Intracellular paramylon content did not change significantly, but total paramylon production for this culture will be enhanced because the cell density increased significantly. So herein, our research question is why phytic acid showed growth promotion effect on euglena gracilis. We need to consider whether phytic acid served as the sole phosphorus source and phytate involved in the utilization of phytic acid. Following experiments were designed to find microalgae with phytase using phosphorus screening media. This idea derived from common technique of bacteria culture for screening process. When we compare three types of microalgae, Hematococcus, Euglena, and Botryococcus, using phytase screening media, here we can see only Euglena could use phytic acid and can grow. So Euglena was able to utilize phytic acid as the sole phosphorus source. As a next step, phytase screening media with different phosphorus conditions were prepared. And also, phytase activities were measured according to this method. In this culture, following analysis were conducted. From this experiment, Euglena culture under different phosphorus conditions. Here we can see phosphorus source is important for the Euglena gracilis growth. And phytic acid was able to be utilized as phosphorus source by Euglena gracilis. This is a growth profiles of Euglena under 4 different phosphorus conditions. Cell growth under phosphorus-free medium was completely inhibited, so that phosphorus are essential for Euglena growth. When cultured containing diammonium hydrogen phosphate, Euglena gracilis quickly entered exponential growth phase and grown well. To our great surprise, Euglena could grow in the phosphorus-free medium, which lacking available inorganic phosphate, suggesting that phytic acid and its salt could be utilized as a salt phosphorus source for Euglena. This is the photosynthetic pigments content. Phytic acid supplementation could enhance the pigment's yield. The decline in chlorophyll A to B ratio indicated the cellular senescence and death caused by the environmental stress due to a lack of available phosphorus. Phytic acid could be utilized by Euglena cells, and phytase, the enzyme, might assist to provide the available phosphorus. Cell aspect ratio were greatly increased with phytic acid. Here, we infer that the change in the aspect ratio of Euglena might correlate to the phytic acid and its derivatives, such as inositol and lower myoinositol phosphates. These are the analysis of metabolites, macromolecular pool of microalgae, using FTIR. Total yield of variable cellular metabolites with phytic acid treatment groups would also be enhanced, as the cell density in phytic acid treatment groups were increased without sacrificing their cellular metabolites content. Finally, we confirm phytase activity of Euglena gracilis for the first time. Currently, commercial phytase are used in agriculture to mobilize indigestible phosphate compounds in livestock feed. If not, since non-ruminant animals which lacking phytase cannot digest phytic acid, so excreta containing abundant phosphorus cause environmental pollution in aquatic ecosystem. So this is one of my idea for integrated process of increasing nutritional uptake by non-ruminant without water pollution using Euglena gracilis, which showed phytase activity. So this is a summary. Phytic acid could serve as a sole phosphorus source for Euglena. Phytic acid supplementation enhanced the pigment yield of Euglena. Aspect ratio of Euglena cells was increased with phytic acid. Currently, FTIR was effective tool to analyze cellular components such as carbohydrate, lipid, and proteins. Phytase activity was demonstrated in Ugrina for the first time in this study.
Yang benar, Pi. Bapak mau nanya apa, Pi? Kenapa travel langsung dari ini?
This is another unique finding using phytic acid. We found unique properties of phytic acid to increase harvesting efficiency of microalgae, which provide solution for another bottleneck of microalgae culture. So this is the list of my recent publication related to this presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wakisaka, for a very insightful presentation about the microalgae and its growth stimulant from lignocellulose. To me, the work is very important and pertinent, especially related when I look into about your final slide, how it can apply to reduce the pollution. Yeah, so that's very important. And I like this presentation that we can actually reduce the pollutant, water pollutant, where now is very significant in Malaysia. Yeah. May I invite Miss Alfina Nur, Miss Alfina Nur to translate the presentation to Indonesia.
All right, Ms. Barokatun, thank you very much for the time. Thank you so much for Professor Wakisaka. I'm trying to interpret and translate in Indonesian, so this is the result. Jadi, mikroalga merupakan bahan potensial yang dapat dibudayakan melalui panen dan pengendaliannya. Pada contohnya, yang memanfaatkan sumber fosfor melalui screening hingga analisis kondisi faktor. Hasil yang didapat adalah asam fitat dapat menjadi sumber fosfor untuk E. gracilis, yang nantinya dapat menjadikan sustainable atau kebaikan yang berkelanjutan dalam sektor mikroalga dan budidayanya. Baik, seperti itu. Terima kasih. I'll give it back to Miss Nisa. Thank you very much.
Miss Alfina, any question from the participant?
I have one, Dr. Nisa.
Thank you, Prof. Amin.
Thank you for Dr. Minato Wakisaka. I think very informative presentation, very clear presentation. I like your presentation very much. In your presentation, you're talking about ferulic acid. Yeah, is it ferulic acid from algae or from rice husk?
Thank you, Prof. The ferulic acid obtained from rice husk, or I mean rice bran.
Okay, how much, may I know how much content the ferulic acid?
Sorry, now I don't have the figure.
Okay, all right, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me see in the chat box whether they have any question. All right, no question. Prof. Wakisaka, whether your work has been applied in any industry in Japan or in other part of the world?
Oh, I'm waiting for the collaborator.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So because this is a very, maybe, yeah, if we can talk to Shabas, Prof. Amin?
Yeah, I also would like to ask one question. Can I ask Dr. Wikasaka, Dr. Nisa?
Yeah, please.
Okay, Dr. Wakisaka, I think in Malaysia, yeah, or in Indonesia, we are the main producer of the palm oil, yeah, palm, yeah. And then during the process, yeah, oil palm, you removing the oil, yeah, extracting the oil from the mesocarp or endocarp. There are a byproduct, yeah, the byproduct of this oil extraction. Do you think the sample byproduct can be apply same as your research instead of rice bran? The waste, yeah, maybe you can use this the palm kernel, the byproduct of the oil extraction. Are you think is it possible or visible to work on this byproduct of the palm oil extraction?
Oh, thank you, Prof, for the great idea. Yeah, I think basically possible.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Wakisaka. Because of the time, we have to stop you here. But if you have any question, I mean, like the participant has any question, can they email to you?
Yeah, sure. Welcome.
Okay. So thank you very much. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank Dr. Wakisaka for your time and for insightful topic on growth stimulant of microalgae. Yeah. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, how are you? Can we continue further? Yeah, right. So the next speaker, if we will have Dr. Muiz Islam. Dr. Muiz.
Yeah, good morning. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Walaikum salam. It's still very early morning, eh?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It was like early pre-dawn time. I faced some unexpected issues. I'm very sorry for this delay.
No problem.
Please accept my apology.
It's okay. Can we have Dr. Muiz CV show up in the slide, please? Okay. Okay, it's not very clear here. Okay, Dr. Muiz, thank you very much. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank your participation for this conference. Yeah, your willingness and your support will absolutely enhance the interest and the sharing session of the conference.
Thank you.
I met Dr. Muiz, I think a year ago, before the pandemic of COVID-19, in one of the Ramadan diabetes conference in Dubai.
Yes, in Dubai. Yes.
Okay. So Dr. Muiz, okay, he is now the lecturer, in the University of Sharjah and chair of research committee, strategic planning, and College of Health Sciences. Yeah. He graduated for his PhD in nutrition and food technology, or human nutrition, from the Department of Nutrition and Food Technology from University of Jordan, right, back in 2008. And now he served as a chair of research committee. He previously worked in University of Hale in KSA. Yeah, he received a lot of award, honors, and scholarship. Okay, and absolutely, he has published a lot of journal article, and one of the journal or manuscript that really put me on interest is the meta-analysis and systematic review on the Ramadan effect. Yeah. So without further ado, with a great honor, I would like to invite Dr. Muiz to share his topic on intermittent fasting amid pandemic of COVID-19. Yeah? The topic is very relevant and timely needed. Dr. Muiz, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Barakat Nusak. I'm really happy to be with you in this beautiful morning. Thanks for the attendees. This is my pleasure to be with you this day. I will talk about the intermittent fasting and immunity amid the COVID-19. But I'm sorry, I don't know how to. I think you have to give me the permission to upload and to share the screen.
Right. Okay, Dr. Moiz, did you see the on top?
Yeah, we have options, but there is no option for to upload or to share the screen.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So would you like, may I know, Nabila, my helper, I mean like my facilitator, yeah? So can Dr. Moiz share his own screen so that it would be easy for him to control
yes.
Yeah, his own slide? Can he share his own screen, please?
Yes, ma'am. Please.
I
Can you
couldn't find the
help me?
option
Okay,
to
so
upload
on the bottom of your Zoom platform meeting, you will see participant, chat box, and share screen. Did you see them?
Participants, yeah, this participants, yes.
Participant, chat, and share screen.
See the screen.
Record and reaction. Can you say the button, the green button of share screen?
Ah, yes, this share screen,
Okay.
that's fine.
All right, so
Okay.
please click and then you can go to your slide. Yes.
It's clear now?
Yes, yes. Thank you very much.
That's
Alhamdulillah.
great. That's great. Thank you so much, all of you. So I have just to minimize this and to start my presentation. Okay. So Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. This is my topic about intermittent fasting and immunity amid the COVID-19. First of all, I have to declare that on the behalf of myself and my co-authors, I declare that there is no actual or potential conflict of interest in relation to this presentation. I think all of you, you know this scientist, the Professor Osami. He is the Nobel Prize laureate in 2016. Professor Osami was granted this Nobel Prize as a result for his extensive research, actually, on autophagy. But the good thing that the mechanism which triggers or the driving factor for the autophagy was the fasting, which Professor Osami was searching for, and found that fasting is something good that will help to elongate our lifespan and resist the cell death and cell aging. So from that point, there was a growing interest actually with fasting, specifically intermittent fasting, which Professor Osami found that it helps to ignite the cellular autophagy and extend the human lifespan and the other models. So from that time, actually, more focused research has been directed toward fasting, and especially the intermittent fasting. And we can find that in the literature with many of the articles that have been published in the top magazines and top journals like the Science. There was a very interesting and comprehensive review titled as A Time to Fast in the Science in the late of 2018, sorry. After that, we find a lot of, before and around this time, a lot of research was published in the top journals about intermittent fasting and how intermittent fasting is essential and important for our health. In cell metabolism and other top journals, you will find a lot of research articles highlighting the importance of fasting and the different types of fasting, like time-restricted feeding, in improving the different metabolic and health aspects. In his review, Professor Francisco in the Science Journal, he classified the different types of fasting into fasting that including modification in the total dietary and caloric content, and fasting that dictates just only changing the timing of the eating and the meal time. They mentioned different types of fasting, including the caloric restriction, including the time-restricted feeding, including the intermittent fasting or periodic fasting, and the fasting mimicking diet, with different description and different time intervals and different levels of evidence for each type of model of these models. In his systematic and comprehensive review, the father of the fasting research currently, the Professor Patterson, actually, he also mentioned different types of fasting, and he mentioned Ramadan fasting as one of the types of intermittent fasting, in which there is a kind of periodic and alternating fasting and feasting hours within the 24-hour day. So this pattern of fasting has been found to be actually profoundly impacting and affecting our bodies. A lot of reviews and mechanistic studies have been published showing how the fasting affects our body. One of the interesting things that fasting is not just only a kind of changing of the meal pattern or just a kind of abstinence from eating food or drinking water from time to time. No, it is something much larger than that. Fasting actually entails sorry. Fasting actually entails a list of modifications, including the gut microbiome changes, and we will discuss part of these changes in our presentation. There is a kind of change in the circadian rhythm hormones and the circadian clock, or what's called the biological clock. There is a change in the lifestyle, dietary activity factors, and even sleep behaviors during the practice of the intermittent fasting. So these major changes in the human behavior and the human biology, actually, they have drastic and dramatic, actually, impacts on different aspects related to inflammation, to lipid metabolism, to insulin and glucose homeostasis, and also to the satiety hormones that control our eating and feeding pattern. And at the end, all these changes will be reflected mostly positively, actually, in the prevention of obesity, type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and cancers. So there are different aspects, actually, of fasting related to our body and health we have to consider. The most recent review published in the New England Journal of Medicine was about the effect of intermittent fasting on health, aging, and disease. They showed how the complex interactions and the changes in the metabolic pathways that occur upon the fasting, specifically the intermittent fasting pattern. Well, one of these major things, actually, it was the reduction, the mTOR pathway, which one of the mechanisms how the autophagy is triggered in our bodies. In addition to the increasing the brain-derived neurotrophic factor, which has a major role in improving the neurological plasticity and lowering the risk of having the neurodegenerative disease like Alzheimer and other types of diseases. Another major thing was actually what's called the metabolic switching, in which the body switches the metabolism from the carbohydrate-dependent pathway into the ketogenic-dependent pathway, in which there is more production for the ketone bodies like acetone, acetoacetate, and beta-hydroxybutyrate, and how this shift in the metabolism is important for the body and how it has many of the beneficial effects on the body that we will try to find. To show. This figure summarizes the available evidence about the different aspects of effect for the intermittent fasting on our body functions and body systems. As I mentioned, Francisco in his Science article classified the fasting types into those types that there is a kind of major reduction or change in the content, like the caloric restriction and the fasting mimicking diet, while other types, they're just a kind of the time of exposure to the food, like intermittent fasting, periodic fasting, and time-restricted feeding. At the end, they found all these different types of fasting actually have positive impacts on our body, like increasing, as I mentioned, the ketone bodies, adiponectin, ghrelin, reducing the IGF, reducing the insulin, triglycerides, inflammatory markers in the liver, in the intestines, skeletal muscle, adipose tissue. All these actually beneficial effects have been reported. Actually, I can't go with each one because each one has its own details and many of the information. But this is this is a kind of overall positive impact actually of the practice of intermittent fasting, whether on the human or the animal body. This is the most recent one. Actually, also they highlighted how the intermittent fasting change our body composition in a way that help to improve the health and lowering the risk of disease, like what is known as the beiging of the white adipose tissue and increasing the condensation of the mitochondria in our white adipose tissue and changing the color accordingly from white to brown. And this is very important to increase the energy expenditure and to help the body improving the body weight and reducing the weight gain by increasing the energy expenditure from the body. A lot of research about the way how the fasting improves the inflammatory status by reducing the effect of the pro-inflammatory cytokines, in decreasing the oxidative stress damage in our bodies, and improving the brain health, as I mentioned. These are found in the animals. I reckon in the human, other important findings actually have been reported in the body weight, cardiovascular health, in the fasting and in the glucose homeostasis, inflammatory markers, especially the IGF reduction, increasing adiponectin, and increasing the cognitive performance. We have a lot of plethora actually of good things related to fasting. The latest two articles have been published actually on the intermittent fasting, and these were applied on actually Ramadan fasting people. How the intermittent fasting during Ramadan. We are discussing Ramadan because this is the available model we are using in our research. There are many other models, but because this is available model and practiced by the people, so we start studying how this model of fasting, of intermittent fasting, affects our body and our health. And I will show you now our research about it and how it is related actually toward the prevention of the infection and to be a kind of protective effect against any kind of infection because of the inherent changes associated with fasting, especially intermittent fasting. So one of these research actually using the proteomic study and proteomic technique, they found that the practice of intermittent fasting from dawn to sunset for 30 consecutive days was helpful in actually preventing and suggested as adjunct therapy for cancer, for metabolic syndrome, and several cognitive and neuropsychiatric diseases because of the effect of fasting in improving the proteomic expression for many of the proteins that are helpful in fighting these diseases. The most recent one also found that intermittent fasting actively modulates a set of genes that help to improve the metabolic syndrome actually. And it could be suggested as one of the adjunct therapies for metabolic syndrome and types of cancers related to the obesity and excessive body weight. They found that with the practice of intermittent fasting from dawn to sunset, they found that there is an increase in the anti-cancer proteomic signature. There is an increase in the DNA repair proteins, which help to fight the carcinogenesis. There was an improvement in the key regulators for the insulin signaling and increasing the insulin sensitivity with decreasing the insulin resistance, which are associated with metabolic syndrome and type 2 diabetes. And also the increased expression of the proteins associated with the prolonged longevity, in addition to the reduction in the body weight, body mass index, waist circumference, systolic and diastolic blood pressure, and decreasing the insulin resistance for those who were practicing fasting from dawn to sunset for 30 days. And the importance of these variables and all these variables we just mentioned, especially those related to metabolism, body weight, insulin resistance, all these factors actually are involved in the etiopathogenesis of COVID-19 and how the fasting could be interacting and cross-talking with the COVID-19 from these metabolic pathways. I will not talk about COVID-19. This is the world issue. But the most important thing that in the COVID-19 actually was found to be associated with increased level of what's called the cytokine storm. Well, elevated pro-inflammatory cytokines, especially interleukin-6 and alpha-interleukin-1 beta. And these cytokines actually, and the long-term elevation of these cytokines have been associated with the death and the multiple organ damage that have been reported among the COVID-19 patients. So how fasting could be helpful in lowering the risk factors and the predisposing factors that have been found to be associated with COVID-19. One of the area studies that have been reviews that try to find out how the intermittent fasting could be a possible promising actually tool to dampen and to improve the host defense against the SARS-CoV-2 infection. They found that the beneficial effect of fasting, especially the model of intermittent fasting, and it helps to improve the immunity and autophagy in the body. And this could be very important as a prophylactic measure that lowers the risk of having COVID-19. The review showed that how the immunomodulatory potential of the intermittent fasting may constitute a promising preventive strategy against the COVID-19. And the authors anticipated that fasting could be positive preventive, as I mentioned, against the COVID-19. And they tried to find and to show how the different cellular and mechanisms that are interacting between the intermittent fasting, autophagy, improving immunity, and decreasing the risk of having COVID-19, especially what is related to the reduction in the pro-inflammatory cytokines, interleukin-6 and alpha, interleukin-1 beta, which have been found to be elevated with the COVID-19 patients. This is our first review we have written about the effect of Ramadan intermittent fasting model on immunity and how this practice could be helpful. We wrote this article because at the beginning of Ramadan fasting in the April in the 2020, there was a growing detail about how fasting could be affecting our bodies. Is it becoming more risky to have a fasting during COVID-19, or the fasting could be helpful in lowering the risk of COVID-19? So we reviewed the literature and we found that all the evidences related to the fasting and the different metabolic and immunity aspects, all these were actually showing a positive effect for the practice of intermittent fasting, whether in Ramadan or outside Ramadan. All have a positive effect against toward improving the immunity against the microbial infections, including the viral infection. And if there is time, I will show you this literature. So we found that the practice of fasting principally couldn't be something harmful, and it is expected to have a positive effect based on the literature. With the progression of the COVID-19, we hypothesized a kind of a diet that is composed actually from different aspects, including fasting and intermittent fasting, as suggested and hypothesized proposed diet to help dampen the SARS-CoV-2 infection. How? By increasing the ketogenic pathway by triggering. Sorry.
Please continue, Moy.
Yeah, so we proposed a kind of a regime that helps to dampen the infection. How? By increasing the ketogenesis in the body, because we found that the ketogenesis that is triggered during the intermittent fasting could be helpful in lowering the risk, because ketogenesis means that the body will be utilizing the fatty acids and the energy production. So the virus, which require these fatty acids to build the viral envelope, the virus will be deprived from these fatty acids because the body will be depending on these fatty acids in the ketogenesis process and the energy production. So the availability of these fatty acids will be reduced in the body. For the idea that and how to change the host metabolism in a way that deprives the virus from the required nutrients. And we suggested also the medium chain triglycerides, especially from the coconut oil, because coconut oil was one of the best actually sources of the medium chain triglycerides, especially the lauric acid and the monolaurine. And the lauric acid and monolaurine actually have been found to have antiviral effects. So combining the medium chain fatty acids from the coconut oil and the addition of the olive oil as a rich oil with the antioxidant, anti-inflammatory agents, which also have been protective, have been shown to be protective, these antioxidant, anti-inflammatory agents, whether in olive oil or in any other food. Any antioxidant, any anti-inflammatory agent is helpful in lowering the risk, actually, because, as we mentioned, the problem with the COVID-19 is the association between the high inflammation and the high risk of infection and complication of the COVID-19. So this suggested diet actually could be helpful in lowering the risk of having COVID-19. Again, we reviewed the articles and we found that the practice of fasting was found to improve the autoimmune disease response and to decrease what is called the immunosenescence. Immunosenescence is the kind of senescence, aging for the immune system. The authors, they found that the practice of fasting could be helpful in decreasing the immunosenescence and so activating the good cells. So they found that the fasting helped to decrease the biological rate of aging and promote the anti-inflammatory effects and contribute to alleviate the possibly and reverse the variety of autoimmune disorders and immunosenescence. How? By killing the old and damaged cells and replacing the old damaged cells with young functional cells in our bodies. So this is something good to rebuild or activate our immune system through the fasting practice. Other studies also showed that fasting was helpful in decreasing the inflammation in the body and improving the mechanism of the immune cells by decreasing the immunosenescence mechanism. This review actually tried to find how the different immunological and immunomodulatory effects of fasting affects our bodies and how it may also affect the risk of infection. All the available evidence suggests that the practice of fasting, especially the Ramadan model fasting, this was specifically on Ramadan, was associated with decreasing the inflammatory and pro-inflammatory factors like TNF-alpha, interleukin-6, and 1-beta, the ones that I have mentioned just before that have been associated with increased risk of COVID-19 and increased progression of the complications of COVID-19. Increasing the macrophage activity, which is essential for the ability of the body to fight against the different pathogens and the infections, and other beneficial effects like decreasing the CXL12 and CXL10. All these actually have been found to be beneficial in improving the body immunity against cancer, against infection. This is our first meta-analysis we have done actually on the effect of Ramadan intermittent fasting on the pro-inflammatory and inflammatory and oxidative stress markers. And we use the model of systematic review and meta-analysis to find out the effect size and what's the net effect of the practice of intermittent fasting on the inflammation. And we found that the practice of intermittent fasting was actually positive or healthy in lowering the TNF-alpha and interleukin-6, which have been mostly affected by the practice of intermittent fasting during Ramadan. And these are the two inflammatory cytokines that have been shown to be associated with increased risk of having COVID-19 and the complications of COVID-19. We summarized the results in this forest plotting. We found like there is a small effect, positive effect in reducing the interleukin 1-beta, 1-alpha, medium effect in decreasing the interleukin 1-6. This is we call it medium effect size by using the Hodges value for the interleukin 6. Medium to small effect on the TNF-alpha, small effect on the other inflammatory cytokines. The oxidative stress markers, what we call malondialdehyde, also it was decreased, which means that the fasting decreases the oxidative stress in our bodies. This study we have done also on the effect of fasting on Ramadan on the genes that are responsible for activating the antioxidant mechanisms in our bodies and fighting the oxidative stress, which represent a kind of risk factor to develop any infection. We examined three major genes: the SOD2 gene, the superoxide dismutase, TFAM, and NRF2. NRF2 is like the master of the genes, of the antioxidant genes that are responsible for fighting against the oxidative stress in the body. And sorry, we found that the expression of the genes at the end of Ramadan or during Ramadan was profoundly increased during the fasting by 90%, 54%, 411%, and 4 times increase in the expression of the NRF2 gene, which is the master gene that controls the antioxidant mechanisms in our bodies, which means that the practice of fasting, like Ramadan fasting, is very helpful in improving the antioxidant mechanisms, and so the protection of the body against the oxidative stress, which has an adverse metabolic effects, especially on the obese people. So these are the genes without details. This is how about 4 times increased expression of the NRF2 gene in comparison before Ramadan fasting. The TFAM, about maybe 90% increase at the end of Ramadan fasting. SOD2, which is a major antioxidant mechanism enzyme, lower superoxide dismutase 2. All these increased actually during the practice of Ramadan fasting. The good thing also, subhanAllah, I found these 3 genes also have been implicated in what's called the neuroplasticity. And the increased expression of these genes also is helpful, as you can see here. These genes actually have been involved in the what's called the neuroplasticity, and helps to lower the risk of having a kind of neurodegenerative diseases. And I received one good paper actually from Indonesia, I don't remember exactly, from Indonesia or from Malaysia. They really did a very interesting paper research work on the difference between the elderly people who are fasting Monday and Thursday, who 2 to 5 model of fasting, and those who are not fasting. And they found that those who were fasting, they were having much better cognitive and brain neuroplasticity and brain cognitive functions than those who were not fasting, which could be explained by the effect of the fasting on these 3 genes, as I mentioned here. Again, the COVID-19 is affected directly actually by the metabolic syndrome, and affected by the metabolic changes associated with the metabolic syndrome. Among the most important changes associated with metabolic syndrome, the increased pro-inflammatory cytokines, loss of lymphoid tissue integrity, altered distribution of the leukocytes, in addition to the metabolic stress and dysfunction, all these associated with metabolic syndrome and obesity. So how fasting affect these markers? Here, if we look for this interesting slide, we found that there is a kind of connection between obesity, immunity, and infection. Obesity leads to compromised immunity, leads to increased risk of infection. How? By the effect of obesity in the adipokines, including especially leptin and adiponectin, which is presented in the increased level of leptin and decreased level of adiponectin in the obese people. And they found that these metabolic changes actually associate with increased risk of viral infection. So how fasting affects the leptin and the adiponectin and the visceral adiposity and the adipokines? Adipokines are secreted from the visceral adipose tissue. This is also related to the reported high incidence of COVID-19 with high rate of advanced complicated morbidity and mortality of COVID-19 patients. They found that the more the obesity, the more the risk of having patients in the ICU, which means obesity is a major risk factor, as I mentioned. How obesity is a major risk factor? By increasing the secretion of the leptin and decreasing adiponectin and the disturbed regulation of the adipokines. Here we did a kind of meta-analysis on the effect of fasting in Ramadan as a model of fasting on the metabolic syndrome components, to find out how the practice of fasting affect these risk factors. And we found that the on about 4,326 participants in 85 studies, we found that the fasting in Ramadan as a model of intermittent fasting was helpful in lowering those risk factors associated with metabolic syndrome, which is a major risk factor for COVID-19, like decreasing the waist circumference, which means there is a reduction in the visceral fat, which are responsible for the production of the adipokines, decreasing of the systolic blood pressure, decreasing in the fasting glucose, decreasing in the triacylglycerol, and increasing the HDL, which is the good cholesterol. This was the flow chart for the analysis.
Yeah. Sorry to disturb you. Perhaps the last few slides, or you can summarize them.
Right. I will go now to the visceral fat and how the fasting decreases the visceral fat, how fasting increasing the anti-inflammatory interleukin 10, which has an antiviral effect. I will go now to the, as I mentioned, leptin is decreased upon fasting, adiponectin is increased upon fasting, which all have been integrated with the good anti-cancer effect. I will jump now to the gut microbiota and how intermittent fasting improving the gut microbiota. And there is now growing research that the gut microbiota involved in the etiopathogenesis of many of the metabolic ailments and diseases, and how the disturbed microbial balance is associated with increased risk of COVID-19. But all the research actually have been found that cell metabolism, except few researchers, that the practice of fasting actually have been found to improve the gut microbiota in a way that improves the immune function and increasing the beneficial types of gut microbiota in our bodies in a way that could be helpful in lowering the risk of COVID-19 and improving the different metabolic pathways. And this is one of the studies that have been done on Ramadan fasting model, and they found that there is an improvement in some beneficial bacteria upon the practice of intermittent fasting during Ramadan, and how these beneficial bacteria have been associated with decreased inflammatory bowel diseases like ulcerative colitis. And the latest one was also how the gut microbiota induced by intermittent fasting could help in improving even the cognitive impairment in diabetic patients and other functions in the bodies. So in conclusion, intermittent fasting may incur a sort of protection against the inflammation and oxidative stress, which may help in boosting the immune system against the microbial infection, including the viral infection. Again, this is a speculative research because there is nothing research have been done directly on COVID-19, but all these are speculative based on the published research on the literature and how the fasting affects the immunity in the body. Again, no research have been conducted on COVID-19 itself or per se, but so there is no different conclusion or could be drawn from the effect of intermittent fasting and Ramadan fasting on this outbreak. But we believe that the available evidences all support that the practice of fasting could be helpful in lowering the risk, and this needs further research to be conducted to explore how the practice of fasting, like intermittent fasting and Ramadan fasting, affects the COVID-19 infection. This is my great team, actually. I indebted for, and one of your students is my student, Asma Ubaidin from UPM, and this is our collaborators from Harvard, from King Saud, from Lubbock University in Germany, and this is my great assistants. And at the end, we say what Allah Ta'ala say, it is better for you to fast if you only know. وَأَن تَصُومُوا خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ إِن كُنتُمْ تَعْلَمُونَ. So it is the time to fast. Allahumma balighna Ramadan, and help us to fast in Ramadan and outside Ramadan, because fasting is something good to our health. Thank you so much for your kind listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muiz, for a very insightful story of fasting. And now we realize that Ramadan fasting is very important to enhance our immunity. Yeah. Okay.
Exactly.
I would like to invite Ms. Ibu Alfina first to translate them into the Indonesian language. Then we can go back, perhaps take one question before we end the session. Right.
Miss Rani Adelina, Bu.
Oh, minta maaf.
Yeah.
Yes. I call Miss Rani, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Ms. Nisa. I will try to conclude it in Indonesian. Kesimpulan dari materi Associate Profesor Muiz Al-Islam terkait puasa intermittent kekebalan tubuh di tengah kondisi COVID-19 menyatakan bahwa intermittent fasting ini melindungi dari kejadian obesitas, stres oksidatif, penyakit kardiovaskuler, hipertensi, neurodegeneration, kemudian kanker, sindroma metabolik, dan diabetes tipe 2. Kemudian intermittent fasting ini juga akan mempengaruhi
Ibu Rani?
Okay, sorry, there is a problem. I'm sorry.
Yes, saya is common in this.
Intermittent fasting ini akan mempengaruhi mikrobiota usus, kemudian jam sirkadian, dan gaya hidup seperti pola makan, Oke, untuk intermittent fasting akan mempengaruhi mikrobiota usus, jam sirkadian, dan gaya hidup. Kemudian juga puasa Ramadan ini dimaksud dalam definisi intermittent fasting dibuktikan dengan adanya perubahan ekspresi gen seperti NRF2, SOD2, dan TPAM, serta melemahkan sitokain proinflamasi pada subjek sehat. IM akan mempengaruhi metabolisme zat gizi dan neuroendokrin signaling sehingga akan menyebabkan resistensi stres, kemudian proteostasis, autofagi, metabolisme glukosa dan lemak, kemudian mitokondrial biogenesis dan pertahanan sel. Intermittent fasting juga dapat memberikan semacam perlindungan terhadap peradangan, stres oksidatif, dan juga membantu meningkatkan sistem kekebalan terhadap infeksi mikroba termasuk infeksi virus. Namun belum ada penelitian yang dilakukan dari intermittent fasting dan juga puasa Ramadan secara spesifik pada saat kondisi COVID-19 ini, sehingga tidak ada kesimpulan pasti yang dapat diambil. Okay, that's all. I will give it back to Ms. Nisa. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Rani. Thank you very much. Due to the interest of time, I will only read one question. Yeah. Dr. Muiz, this is a question from my colleague as well, Dr. Nur Haizan from UPM, Malaysia. Thank you very much. Very interesting and clear talk. May I know if you have come across, came across any study on the effect of intermittent fasting on sex hormone? Because several studies have shown that obese male usually have low level of testosterone and
sex hormones. Yeah, sorry, sex hormones. Yeah, actually, I haven't my research, but there is already published research about the effect of Ramadan fasting on sex hormones. Really, I don't remember exactly how the effect, but they found what I know, there is no negative or adverse effect actually on the sex hormones upon Ramadan fasting. There is a kind of short-term suppression for the sexual desire, but at the end, the secretion of the hormone as a hormone was not adversely affected actually through the Ramadan fasting. This is what in general what I remember, but I have to go back and to find the details. And you can find, if you write like Ramadan fasting and sex hormones, I think you will find more than one research published in this aspect.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muiz.
Yeah, welcome,
on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank your participation. Yeah?
Thank you so much.
It was so interesting. And if anyone has further question, Dr. Muiz, would you be able to stay perhaps 5 to 10 minutes to entertain any question in the chat box? Yeah?
I'm sorry, I have a lecture at
okay.
Just 1 minute. I have to go for my lecture at 8 exactly. I have now 1 minute from my lecture for the students.
No worries. If that was the case, I can always extend your email to them so that you can communicate directly with you. With that, thank you very much, Dr. Muiz. Stay
Thank you
safe
so much for your invitation, and hope inshallah a very interesting and
until
successful
we meet
conference.
again.
Thank you
very
so much for you. Thank you.
All right.
Bye bye. Assalamu alaikum.
Bye bye. Walaikum salam. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for staying with us. Yeah, now from fasting, from microalgae, and from food, we will move on to the topic that the women most like. Yeah, about cosmetic and beauty. Right. So if you can share the CV of our next speaker, yeah, Professor Malin. Thank you very much. Please allow me to read. She has a very extensive work. Yeah, Professor Malin received Bachelor of Science in Pharmacy from Chulalongkorn University, and then she continued her education and completed master and doctorate degree in science in the field of microbiology from Mahidol University under the international program supported by Rockefeller Foundation. She also received a certificate of management in higher education from Galilee College, Israel, and Harvard University under the Extension School from United States. Yeah. So Professor Malin is now served as the technical director at S&J International Enterprise, a public company with a global standard and innovation in cosmetics. Prior joining the industry, Professor Malin is also an instructor at Faculty of Pharmacy, Mahidol University. Yeah, she has been teaching and worked at the Department of Microbiology, then moved to Deputy Director to Mahidol University International College. She has published extensive work in the field. She also a Vice President of Thai Society of Toxicology. Yeah, and I believe she is the right person to talk about cosmetic, as she has involved in many R&D as well as received award in this area. Without further ado, Prof, I would like to invite you to deliver a talk on the topic. Please, Professor Malin, the Zoom platform is now yours.
Sorry.
Okay, hi, Prof. How are you?
Yeah, sorry. Can you see mine?
I can see your face. Yeah, but
and your slide, my slide?
Not yet.
Wow.
You have to share your screen at the bottom of the Zoom platform. Yeah.
Yeah.
Share again.
I've shared, but can I go in?
Sorry. No, not at the moment. Okay, so when you share your screen, you will see. Yeah, it started.
Okay. Is that okay? Can you see it?
I can.
Yes,
I see. Can you go to your first slide and make it as a slideshow? Then you can present as usual.
I mean, now
yeah.
You can all see it?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Wonderful slide.
Sorry, I should go to that. Actually, it's not about cosmetics, but it's a Nutri-Cosmetics or cosmetics you can eat.
That's wonderful indeed.
Okay. So, you know the main food source for people is a plant products or animal products. You all know well, so I'll skip this one. And also why we eat food, because we want some nutritional from nutritional compounds from the food that we can divide it.
Prof, can you share in the slideshow so that it will be in the presentation slide?
You cannot see it?
We can see your slide, but not in the presentation.
Wow. Yeah. What should I do?
Okay, so you have to cancel sharing and reshare again. Maybe it's stuck now because what we see now is not in the slideshow. We just see main food source for people.
Okay. Is it? Cannot?
Okay, now better. At least, yeah. Your slide shows people nutritional need from food source.
Yeah, so all can see now?
Yes.
Okay. So in the food we can have for nutrition, we have macronutrients like protein, carbohydrates, and fat. And also for micronutrients, we have vitamins and minerals. That's why we have to balancing in eating food to get what we need from our macronutrients and micronutrients. Okay, so in the food, we can see that they have not only the nutritional compounds, but also have the non-nutritional compounds. So for nutrients, nutritional health, but for non-nutrient compounds, some of them have what we call the bioactive activity that can also give us extra health benefits. For example, like to help us to protect from diabetes or to heal diabetes or some other things like this. So what I would like to show you what compounds that we can find in our plant source. Like you can see there are a lot what we call the phytochemicals, like phenolic compounds, alkaloids, nitrogen containing compounds, or even others. So there are too many. So for these things you can find in the many journals. When we eat food, if we cannot eat enough, not sufficient food, or we want something more than that, we can get from what we call the dietary supplement or nutritional supplement. What is that? Nutritional products derived from food source to provide extra health benefits that the professor that talked before me have already mentioned about it. And also this include vitamins. What is the purpose? Added to the diet to boost overall health and energy, or to provide the immune system support, or reduce the risk of illness, and especially age-related conditions. And also to improve performance in athletics and mental activities, and also others. So for segmentation of nutritional supplements, we can divide it into two. That's why one is the nutraceuticals that you have already heard from our previous speakers. This is for body health. What I'm going to talk is a nutri-cosmetics, or this is to support our body beauty health. For nutraceuticals, this is the word from Dr. Stephen de Phalanx. He said that food or parts of food that provide medical or health benefits, including the prevention and treatment of disease. But they have another definition, like a diet supplement that delivers a concentrated form. It means it concentrate the food, the substance from food into concentrated form and put into like a capsule, tablet, or even a drink of a presumed active agents from food. You can see it. So in the market, you can see that they have a food supplement in form of like a tablet, even chewing gum, even a drink. So because we have nutrition that affect health and pharmaceuticals that affect health too. So nutraceuticals means combined properties of nutrition and pharmaceuticals to address health synergistically. It means that to give more benefits from food that we eat. So you can see that because like for nutritional supplements and pharmaceuticals, you can see that for pharmaceutical they give efficacy, and for nutritional supplement they give the safety. So give you what we call nutraceuticals. But for mine, nutri-cosmetic that I'm going to talk is where food and beauty meet. This is a term that relates to like a nutraceuticals, like we can eat and drink. So quality, I mean, after taking this nutricosmetic, what we can share from this consumption is the usual skincare for better overall results. The founder of this is the Swedish biochemist named Eki Dahlgren, who launched the first nutricosmetics, what we call Imidine brand. Imidine brand is a brand for L'Oreal in the late 1980s, because we know that L'Oreal is good in cosmetics, but that is beauty from outside in. But nutricosmetic is the beauty that we take that can give us the beauty from inside out. So if we merge between outside in and inside out beauty, can give us more beautiful. And this is to support the function and the structure of skin, hair, and nail, as well as body contour. So I would like to share you with like a nutrition effect health, like feel healthy, and cosmetic effect appearance, like look good. So nutricosmetic effect health and beauty. So this is make us feel healthy and look good. So this is what we call the cosmetic that you can eat to provide inside our healthy. So for the function of nutricosmetics can promote and enhance healthy and beautiful skin, like preventing premature aging skin or brightening dull skin, or promote and enhance healthy and beautiful hair. For example, preventing of easy hair loss or supporting of hair growth, or promote and enhance healthy and beautiful nails, like to strengthening easily broken nails. Or the last thing, like for fasting, you can get lean from fasting. If you cannot do that, you may take nutricosmetics to promote and enhance healthy and beautiful body, like a supporting slim body. This is the global market that about cosmetics, nutricosmetics. So you can see that it increased every year. So these are the cosmetic that you can see, nutricosmetic that you can see in the market, from like collagens, hyaluronic acid, some others, many others that you can see from the market. For global market trends, we can see that for the Asia, is Japan and China is the leader for nutricosmetics. So that's why when we go to Japan, we like to buy like a collagens from Shiseido. It's a very, very, very popular there, and then we always buy back for the driving factors, because we want to age well and look well. Even we get old, because all we know that age is only the number. It is what we are and what we do. So that's why we want to look well even we get age. So this is about an age-conscious population, or healthy lifestyle, increasing beauty concerns, or increase of aging, because of in the future, aging population will be quite a bit, or inclination towards less invasive beauty treatments, like people don't want to have the plastic surgery or whatsoever that will hurt us. So that's why we prefer using like a nutricosmetic and cosmetics. And people now educated that the beauty can make from within, and also the spa culture. Like Indonesia is very famous for spa, like a Bali spa. So that's why make people, because we go to spa because we want us to look good, have well-being, or look healthy. And also people care about health as well as beauty. That's why they can spend money for that. What is demanding? I mean, the most popular for global market trends in the nutricosmetic is the supporting anti-aging, and also firm and healthier body, or meeting weight goals by most consumer below 40 years old. So I will give you examples of the products that already launched in the market. Not mine. I mean, I just take from the market to let you see what is the example of anti-aging nutricosmetic for healthy and beautiful skin, named Skin Blossom. I took this because it's a very popular in the market. You can see the composition is not only one, not only one compound. Mostly they have combination because to combine, the bioactive activity of many together. Like we have, for this brand, they have alpha lipoic acid, coenzyme Q10, collagen, lecithin, rapeseed extract, fiber, and popularity. They must have vitamins there. For vitamin C and E, we know that they are very, very good antioxidant and moisturizing agent. For aging skin, why we can tell we has the aging skin, like wrinkles, dark circle under eyes, crow's feet, or puffiness and sagging. What is the cause? So you can see why we can get premature aging skin. You can see that from the reduction of essential skin nutrients, or skin dryness, or free radicals. The increase of dryness, increase of free radicals, increase of inflammation, the reduction of collagens, and reduction of skin cell turnover. About collagen, I'll talk later, but about skin turnover, I wanted to say that for the baby or children, the skin turnover, they go very fast. So that's why their skin look very, active and very bright. But for the elderly, the turnover of their skin cells is hard to change out. That's why we have to exfoliate our dead skin cell before our new skin cell can come out. If we exfoliate, the new skin cell come out, will make our skin become brighter, and also increase of DNA damage, because DNA is the what you call the gene that can produce many peptides or enzyme. If it is damaged, maybe the important proteins or peptides that skin needs will also reduce. For example, collagens are the peptides that produced from DNA, and also the reduction of repair ability from environmental damage. Like for example, like a UV is the important factors to damage our DNA or elicit the free radicals. So if it's hard to repair from this damage, it means that our skin will become aging. For the ingredients, same as previously, that they must have like I talked before, that they have alpha lipoic acid, coenzyme Q10. What is alpha lipoic acid? It provides active antioxidants and helps regenerate other antioxidants. That's why we have to take alpha lipoic acid quite often, because we know that free radicals is the main factors to cause in the aging process, to cause our skin become premature aging skin easily. Well, another one is coenzyme Q10. Actually, in our skin, we have coenzyme Q10 too, but for the elderly, our coenzyme Q10 will be minimized. So that's why we have to take from outside in. This can boost body antioxidant to protect cell damage and death. For fish collagens, actually, for vegetarian, they may not happy with the fish collagen. Nowadays, we can have plant collagens, and this is the project that many researchers want to study from the plant collagens, because we have to think of the vegetarian or vegan people that they don't take the animals. So a fish collagen supports dermal collagens to make skin firm and youthful. And lecithin support brighter skin, okay? And grapeseed extract, also this is the antioxidant too, to scavenge free radicals. Fiber extract provides active antioxidants and help generate other antioxidants like alpha lipoic acid. For vitamin C, it's a very, very good antioxidant, very important. And also it can support the collagen too. For vitamin E, it provides body hydration. That's why I said they can give the moisturizing to reduce hydration and to reduce the skin hydration or dryness and helps coverage free radicals. Another one is a weight goal. Before I'm going to talk about my research, I would like to let you see the blend in the market first. To weight goal, I mean, this is the to support our healthy and beautiful body, like a body beauty. For the composition, they have apple cider vinegar, cactus extract, chitosan, grapeseed extract, Malabar tamarind fruit extract, tomato extract, white kidney bean extract. For some, they have also vitamin C or E. So overweight or obese is an present appearance, uncomfortable movement, and also health problem. That's why I agree with your fastness, like your Muslims Ramadan. I prefer that because sometimes I don't take the dinner to fast myself. So I mean, for this one, you can see overweight. Overweight can be has many factors to make it ourselves be obesity. But however, not all. I mean this is high triglyceride that make us to have more fat. So, and however, for fat that you can control easily is like a obesity or being fat, weight gain, or diet and foods or medication. So, I mean, sorry, for medication, it can make you, some medication can make you fat too. But however, one is hard to control is like age and gender. So that's why people has more age, they get fatter, like when compared when we were young, and hereditary factors and other diseases. For the ingredient put in the that body beauty is apple cider vinegar, burns body calories. Because for the fat, we get fat because like it's easily to accumulation of fat, but on the contrary, hard to reduce the fat. So I mean, if we take apple cider vinegar, it burns body calories. For cactus, it reduces fat absorption. So fat absorption is also because I used to taste for cactus extract. Really, when I put oil in there, cactus extract can absorb the fat and also to make the fat outside reduce. This is the experiment I used to experiment too. For chitosan, is to reduce fat absorption too. For grapeseed, antioxidant. For this tamarind, inhibits lipid formation and reduce fat accumulation, but also it can, can make us poo-poo easily too. So that's why to reduce our accumulation of some food, unwanted food in our body. Tomato extract is a very good antioxidant. For white kidney bean extract, inhibits lipid formation and reduce fat accumulation. So this is my research on anti-aging nutrient cosmetic. I work in from I started a Milo brand fruit. It's a Milo blend, or for the scientific name is called the Terminalia cellula. For other English name is actually is can grow in India, Indonesia, and Thailand too. For medical use, it's like this one. For indication, when I look through the Ayurvedic text, I found that it can use for rejuvenation. So that's why I'm interested in that, and that's why I was going to study at the time. So for myeloblan, everybody knows it's a very important ingredient in Triphala or Triphala, a preferred trio of Ayurvedic medicine. When we look through, in turmeric mylobalan or mylobalan, Terminalia cellula, you can see that in there, they compose of like a dietary supplement like vitamin C, energy, protein, and mineral nutrients. This is a nutrition side or nutritional compounds, but non-nutritional compounds. Actually, phenolic compounds always be studied. So you can see that in there, they have total phenolic compounds of this per gram. The important compounds in there is this one and this one. Can you see it? Correlation, yeah. After the start, for free radicals, mostly people when going to research for the active compounds from the plants or from other compounds, they will study free radicals because free radicals are the causes of many problems because it can reduce like a macromolecule like protein, lipid, and also DNA or genetics materials. So for this one, you can see that it can, when we use the biochemical study, it can reduce free radicals by DPPS assay or even by the, and also can, when I use a red blood cell hemolysis, of course, it also can reduce hemolysis because red blood cell, they have some membrane that they can be oxidized by free radical and make hemolysis. So this is the study. You can see the result like this one, and auto total is like this one when compared with the vitamin C and E. But however, it's not so good when compared to vitamin C and E. The free radicals antioxidant activity is cannot comparable with the vitamin C and E. Also, we have studied more like use other system of antioxidant assay like ABTS, like a superoxide radical inhibition, and also free complex inhibition. So also it can reduce these free radicals from the many assays. Besides, I also study about the free radical, the reactive oxygen species elicit in the macrophage induced by hydrogen peroxide. You can see that from solvent, the yellow spot is for ROS, and you can see that if increase the dose, the yellow spot reduce. Besides, I also study on the skin too, like using the UVA to elicit free radicals on the skin, and also to protect with the biloblan extract. You can see that the control the difference between before UV radiation and after is the difference a little, and like this one, but you can see from here. So when we increase the dose, the difference between after UV and before UV from on the darkness on the skin. For this one we started with the carotenoid compound, which has a yellow color. That the yellow color still okay there. You can see that there is no problem in there. Okay. So the inflammation is another factor that increase to induce or stimulate premature aging skin easier. And because the inflammation can elicit the antioxidant to make the free radicals be pronounced. You can see that when we study about COX-2, it can reduce the COX-2 like this one. And also this with nitric oxide, also it can reduce too. And also a study like a TNF alpha and others, it can reduce as well. And also you can see that this nitric oxide, we study two system with the biochemical method with the different cells like this one, this cell and this cell. This is macrophage. For DNA damage, we can we use the mutagenic. I started in the bacterial cell by using EMS test, we can see that it can. This is normal, and also you can see that when we use UVA and UVB, the mutagenic potential of the the anti-UV potential, our anti-mutagenic effect is good when we have the myeloblend there. And also we study about the fragmentation, and also if we use the myeloblend, the fragmentation reduce. This means that the myeloblend extract can protect our skin genes, the gene in our skin cell from the UV radiation that can induce the mutagenic effect. And also we study the UV absorption by using UV spectrophotometer. You can see that for solvent, it gives the light like this, but for the for myeloblend extract, it can give you the absorption at the UV range. Besides, we also study SPF. You can see the SPF here. For the solvent, it gives the no SPF effect, but for the our myeloblend extract, it can give you SPF effect. I give you the, like this one. And we know that the pigmentation can be induced by UV. And also we can see that for this one. But however, this I studied about tyrosine effect. You can see that it can reduce or inhibition the tyrosine activity. So that's why, okay. But most important is this one, because like we know that the collagen is the dermal matrix. You can see that for your young people, you can see dermal matrix or collagen is bundled in the dermis area. For when get older, the collagen reduce. But if get more older, the collagen reduce a bit. So, and also what make the collagen reduce? One is about the gene damage, that if gene damage, because as I mentioned earlier, that the collagen is a protein that can be produced or produced from the gene. So if the gene damage, the collagen will be, the production will be reduced, especially like from UV damage. That's why UV is the very important factors to make our skin be mature easily. And also another factor is like enzyme collagenase, because enzyme collagenase can work on the collagen to make it break down like this one. So it means that if the collagen break down, it cannot be the matrix or cannot be like a brick to support our skin. So it means that the collagenase inhibition, you can see that this is normal collagenase inhibition. I use a biochemical, use a collagenase enzyme, but this is, I started using the UV induced skin cells. You can see that if UV induced collagenase inhibition, it means that if we use a myeloblend extract, the collagenase, the amount of collagenase reduce a bit when compared to vitamin C, okay, when compared to UV, okay. But this one is about the to see the increase the production of collagen. So this is studied in animal cell, in skin cells. You can see the damage here. If we use a UV, the outer skin, what is called epidermis will be reduced like this one. Or also you can see that here, you can see more, collagen here, more collagen here, okay. Because even when we think of nutricosmetic, it's a edible product, we must think of safety. But however, I don't use the animal model because like it's about cruelty, but we know that Milo blend is the herb that has been used generation by generation. This means that it has been proved to be safe enough for eating or taking. So that's why I study only for the cytotoxic effect using the cell in the study. So I use many cell in the study. It means lastly, it has no cytotoxic effects. So when we ensure that they is safe and also it has efficacy, I use it, but however, use Maloban alone in 500 milligram to combine with the antioxidant tablet, because we know that the antioxidant is the substance that will help reduce the free radicals, and free radicals is the main factors to make us aging easier than usual. So I mean, I use antioxidant tablet like this one. Okay, so we combine. This means that we the volunteer should take two. One is with a tablet, antioxidant tablet. Another is a capsule, is a Maloban capsule. So take 2 at a time. So take twice a day. So and you can see that when before to the volunteer, we studied the antipotential of our tablet and the capsule. It means that the ascorbic equivalent, you can see that if compare Maloban cannot comparable to the antioxidant tablet, you can see the equivalent to ascorbic acid is lower. And also tested by photometer antioxidant tablet. This means that this we can draw the blood from the volunteer. This we draw the blood from the volunteer and study about they're using photometer. You can see that about 21 volunteer for the antioxidant tablet for the control, and also 20 volunteer for this one. And you can see that the antioxidant effect, or this is to test the free radicals. I mean, or also and in comparison, in the contrary, that if the free radicals reduce, it means the tablet or the capsule with tablet has the antioxidant effect. So you can see that for the free radicals, after taking antioxidant tablet, you can see that it reduced too, but not too remarkable. But after taking the antioxidant tablet and Maloban capsule, the reduction of the free radical reduced remarkable like this one. Okay. Okay, three slide more. So I mean this we use the genus to take the picture of the volunteers. So this is the forehead and to the nose. For this antioxidant tablet, you can see that they still have some wrinkle here, but here wrinkle reduce. I mean this for the wrinkle at the eye or crawfish. You can see that the eye right wrinkle area for the antioxidant tablet for 2 weeks and 4 weeks. You can see that it reduced to, but if comparison to the antioxidant and Maloban capsule, it reduced more, you know. And okay, so especially at 4 weeks. So I mean, this means that the Maloban can be a good candidate to use in the nutricosmetics for the anti-aging function. So I mean, to stay healthy with beauty, nutricosmetic is a choice. So this is, I give you the choice. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Malin. It's a very insightful, and I feel beautified and energized after listening to your talk. Yeah. Okay. So we have. I would like to invite my colleague from Indonesia to translate them. The key point, please. Maybe 1 minute only.
Ibu Retno. Halo Ibu Retno.
Hello. Yeah, please, because we are running out of time. So
Ibu Retno.
Oke, thank you, Miss Nisa. Saya akan mencoba membacakan kesimpulan dari penyampaian Profesor Malin mengenai peran nutri kosmetik dalam menunjang kesehatan dan kecantikan. Di sini nutri kosmetik ini merupakan produk makanan dan minuman untuk kesehatan dan kecantikan kulit, rambut, kuku, dan tubuh. Permintaan nutri kosmetik ini terus meningkat, terutama untuk produk anti penuaan dan pelangsing, sehingga Prof. Malin melakukan penelitian tentang nutri kosmetik dari ekstrak buah mirobalan sebagai anti penuaan dini. Di sini ekstrak mirobalan ini dibuat dalam bentuk kapsul dan mempunyai efek mengurangi peradangan, mengurangi kerusakan DNA, mengurangi absorpsi sinar UV, mengurangi pigmentasi, kemudian meningkatkan kekenyalan kulit, dan telah dibuktikan tidak menimbulkan efek toksik pada kulit, sehingga sangat tepat digunakan sebagai nutri kosmetik atau suplemen kosmetik anti penuaan dini. Dan Profesor Malin juga telah melakukan penelitian dengan mengkombinasikan antara kapsul ekstrak mirobalan dengan tablet antioksidan dan terbukti dapat meningkatkan kekuatan antioksidan dari tablet antioksidan itu jika digunakan secara tunggal dan telah mengurangi kerutan pada kulit secara signifikan. Demikian, terima kasih Miss Nisa.
Terima kasih, Vika. Terima kasih. Okay, Prof. Malin, I can only pick one question. Yeah?
Yes.
From Ibu Anasari, POLTEKKES Malang. Professor Malin, the question is about nutri cosmetic are definitely pricey. Yeah. If we will compare with the original of fresh food. So in your opinion, what are the drawbacks or weaknesses if we choose to consume the original food?
Oh, for the original food, yes, you can get two, but you have to get a bunch. That's why we have to make food to extract out to make it more concentrate and then put into the capsule or tablet. Actually, you can, but you have to take a lot. Like if you want like a vitamin C from orange, you have to take many oranges. Okay, and so that's why we make it concentrate. This is the story of the nutritional supplements.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Malin. Due to the interest
Prof. Malin.
Yes.
Bu Anasari ada soalannya?
Cukup.
Cukup ya.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. That's Ibu Anasari who has posted the question for you just now. So on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank Prof. Malin for very insightful and interesting topic. Yeah, I learned the new term today, nutri cosmetic.
Never heard? Oh, it's very popular.
Yeah, I never heard before. But that's very interesting, and thank you very much for your participation. We hope to see you again in the near future.
Sure. Terima kasih. Selamat jalan.
Thank you, Prof. Malin.
Thank you. Okay, bye.
Yeah, bye.
Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, this will be our last slot for today. Yeah, we have a very distinguished speaker. I would like to invite the next speaker. Hold on. Yeah, Professor Elvira. Yeah, thank you, Prof. You have been waiting since quite some time. Yeah. Despite your busy schedule as a dean in the Central Escola University School of Nursing. Yeah, Professor Elvira is a nurse by profession. Yeah, and she did her Doctor of Philosophy in Curriculum and Supervision at Central Escola University back in 2014. Professor Elvira has a numerous publication. Yeah, she also involved a lot in social work and community extension activities. She has a long list of work experience. So she will be here to share about the opportunities and challenges of gerontological nursing in the global era. Without further ado, I would like to call Professor Elvira to be here. I would like to request Nabila to share her slide so that she can present that from her side. Please, Professor, now is your turn.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Can you hear me? Am I good at my sound? Okay. When we talk about gerontology challenges and opportunities, this speaks of how the aging population is going on. Now, let me go to the next slide, please. The world's population is aging. Older persons are increasing in number and make up of the growing share of the population. Its implication for nearly all sectors of society, including labor and financial markets, the demands for goods and services such as housing for the elderly, transportation and social protections, as well as family structures and intergenerational ties is included in some of the challenges we have. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is just some of the words that we always see. Old men's eyes are like old men's memories. They are strongest for things a long way off. So that's how we perceive or look at our elder adults. Next. Looking at the human life cycle, we tend to look at the elderly on the right side of the slide, that the world population projects by 2050 would be 1 for every 4 people in Europe and Northern America will have more aged population. Next slide, please. Okay, so therefore, from 2009 until this year, last year, this has been a great challenge to all of us, especially in the academe and that of the people around who serves and who are always with our older adults. Let me go to the next slide, please. The trends. Next slide, please. According to the World Health Organization in 2016, it is characterized as the biological reality, which is a dynamic in nature and mostly beyond human control, and that the aging population of 60 or 65 is viewed among countries as the retirement age is the start of old age. Next slide, please. Now, if we look at the global population, aged 60 years old, by UNWPA of 2017, in the year 1980, there were only 392 million population. Now, in the year 2017, there were 962 million, almost about half of the 1980. I almost doubled. Okay, and then by the year 2020, this will be our challenge. It is projected that there will be 21 billion population in the world. Next slide, please. Age classification differs between countries and across time, resulting to many instances of social class differences and decreased functional ability of older persons, thus giving rise to older persons' unique set of needs. So meaning to say that older persons will have a different needs aspect in time that we will be working on the challenges for them. Next slide, please. In here, it says that the year 2013, over 1.35 billion would be under age 10 years old. And look at the difference. Older persons would be almost the same number with 1.41 billion. But by the year 2020, look, adolescents and youth, 10 years old to 24 years old, there are 2 billion population. But look at the number of older persons. There would be a great number of aging population by then. Next slide, please. Persons aged 80 years old are projected increasing in 3 folds. So by the year 2017, there were 137 million, but by year 2050, there will be 425 million increase in threefold. Next slide, please. Okay, this is just to show you that the number of persons aged 60 years or over by development group, we could see that it is categorized into least developed countries, less developed countries, and more developed countries. Okay, so let us look into the next slide, please. In here, the number and distribution of persons aged 60 years or over by the region shows that Africa has a total number of 225.8, while Europe has a total number of 247.8. But let us take a look at Asia. Asia has a total number of persons aged 60 or over by 2050, and this would total to 1,273.2. So the difference now lies in the distribution of aging population by its region. So let's go to the next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. Now, if we see here, we have categorized this into low income, lower middle income to the left, and upper middle income to the right, and high income. So looking at this graph, looking at this slide, it shows us where we, Indonesia and Philippines, more or less are in the category. Let's move, please. Next slide. The graph, the global population by broad age group shows that there is really an increasing number of population. Okay, now next slide, please. Okay, this also shows that the percentage of population aged 60 or over by region increases really as it is. Okay, another one, another slide, please. Oh, let me see. In here, if we take a look at this slide, Japan, the country area has a total percentage of 33.4. It means to say that in Japan, we might be having a great number of aging population in this region. Okay, compared to the others, but not so much high because there are only 33 and the rest are 29, 28, 27, and so on. Next slide, please. Okay, this is also a similar graph, a similar slide from the other that I have shown. Let me go to the next, please. Next, please. Okay, in here, let us take a look at the life expectancy at birth and at age 60. In Asia, let's just look at how Asia, where we belong. In Asia, the birth sexes is 71.8%, and female has a number of expectancy rate of 73.8, while male is 69.9%. The sex difference of these two is 3.9%. Now let's take a look at the aging or the life expectancy of people over 60 years old. Both sexes has 19.5% category. female has 20.7, while male has 18.2, and the sex difference is 2.5. In any studies, we always see that there are more number of females than male. Okay, next slide, please. In here, it also shows, in this slide, it would really tell us that in 2017, there are more women with the green colored as compared to the male of its blue color. In 2050, there will be no change. Still, women will have great number compared to men. Next slide, please. Therefore, what are the issues and the strategies related to the care of our older persons? Let me begin with older persons have health needs, which tends to be more complex and with general direction towards decreasing capacity and an increasing likelihood of advancing chronic diseases. The needs of older persons are unique as they require long-term, and most health services are structured to provide cure to acute diseases or conditions. Hence, health services for older persons tends to be disconnected and fragmented, as evidenced by lack of coordination among and between care providers due to location and time. Another slide, please. Let us just take a look at the living arrangement of our older person. The household living arrangement of older persons differ markedly across countries and regions, reflecting differences in family size, as well as in the social and cultural norms that surrounds intergenerational co-residence. Economic condition is another one. Support systems available to older persons and the health status of individuals influence the degree of independence that can be maintained into advanced ages. Next slide, please. I will not focus on this more because I'd like to focus on the challenges and what we need to do to face this kind of challenges. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. The quality of life of our older adults or older person and the parameters associated with it are the personal factors, participation in social activities, and the health environment must be taken into consideration. They concluded that the three parameters, again, the three parameters are: one, personal; second, social activities; and three, health environment. They concluded that these three parameters are very essential to the maintenance of the quality of life of our older adults. Personal factors such as health status, behavioral abilities, and inner life are significant to the quality of life, together with the participation of social activities, the formation of positive habits, being occupied with activities related to good health habits, and adaptation of the physical and social environment to the older person's needs and preferences. Next slide, please. Okay. If we look at this slide, we move into the second to the left side. We have the Asia. And you will see that female lives alone. There is a number of the lighter blue color means that female tends to live alone, while male also has this category. But if we look at this point, there are, and if we compare this with the other regions, many older persons now are living alone. Okay, now I still believe in Asia because by cultural norms, we always want our elders, our elderly, our parents, our grandparents to live with us. So it's family ties. Okay, but look at in the other regions, it's increasing in number. Okay, next. The quality of life. So this is where we have to focus now. The quality of life of older person has become relevant with the various demographic trends, which clearly draws the graying of the population, and that the quality of older person is an important measure to focus and look at, since it is both encompassing and objectives and subjective dimensions are named. So in here, as healthcare workers, as people in the community, we have to deliver essential, both encompassing and more on the objective and subjective dimensions that we can look into how we can help our older person to provide a better quality of life to them. Among the important things to consider in the maintenance of quality of life are the presence of social contacts, which is very important. The internet, the phones, the computers are essential part. Our older adults are very excited in the use of this. But that's only technology. Social contacts are more on visiting our elders, coming into discussion, coming into narrating, being with them, even if they are in the prime of their age, is one important factor to uplift their quality of life. Financial and material circumstances is another one. Okay, and the social comparison, together with the adaptation and resilience and the growing problems of dementia and depression. There has been many researches for depression and dementia. And this will help us guide in our evidence-based practice of looking at how we can at least lessen the burden of depression and dementia to our older adults. What are some of the common problems faced by older persons? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. What are the common problems? This, we have falls. Okay. It covers a wide range of problems, from apparently trips and slips to even causing serious and life-threatening injury. Underreporting of falls occurs at all stages of life. We do not report this. Everyday events, it's not reported. Embarrassment factor is one. That's why they do not want to report it, because they would be embarrassed. It will take a little while for them to realize. Loss of control is another one, and may lead to enforced loss of independence. Okay, next. Prevalence of fall in the community is at 65 years, it's 28 to 35%. While take a look at 70 years old, it's already increasing in number, 35%. But by 75 years old, take a look, it's almost 42%. So institution should have a greater number of 50% per year, and if fallen previously, 60 to 70% likely to fall again in the next 12 months, if not being reported or not being taken into seriously as a condition. Okay, next slide, please. Another challenge for us is how aging also affects our conditions, physical condition. Okay, next slide, please. A systematic skeletal disease characterized by low bone mass and microarchitectural deterioration of bone tissue with consequent increase in bone of fragility and susceptibility to fracture. So as we age, the physical condition also affects us. Not only the social aspect, but the physical aspect as well. Even if we're the smartest person during our time, and as we age, we will definitely be going into this direction. So common site of fracture are there, and we can have researches that would show us evidences of this. Next, please. Okay. Another one that we should be challenged are many older adults are abused, being unwanted, unloved, uncared for, even forgotten by everybody. I think that it is a much greater hunger, a much greater poverty than the person who has nothing to eat. And that is what Mother Teresa said. Meaning to say, if we are here now, let us be challenged as to how we will make this pronouncement of Mother Teresa, that some older person must not be unwanted, unloved, and uncared for. Next slide, please. Okay. Imagine 6% only are reported as abuse, and 94% are unidentified and unreported abuse for older adults. Abuse of older person is a violation of human rights and a significant cause of injury, illness, loss of productivity, isolation, and despair. Confronting and reducing elder abuse requires a multi-sectoral and multidisciplinary approach that is from World Health Organization in 2017. Next slide, please. Okay. Abuse of older person is an invisible yet a growing crisis. It is a product of global aging that is characterized by an increase in prevalence of abuse of all vulnerable groups of the population, especially of our dear older persons. Next slide, please. So let me now focus on the issues and strategies for older adult or older person. Let me begin with the prevalence of most chronic diseases is high, very high in older adults. There is a need to look at health system and facilities in order for them to adapt to new situation and utilize new approaches. Meaning that as teach these older adults, older persons, to be that their health needs can be carried over to their homes. They don't need to be going to and from their house to the centers or to the clinics or to the hospital. Their needs can be taken care if we try to facilitate this for them. The issue of the older person seems to progress Their nature is constantly changing and dynamic. New approaches in the care of older persons will require the careful and deliberate process of planning and research so that it can bring changes and impact to the life of our older persons. I had been saying this before the start on the other slides that I've been presenting. Research. The researchers will be a good medium for us to focus on our strategies, to focus on the things that we want to do, because researchers are evidence-based. Next slide, please. There is a need to completely understand the data. Data for older persons in order to completely address their needs and to draw away with the common understanding that older persons are only needing personal care. It's not only personal care that they need. They have, as I have said, the three parameters are health environment, personal needs, and social activities. A holistic view is necessary, and that healthcare professionals should continuously struggle to break boundaries and to communicate meaningfully any needs or concerns that older persons are experiencing, or as it might require organizational changes. So right now, it's important that we align our strategies, our plans, our goals to the needs of one sector, which is the older adults. Next slide, please. Most of the needs of older persons are anchored on their desire for older, anchored on the desire to maintain independence and maintain their self-care, productivity, and recreational activities. So therefore, our strategies should focus on their needs. And these are their needs. They want to be more independent in terms of social activities, and they want to be still more productive. In one of my studies, in 2002, I found out that older adults in other countries have their share. And even right now, like for example, McDonald's. McDonald's is hiring older adults for a minimum of 2 to 3 hours, I think. And this shows that they can still be productive. In other countries, they hire the older adults as in the park, looking after the park. Well, maybe not really by cleaning, but being there in the park. So there are many ways that we can accommodate our older adults. If there are educators, then hire them to come up with presentations or guide us to what they have in their minds for this kind of participation. The needs of older person must be studied so that appropriate, unique coping mechanism and strategies be carried out, especially those deemed instrumental in the maintenance of quality of life. So that is one way that we can help our aging population. Next slide, please. Okay, I think this is my second to the last slide. Older persons have a diverse and unique set of needs, focusing on the areas of autonomy, which is independence, enjoyment, which is social life, emotional and social needs, and quality of life. The use of unified and structured approach to identifying the specific needs of older persons and the institution of appropriate strategies that will definitely benefit the older persons from a variety of perspectives is warranted. Expanded and new needs should be entertained and acted upon, such as recreation, facilities, need for safety and comfort, and the importance of the support system. Family is not only the support system. We in the academe, we in the practice are part of the support system for these challenging times in the way that our older persons will have a quality of life ahead of them. Lastly, next slide please. Healthcare providers, and I am one of them. Healthcare providers should give special consideration to the method necessary when taking care of older person, and that the physical needs of older person must be adequately considered together with the delivery of sound communication process, availability of retirement and healthcare facilities, and the maintenance of older persons' spirituality. I guess I have to say a few words that since this is a big challenge to all of us, that any family here would not say that there is no one aging person in the family. I consider myself, because I am already part of the 60 above, but I would always want that our aging population should be treated with respect, with love, and care. So therefore, I challenge every one of us, you among my colleagues in the academe, that let us all be one in this challenging time of creating an atmosphere, of creating a quality of life for our older persons. Thank you. And this is LB from Central Scholar University.
Thank you, Prof. It's very insightful and interesting topic. Yeah, such a pertinent population, especially in the current pandemic of COVID-19. I'm sure that is quite challenging in this period of time.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, right? Before we accept any question, I would like to invite my colleague from POLTEKKES, Dr. Wiwin Martiningrish, yeah, to translate or to summarize in Indonesia about the topic that have been given by Professor. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Barakatuh, Nisa. Selamat siang. Selanjutnya saya akan sampaikan poin penting atau rangkuman materi, peluang dan tantangan dalam perawatan lansia yang dipaparkan oleh Dr. Elvira. Bahwa jumlah lansia di seluruh dunia semakin meningkat tiap tahunnya di setiap negara dan berimplikasi terhadap semua sektor di masyarakat. Selanjutnya, orang yang berusia 80 tahun diproyeksikan meningkat 3 kali lipat, yang mana pada tahun 2017 sejumlah 130 juta menjadi 425 juta pada tahun 2050. Masalah umum yang dihadapi oleh lansia adalah jatuh dan perlakuan yang tidak semestinya atau pelecehan, abuse pada lansia. Untuk jatuh, jika sebelumnya pernah jatuh 60-70% dalam waktu 12 bulan atau 1 tahun berikutnya, lansia akan jatuh lagi. Dan perlakuan yang tidak semestinya ini akan menyebabkan cedera penyakit, kehilangan produktivitas, isolasi, dan keputusasaan. Kejadian abuse pada lansia 6% dilaporkan dan 94% tidak dilaporkan, bahkan tidak teridentifikasi. Lansia memiliki kebutuhan yang kompleks termasuk rekreasi, fasilitas, kebutuhan akan keamanan dan kenyamanan, dan pentingnya sistem pendukung yang kuat, dan kebutuhan lansia mengarah ke penurunan kapasitas, juga peningkatan penyakit kronis. Kebutuhan tertentu bisa dipenuhi oleh keluarga, teman, orang terdekat, namun ada kebutuhan yang tidak bisa terpenuhi, yang membutuhkan bantuan secara formal penyedia layanan kesehatan. Kebutuhan lansia bersifat unik dan kompleks juga jangka panjang. Dalam memenuhi kebutuhan lansia ini diperlukan pandangan holistik, pendekatan terpadu dan terstruktur, memerlukan perubahan organisasi, alokasi ulang sumber daya, dan bahkan penambahan intervensi baru yang relevan. 3 parameter untuk menentukan kualitas hidup lansia adalah faktor personal, partisipasi dalam kegiatan sosial, dan kesehatan lingkungan. Dan poin terakhir bahwa dalam siklus hidup manusia, setiap manusia akan menjadi tua dan tidak seorang pun bisa terlepas dari proses ini. That's all. I will give to Dr. Barokatun. Thank you, Dr. Barokatun.
Vivin, yeah, very clear. So I would like to open a session for maybe 1 or 2 questions. The burning question. Any question from the participant? Okay, let me read one of the questions, Professor. It is from Annie from POLTEKKES. Yeah, terima kasih. I am interested in your explanation about the prediction of an increase in the case number of elderly people, which is also increased evenly with the same of the younger population. This will cause the problem that rise at this time to continue in terms of physical, social, and spiritual. So, Prof, what do you think about the role of families, the family, especially children, to help in optimizing the older population in terms of quality of life? So, the role of children.
I would say that we are both similar because we're on the Asian region. Our perspective, the way we look at our and respect our elderly are much more to that idea of bringing together the older into our family. But then if we move into the other regions like the Northern America, Europe, they have another perspective for the older. They house this once their member of the family gets old, they house this in a facility. I don't think so with because culturally we are not bound to that. I think Philippines and Indonesia. So therefore, what the challenge that we must look into now is to how we will provide our member of the family who are aging the quality of life. Therefore, let us not abuse them. Therefore, let us give what the financial aspect is something that will also take into consideration because that would depend on the family status. But then, to me, what is challenging to us now is we cannot deny the fact that the older are increasing in number, not much with the younger. Because again, if we look back at the situation, there was one time that some countries were not given the rightful enough to increase the number of children they have. Okay. So, but in the Philippines and Indonesia, we're a lot more with that idea of having many because children are our precious gem. However, if we have older adults, the challenge for us is to be able to show them the empathy or the sympathy that they need spiritually, and then by physical, we have also to look into. It's not only the family. To me, it's not only the family that matters here. The government or other sectors must be in line with our own perspective. So whatever that we want, the government should address this because of this number. Our Department of Health here is now focusing on a program only entirely for the aging population. So therefore, I challenge not only among us, let's challenge the government, the other sectors that to help us in this endeavor, because we alone, we will soon also AIDS, increase in AIDS, and maybe after a year or so, we might not be, I might not be able to speak this way, because maybe you just don't know what will happen. But to the all other aging population or older person, by the way, we limit saying elderly. We don't use the word elderly, but we use the word older person or older adults, because we give them the respect that they should be given. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Ago, I remember them. Will remember them older generation, older person rather than the elderly. Yes, it's very sensitive. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Is there any question from the other participant? Prof, I would, maybe the last question from my side, how can we actually prepare, Prof? In the future, for example, we learn a lot from the pandemic of COVID-19. So what do you think, in your opinion, we can actually prepare our older generation, to be prepared during this kind of pandemic?
Okay. While I was coming into my research, my master of research, I came across an article that somewhere in Europe, they have already prepared one architectural design. They would now be building, they have built houses already that is for the need of the older. So no stairs, the facilities are open, no such thing as that would be very convenient for the elders. That is one, architectural. And then for the maybe for nursing, if I may say so, we have addressed this already in our curriculum. We added units that entails only all about the care of the older adult, because we want our nurses, after they graduate, they will find their ways looking at how they will be taking care of the older person. Now, another aspect may be how the government is addressing right now. So government, through their programs, health programs, this is one that can be included. There are so many ways that we can adopt, and we can help in looking for the welfare of our older persons. One very good idea is, let us not set aside them. Let us always continue them to be active members of the family, of the community, and of the government that they are in, or in the country or regions that they are in. Let us not disregard them. I mean, the older has more knowledge, more than to say that they are our experts before we come to their level. Thank you.
Prof. Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much for your great explanation. Okay, so we comes to the end. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank your participation. It's absolutely improved our knowledge, to understand about the opportunity and challenges that are facing by the older generation or older population. Thank you very much, Prof. I will remember that forever. Thank you all the participants. I hope all of us have gained something. The learning outcome, I think, absolutely. We are very lucky to have all the distinguished speakers from Malaysia, UAE, Japan, where else? Philippines, as well as Thailand. Yeah, and tomorrow you will be having more, which will be moderating by Pak Nur Rahman. Without further ado, I would like to I would like to give this responsibility to my dear Madam Chairperson, Miss Diana. So please, thank you very much from my side.
Thank you very much for our moderator today, Dr. Nisa. I would like to say thank you very much for your contributions for today's conference. And then also thank you very much to all the speakers with excellent topic today. Hopefully it can inspire all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, before we are continuing to the next agenda, we would like to share again a video collections of posters that you can please decide your favorite poster and then fill the link at the polling link of the poster that we have already shared in the chat room. The video, please.
Pilih tempat. Oh, ya terserah, aku nggak ngerti.
This is the link for polling for your favorite poster. Please choose your favorite poster in this polling.
Enggak, udah.
And then also please fill the evaluation link at the bit.ly/evaluation third ICFNH. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform you for receiving conference certificate, make sure you have filled the attendance list link, poster polling link, and evaluation link by using your active email address. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next agenda, those who join the oral presentation can take a break, and we will expect you to join on Zoom again at 1 p.m. Indonesian time. We will be separated in different rooms for each paper based on instruction event. Could you please, Ola, share the oral presentation link? We will also share the oral presentation link on the chat room so you can download it, and then we expect you to join the link at 1 p.m. Indonesian time. And also for the conference participants who did not register for oral presentation, you are allowed to leave the room. We will meet again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Indonesian time for the conference, or you can also join to watch the oral presentation by choosing following link based on your interest. Okay, the committee had already shared the oral presentation link on the chat room, so you can download it, and we expect you to join at 1 p.m. Indonesian time. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that all of us have well done for today, and we have fruitful discussions. It is a great pleasure for me to be hosting this event today. Hopefully, it can beneficial for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See you tomorrow.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Ms. Barakalisa.
Baik Ibu ya, saya permisi dulu. Terima kasih banyak-banyak.
Terima kasih, Nisa. Terima kasih sekali kerjasamanya.
Moga COVID-nya cepat selesai and I can come physically to Malang insyaAllah.
Yes, okay, ya, insyaAllah. I will also go to Malaysia.
Sampai ketemu di Malang.
Yes. Ya.
Ayah, Miss Nisa.
Ya.
About MOU.
Ya, diusaikan sama ada bulan depan atau tahun baru ya. Tunggu.
Okay.
Sampaikan salam pada Pak Budi dan semua tim di podcast Mas. Assalamualaikum.
Baik, terima kasih Ibu Nisa. Terima kasih sekali kerjasamanya yang baik.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. See you.
presentasi hari ini itu? Enggak tahu buka Diana ngelihatnya masuk enggaknya gimana. Saya juga belum buat PPT-nya ya.
Pak Nur, ini room 7 tetap di sini ya Pak Nur? Pak Nur. Room 7 tetap di sini ya, Pak Nur?
Room 7 lihat di situ Pak, ada linknya masing-masing kayaknya.
Jangan Bu.
Room di sini. Ya, di link besar. Tetap di sini, tetap di sini.
Ya. Oh, tetap di sini.
Ya.
Kalau gitu nunggu ya, room 7 nunggu di sini aja ya.
Maaf, link hilang sampai itu.
Oke, terima kasih Bu Ida.
Sama-sama. Kok masih banyak yang tanya room? Ya apa kalau di room besar itu dikasih lagi aja di linknya?
share screen materi oleh panitia atau sendiri-sendiri?
Iya, Ibu, selamat siang. Kemarin kami menyepakati untuk apabila peserta dapat mempresentasikan sendiri, monggo Ibu dapat share screen sendiri. Tapi kemudian apabila ada gangguan jaringan, kami bisa membantu dari panitia.
Ya sudah. Panitia aja ya, Mbak. Dari panitia aja ya.
Oke, baik Ibu. Terima kasih.
Terlalu keras ya.
Okay, can we start? Okay, I think we can start now because it is already 1 p.m. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, welcome to the 3rd International Conference on Food, Nutrition and Health 2020 in celebration of 19 Dies Natalis of POLTEKKES Kemenkes Malang. It's glad to see you all here today. Please let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Hartati Sarma Sangkot. I'll be your moderator in this oral presentation session in room 7. It is in general health theme. Okay, before we come into the oral presentation, please let me introduce your panelists for this afternoon. Both of them are coming from Health Promotion Department, Applied Science Health, POLTEKKES Kemenkes Malang. They are Miss Fiasriel Lundi, Eskep and Nurse MKes, and Mr. Wandi Eskep, Nurse MPD. Good afternoon, Miss Fiasriel, Miss Fia, and Mr. Wandi. Are you here?
Good afternoon, Miss Hartati.
Good afternoon, Miss Hartati.
Okay.
And all participants all are.
Okay. In my note, there will be 11 presentation or presenter who will perform in this room 7. Please let me read all the participants first before we start. Okay. Can everyone read my share screen? Is it seen, everyone?
Yes.
Okay. First is Miss Tafib Dwi Wahyuni Eskep, Nurse MKes from POLTEKKES Kemenkes Malang, and then Mr. Lulu Juntra Utama SST MSI from POLTEKKES Kupang, and then Miss AA Istri Citra Dewiani SKM Mars from POLTEKKES Kemenkes Malang also, and then for APT Dwianto Hari Nugraha S-Farm M Farm In from Institut Teknologi Bandung. And then the fifth presenter will be Miss Ngesti W. Utami, SKP MPD from POLTEKKES Kemenkes Malang also. And then the sixth presenter will be Miss Anggi Ardiasti MPH from Polkesma also. And then the seventh presenter will be Mr. Budiman from Stikes Jenderal Ahmad Yani Cimahi. And then the eighth presenter will be Nurse Haryati MKep as Specialist KMB from University of Halu Oleo. And then the ninth presenter will be Miss Anggun Setiarini Eskep Nurse MKep from Poltekkes Kemenkes Malang. And then the 10th is Dr. Susi Milawati SKP MPD from Poltekkes Kemenkes Malang. And the 11th is the last one is Miss Febi Hidayati from Polkesma. I think that will be the rundown, and then the list of all the 11 participants or presenter for this oral presentation for today. And then I also want to remind you several things that we have to remember during the presentation. That will be the rules. The rules will be, first, each participant will be given 10 minutes only to perform her or his presentation. Please remember that 10 minutes will be so fast. So please arrange your presentation so the time will be enough, 10 minutes. And then there will be 5 minutes discussion after each presentation. So anyone who want to ask, please type your question in chat box under the format name_institution_question. So I can read the question and then I will ask the presenter the question at the end of each presentation. And then don't forget that every participation in the Zoom meeting are prohibited to unmute themselves during the speaker's presentation and can unmute when allowed. Okay, I think that will be the rules. Is everyone in this room ready for the oral presentation?
Yes, we are ready.
Okay. So I would like to invite the first presenter. She is Miss Tafib Dwi Wahyuni Eskep Nurse MKes with presentation title is Education Module and its effect on prevention of hypertension in Mojolangu. Okay, for Miss Tafib Dwi Wahyuni, the time is yours, 10 minutes. Please.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Afternoon, I am Tafib Diwahyuni from POLTEKKES KEMENKES Malang. I want to present my research. The title, Hypertension Education Module and its effect on prevention of hypertension risk in Mojolangu, Malang City. Next. Introduction, hypertension. Hypertension module, its effect to prevent of hypertension risks. Next. The objective, the purpose of this study was to analyze the influence of the hypertension education module in Mojolangu village, Malang City. Next. The research methods, education model. The purpose of this study, the design is experiment. The sample is next. The treatment, the respondent to divide for group. The treatment group is 3, one group is control. Next. The research method. The research was conducted by compiling a hypertension education module and educating people with hypertension using a hypertension education module. The purpose of the study was to analyze the influence of the hypertension education module in Mojolangu village, Malang City. The design of the research is quasi-experimental using a pre-test, post-test, non-equivalent control group. The total sample were 80 hypertension patients and divided into 3 treatment group and 1 control group. Treatment group extreme hypertension 1, treatment group hypertension 2, treatment group hypertension 3, and control group is hypertension 4. Next. The research instrument is by questionnaire and observation. The methods of collecting data and the analysis is next. The set of knowledge, hypothesis 1, is education with module, pre-test average score 44, and post-test average of 83.75. The education provided is proven to be effective in increasing understanding of hypertension. The result of knowledge hypertension to group is education and leaflet. The results pretest average score 44 point 50 and post-test average of 79.25. The education given to the 4 treatment groups was proven effective in increasing understanding of hypertension. Next. The result of knowledge into group 3 with education, the result of pretest average score of 44.75 and the result of post-test average of 70.25. The education given to the 4 treatment groups provide effective in increasing understanding of hypertension. But the result of knowledge group 4 with is the control group. The result pretest average score of 44.75 and the post-test average of 56.90. Next. Conclusion with the research. The conclusion of this research is the use of education modules to help hypertension sufferers in increasing understanding of preventing hypertension, reducing blood pressure and cholesterol, and preventing the risk of hypertension. The reverse. Next. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Tafib. Is there any question? Maybe the presentation is taking only 7 minutes, so we will have 3 minutes left and then 5 minutes for discussion. So we have 8 minutes. Is there any question? Maybe you can raise hand or anyone can chat in the chat box. Or maybe from the panelists, is there any question? No question. Okay, if there is no question, I think we better coming up to the next presentant. We have Mr. Lalu Juntra Utama SST MSI from POLTEKKES Kupang. Hello, Mr. Lalu.
Yeah.
Are you
Hello.
ready?
Very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tafib. Okay, the presentation will be titled "The Lifestyle of East Nusa Tenggara in Pandemic of Coronavirus Disease 19 or COVID-19." Is it?
Yeah.
Mr. Lalu. Okay. Will you present yourself or? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Our team will share it for you. Okay. The time of 10 minutes is yours, Mr. Lalu. Please.
Okay. Thank you. And this, the Honorable Hartati Sarma, Miss Hartati Sarma, as moderator. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to presentation my research with title Lifestyle Behavior and Eating Habits Change Among the General Population during COVID-19 in East Nusa Tenggara. Introduction. On March 12, 2020, coronavirus disease has been confirmed in people worldwide, bringing the mortality rate of around 3 to 7% compared with a mortality death of less than 1% in influenza case. There is an urgent need for effective treatment. The focus now is on the development of new therapy, including antiviral and vaccine. Initially, it was suspected as pneumonia, a disease with similar symptoms to the flu in general. The symptoms, including coughing, fever, fatigue, shortness of breath, and no appetite. The impact of pandemic on individuals and society lives in the social and food field also occurs. The competition of COVID-19 problem, particularly on social impact, will involve the small element of the community, such as a family should try to overcome related problems, especially lifestyle. Therefore, an integrated program in a joint effort of politically, economic, social mobilization with awareness of the importance of the availability of accurate information system in providing appropriate and timely information will help break the problem of lifestyle change. The purpose of this study was describable of lifestyle factors that change during the COVID-19 within 2 weeks of observation. Objective, the purpose of this study was describable of the lifestyle factor that changed during the COVID-19 within 2 weeks of observation. Our study aimed to investigate the immediate impact of COVID-19 pandemic on eating habits and lifestyle change among the population. Therefore, this study aimed to explore the perception lifestyle change after the outbreak of COVID-19 and their association with subjective well-being among the general population in East Nusa Tenggara. In this hope, from the public health and preventive care perspective, this study can provide valuable information to inform public health policy or intervention aimed at maintaining good mental health and healthy lifestyle during the COVID-19 pandemic. Methodology. This is an cross-sectional study using an internet platform questionnaire among the East Nusa Tenggara population. This study was conducted in May to August 2020. Population used in this study was 243 people with inclusive criteria. In 191 subjects had comprehensive data and meet the criteria. The required data were variable of education, occupation, family economic status, area of residence, gender, source of COVID-19 information. Criteria for variable in this analysis were age over 90 years, lifestyle data including smoking, food consumption, washing hand and wearing mask, physical activity and sunbath, and have complete data. The Spearman correlation coefficient was calculated in order to evaluate the correlation between continuous variable. The square test was employed to assess the association between categorical variables during the COVID-19 emergency. Instead, Mann-Whitney and Kruskal-Wallis tests were performed to compare continuous variable among two or group respectively. Result and discussion. On the 30th of August 2020, the web survey was concluded and the collected data were analyzed. A total of 2040 participants complete the questionnaire, and after validation of the data, 191 respondents have been included in the study, aged between 12 and 46 years. The female respondent represent 77% of the population. According to gender and age distribution, the sample reflects the population of Indonesian internet users. Territorial coverage spreads over all the East Nusa Tenggara region. 61.8% of respondents live in Kupang City, 38.2% in other districts like Flores Island, Sumba Island, Rote Island, Timor Middle South, Timor Middle North. General characteristics of population are reported in Table 1. Living in Kupang City resulted associated to the employment and source of COVID-19 information in comparison to and other district in East Nusa Tenggara. No difference was found for gender. Interestingly, more than half of subjects their daily meals or to script introduction main meal respectively. Lifestyle is an indicator in the form of a composite variable composed calculated by 5 variables: hand washing habits, defecation habits, smoking habits in the past months, physical activity, fruit and vegetable consumption habits, food consumption behavior as a lifestyle variable general show an association with health. Another study on a civil servant conducted in Japan showed a correlation between health and smoking habits. During the pandemic, public had more desire to cook and above all to knit. Accordingly, the consumption of homemade has increased. On the other hand, the consumption of savory snacks, processed meat, carbonate, and sugary drink has decreased. Compliance is term used the desirable people behavior in using masks. Compliance is positive behavior displayed by the community when people use masks. The study carried out by Al-Shari in 2020 identified that the higher duration of sun exposure was associated with more cases of recovery from COVID-19 among patients. This correlation is in line with previous evidence that sunlight will not stop the coronavirus, so it cannot prevent the infection. Sun exposure triggers the production of vitamin D, which function is as an immune booster. Previous studies have shown that sunlight significantly contributes to healing of most respiratory condition. Conclusion, the main limitation of the present study is represented by a self-reported questionnaire, which may lead the actual misreporting of data. However, our web survey was similar to others that have been frequently employed. A strength of our study was represented by the fact that the survey was conducted quickly in the most critical period of the epidemic in East Nusa Tenggara, less than 3 weeks after the lockdown. Currently, there are many Indonesian people don't obey the government call to overcome this coronavirus pandemic. In East Nusa Tenggara, basic behavior in social distancing has been implemented very well. Along with the change of a better lifestyle, the new habit such as wearing masks, washing hands, and doing sunbath in the morning has been very well implemented by society there. This is a reference, okay, and thank you, Ms. Hartati Sarma.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Lalu Juntra Utama, for the presentation. Okay, Mr. Lalu, in what department are you in Poltekkes Kupang?
Nutrition department.
Okay, in nutrition department. Okay, so my note in here is you do the survey within May to August to 2020, and there were 243 participants, isn't it?
Yeah.
That
Population.
join your survey. So, yeah,
Yeah.
243, isn't it?
Betul. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So from 243, where is the most your participant coming from? I mean
All of district in East Nusa Tenggara, 23 district in Nusa Tenggara, East Nusa Tenggara.
Okay. So so this is using online survey, isn't it?
Yeah.
So how can you distribute did you using a Google form or something like that?
Yeah.
Or do you having a special application maybe to do the survey, or just use Google form?
Google form.
Google form. Okay. How can you spread the Google form through 23 district, isn't it, that you mentioned? How can you spread the Google form?
Using internet using Google form from with study.
I mean, did you spread it within a WhatsApp group, or just put it in a social media or something, else?
WhatsApp group with student.
So everyone can see your Google form? Okay, so most of your participant is a student?
Student, kemudian apa lagi? Then and population, general.
And general society. Yeah. Masyarakat secara umum, isn't it? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I don't see any question here. So we thank you very much, Mr. Lalu Juntra Utama, because there is no question. So I let myself to ask some question. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the next presenter will be the third one. It is Miss AA Istri Citra Dewi Yani SKM Mars. She's also coming from Poltekkes Kemenkes Malang, and she will present the presentation titled Determinant Factors of Compliance Paying JKN Contribution to PBPU Participant in Malang City. Okay, Miss Citra, the 10 minutes is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Hartati Sarma. Wait a moment. I'm sorry. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the moderator who has allowed me to present my research with title Determinant Factors of Compliance in Paying JKN Contribution to PBPU Participant in Malang City. Okay, slide. Background of this study, we know as JKN is the government's program to provide health insurance to all people in Indonesia. Sorry, please wait a minute.
Miss Citra, I think it's okay if we all know that this is one of the barrier of woman's work outside of the home. So when it is in,
no problem.
yeah, that's okay. Maybe if you
Wait a moment. Okay, wait a
if you
moment.
keep your child beside you, I think it's everyone in here. It's okay with that. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
Ya, lanjut aja Bu Hartati, dilanjut aja.
Oke, Bu.
Ya,
Oke,
nggak apa-apa Mbak
oke.
Citra,
Iya.
dianu dulu aja.
Digendong aja. Ya, that's
Dipangku.
okay. Dipangku aja.
Yeah, that's a woman life. Okay, and continue my presentation. I'm so sorry. Okay, my presentation, the title of my presentation is Determinant Factors of Compliance in Paying JKN Contribution to PBPU Participant in Malang City. Background of this study that we know as JKN is the government's program to provide health insurance to all people in Indonesia, which is held by BPJS Kesehatan. In 2019, BPJS expected that all people in Indonesia are protected by JKN. But until August 2020, only 82% of people in Indonesia registered as JKN participant. Yeah, the problems that faced by BPJS Kesehatan is deficit condition of BPJS for years. In June 2020, the deficit at BPJS has reached 6.54 trillion rupiah. Why it can happen? There are so many reasons for this problem. One of the reasons is many JKN participants do not obey the rules to pay JKN contribution.
Mbak Tafib tolong di mute ya. Mbak Tafib tolong di mute.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I continue. Especially participants from the PBPU segment, or we know as Mandiri or independent participant of JKN. In August 2020, JKN contribution which are not paid reach about 50 billion rupiah in Malang City, and Blimbing district is the highest arrears of about 11 billion rupiah. Next slide. Okay. The general objective of this study is to analyze determinant factors that correlate to compliance of JKN participant in paying JKN contribution in Blimbing district. Other than that, there is some specific objective of this study, such as to analyze the correlation between education level and compliance of JKN participant in paying JKN contribution in Blimbing district, to analyze the correlation between knowledge level and compliance, analyze the correlation between profession and compliance, to analyze the correlation between income level and compliance, to analyze the correlation between the availability of facilities for paying JKN contribution and compliance, to analyze correlation between ease of access and compliance, to analyze the correlation between country support and compliance, and the last but not least, to analyze the dominant factor that correlate with compliance of JKN participant in paying JKN contribution in Blimbing district. Yes, next slide. The research design that I use in this study is a quantitative analytic study with cross-sectional approach. The population of this study are all of JKN participants from PBPU segment, a number of 153,892. I used Slovene formula to compute the amount of sample in this study, and I found 100 as a minimum sample. But in this study, I used 143 sample as a respondent. I choose the sample, use non-randomized sampling technique, that is quota sampling. I collect the data by sending a link that contains a questionnaire from Google Form through WhatsApp application. Collection data are analyzed by three analyses, such as univariate analysis to describe each variable of this study. Bivariate analysis, I use the chi-square test to know the correlation between the independent variable and dependent variables, and multivariate analysis, I use logistic regression to know the dominant variable that correlates to the dependent variable. Next slide. Next. After the processing data, I found the result of this study. First of all, this is the respondent character in this study. From the table shows, we know that most of this respondent is female in 55.6%. Most of respondent has junior high school as well as education level, 55.2%. Most of the respondents choose the class of 3 in JKN program, an amount 53.8%, and most of the respondent is in 21 until 30 age group, an amount 37.8%. Next slide. By using univariate analysis, as we saw in the table, most of this respondent has good compliance for paying JKN contribution and amount 62.9%. Has a middle level of education amount 55.2%, has a low level of knowledge about JKN amount 51%. Most of them are work and an amount 67.1%, has a low income level. After all, their income below than the UMR of Malang City. Most of the respondents have a positive perception about JKN and amount 72%. All of the respondents answer that facilities for paying JKN are available around them and easy to access, because 73% of respondents said that not too far for paying JKN. Moreover, they can pay JKN contribution through mobile banking, ATM, Indomaret, or Alfamart around them. So actually, they don't need so much time to arrive at the facilities for paying JKN. Most of them, on 74.1%, said estimated time arrived to facilities for paying JKN less than 15 minutes. BPJS Kesehatan also provide KEDRI as a representative of BPJS Kesehatan, so people can get closer to BPJS Kesehatan through the KEDRI in each area. Based on the questionnaire filled by the respondent, 53.1% of the respondents said they get support from their KEDRI. This is not a good condition because almost half of them said they didn't get any support from the KEDRI. Even though BPJS Kesehatan hope that KEDRI could give any support and information about JKN to the people around them. Next. Okay, based on bivariate analysis using the chi-square test from 9 independent variable, there is 4 variable. Yeah, the result of this study shown on the table. From 9 different independent variable that I analyzed, there is 4 variable that correlate with compliance for paying JKN contributions, such as level of knowledge, perception, the distance for paying JKN, and estimated time arrived. From the table, we can see a higher knowledge level of the respondent will increase their compliance for paying JKN contribution. When the respondent has a positive perception about JKN, they will have a good responsibility for paying JKN contribution properly. Ease of access when JKN participant wants to pay JKN contribution also has a significant correlation of for the compliance. They can pay JKN contribution near them and do not take too long time to pay. Next slide. Okay. Based on the multivariate analysis using logistic regression, I found that knowledge level is the dominant variable that correlates to the compliance of paying JKN contribution with odd ratio is 4.4. It is mean that a higher level of knowledge will increase for time of compliance. This result following Lawrence Green theory that mentioned if knowledge one of the factors that affect people behavior. Ideally, when people have a good knowledge, they will have a good attitude about something, and then they will have a good behavior to do a good thing based on the knowledge that they know. But in this study, there is 16 respondents have a high knowledge level, but not obey the rule to pay KN contribution properly. To know further information about this phenomena, maybe we can complete this study with qualitative research. Good knowledge can be obtained with appropriate information that is often provided by BPJS Kesehatan. BPJS Kesehatan can share information about JKN program, why people should pay JKN contribution properly, how to pay JKN contribution in easy way, such as through ATM, Indomaret, Alfamart, bank teller, Autodeb, etc. And what is the consequences if JKN participants do not obey the rule for paying JKN contribution? BPJS Kesehatan also can notice this is the time for us as a citizens of Indonesia to contribute to Indonesia health development. Result of this study has a similar result with another study such as Wulandari in 2020. She said that knowledge factor has a significant result that affect the compliance of paying JKN at Solok City. Mokolamban and at 2019, there was a relationship between knowledge and compliance with JKN contribution in the Ranotama Waru Community Health Center in Madandu City. Adani in 2019 said that the result show a correlation between knowledge with the approval of National Health Insurance Contribution Payment. And Widyanti and at 2018 said that there was a relationship between knowledge and compliance with JKN contribution in Labuang Baji Hospital, Makassar City. Okay, next slide.
Miss Chitra, your time is 2 minutes left.
Okay, little bit. Okay, conclusion of this study. Based on a bivariate analysis, a variable that correlates with compliance in paying JKN contribution are level of knowledge with p-value 0.001, perception p-value 0.046, distance for paying JKN p-value 0.022, estimated time arrived p-value 0.044. The dominant factor that correlates with compliance in paying JKN contribution is the level of knowledge with odd ratio 40.4. Suggestion for BPJS Kesehatan can provide more appropriate information about JKN to the participant through website, poster, flyer, etc. It is because knowledge has been shown that affect compliance in paying JKN contribution. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is the reference that I used in this oral session. Next. Okay, thank you so much for your kind attention. Back to the Mrs. Hartati. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, Mrs. Chitra. So this is such an interesting study that you have already surveyed for 143 participants, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so you spread the Google form online
Yeah.
Then you found 143 respondents on your study.
Yeah. Yeah.
Once again, because there is no question, is there any question maybe live on mic, please?
Maybe I have one question.
Yeah, okay, from Mr. Duyanto Hari, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
please, sir.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, interesting study of Ms. Chitra. I want to know about the level of knowledge that you conclude the significantly related to the compliance of paying BPJS. What kind of knowledge did BPJS need to educate more?
Okay.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. May I answer directly or?
Yes, please. Just
Okay.
answer it directly.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Duyanto. Yeah, may I answer in Bahasa or in English?
In English, please, because this is international conference.
Okay. Okay. This study is about compliance, in paying JKN contributions. So this study, when I study about the knowledge, the question about JKN contribution, about JKN premium, how much every participant have to pay based on their classes, how to pay if they are pay more than date of 10 in every month, what is the consequences? It's around there. That when BPJS Kesehatan will provide information to the participant or to people in Malang City or in everywhere about JKN. Maybe it's more about in Malang City has a universal health coverage. Almost 100% people in Malang has covered by BPJS. That not is not. It's not important again how to register as JKN, but it's more important, more information important to share with people is how to pay JKN properly. How much they have to pay, where they have to pay, and what is consequences that can them receive if they not paying JKN contribution properly. Maybe it's like that, Mr. Duyanto.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Chitra.
Okay, thank you very much for the question and also the answer from Mr. Duyanto and also from Mrs. Chitra. That's what I also want to ask, because the conclusion is that the lower education will determine the compliance of paying JKN. So the more knowledge that we give to the participant of JKN will increase the compliance, isn't it?
Yeah.
So maybe
Yeah.
we can also have the latter study, Mrs. Chitra, about what kind of media that will be used to increase the knowledge, yeah, because you already write in your conclusion, maybe with poster and then etc. Yeah. What is the most
maybe yeah, I also tried this is in this era use maybe social media. Yeah, I'm often use my TikTok account for share about this information. Yeah, just to want to share to all the people.
Yeah,
There is
maybe
a
we
lot of
can.
media that we can share.
Yeah, I see. Maybe we can also have a further study, maybe the relationship between TikTok, TikTok, social media, and then
Maybe
WhatsApp.
social
Yeah,
media. Yeah.
the you know what the apa the relevance yeah of
maybe we have to try mix some media, one media, and then we try to apply to the society. Maybe the further study we can apply what media that we made and what is the effect of that media that we made before. Maybe in further study we will try.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation once again, Mrs. Chitra. Okay.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Hartati.
Okay. Next, we have the fourth presentant here. It is APT consists of apothecary, isn't it? APT Dwianto Hari Nugraha as Farm and Farm In. Okay. The one who asked last before, you're coming from Institut Teknologi Bandung, isn't it? Okay, this time we will present the effect of surfactants type on in vitro cytotoxicity of docetaxel polymeric micelles prepared by freeze drying method. Okay, Mr. Dwianto Hari, the 10 minutes is yours.
Should I present it myself or well, I already have the PowerPoint?
I think the Polkesma already have, isn't it, Jihan? Can you help? Okay.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Herawati. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the time. Right now, I will talk about the effect of surfactant type on in vitro cytotoxicity of the docetaxel polymeric micelle prepared by freeze-drying method. As for a brief introduction, this study is part of my doctoral study in Institut Teknologi Bandung. Next slide, please. Okay, for the introduction, the docetaxel is one of the chemotherapeutic agents that shown effectivity against breast cancer, lung cancer, prostate, head and neck cancer. But currently, marketed injection of docetaxel, it's contain polysorbate and alcohol. So it's non-aqueous formulation that can generate toxicity in patient. And the nanoparticle is one promising method to increase the solubility of poor material like docetaxel and poloxamine, and has shown to improve the solubility of several drugs. And I choose the freeze drying method because it's high probability to be scaled up for commercialization. Next slide, please. Okay, the objective is to determine the effect of surfactant type on the in vitro cytotoxicity of the docetaxel polymeric micelle aimed for treatment brain cancer. So this is like what I said before, it's part of my research to make medicine to treat the brain cancer. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, for the methodology, the material is supported from Dankos Pharma, a Kalbe group, and from the Institut Teknologi Bandung, as you can see on the slide. The formulation, I choose three different of surfactant, which is anionic surfactant is sodium lauryl sulfate or SLS. Non-ionic surfactant is polysorbate, and the cationic surfactant is didodecyl ammonium bromide. The formulation that I tried in the study, that's like on the slide. The one formulation PRR is the non-surfactant added, and the other three as surfactant added as the type. Okay, next slide, please. The preparation of docetaxel polymeric micelle using the freeze-dried method is on the screen. I mix the solution and then I'm freeze-drying it to get the lyophilized cake. And the lyophilized cake I reconstituted to the water for injection to get the polymeric micelle solution. For the in vitro cytotoxicity of the docetaxel polymeric micelle, I use the MTT assay method, which I'm using the MCF7, which breast cancer line, U87 for the brain cancer, and the normal cancer is keratinocyte, Hassad cell, and fibroblast is 3T3NEA. All of the sample, all of the cells were incubated, and then each of the sample will be added the polymeric micelle, and we test for the viability of the cell using the MTP. Next slide, please. This is the result. As you can see, for the cancer cell lines, U87 and MCF7, the addition of surfactant can yield more potent cytotoxicity, especially the cationic surfactant, which DDAB here. It's I think more than 50-fold times potent than other formulation. Even compared to the Taxotere, here is the commercial formulation that already used in the clinical trial. The addition of other surfactant in brain cancer line, U87, is not giving any significant effect compared to the non-surfactant addition. But in breast cancer line, as you can see on the PLRSLS, the anionic surfactant, there is significant reduction. There is significant reduction in IC15, which is more potent than non-surfactant. On the group of non-ionic surfactant, the PLRSPS, there is slightly reduction on IC15, and in cationic surfactant is many reduction in IC15. This conclude that addition of surfactant really can improve the cytotoxic effect, more potent to the cancer cells. Next slide. Okay, for the normal cell line, as you can see, for the anionic surfactant on Hassad cell, seems to not change any the inhibitory effect compared to the non-addition of surfactant. But in case of non-ionic surfactant, it's improved the safety profile because the IC15 is higher than the non-addition surfactant. But for the cationic surfactant, in line with the cytotoxic effect, in this normal cancer line also have a toxicity effect. As you can see on the IC15, the value is much more lower than non-added surfactant formulation, and even compare with the commercial formulation. But for the fibroblast or 3T3NEH cell line, there is a different profile of safety. On the PLR or non-added surfactant, the anionic surfactant, and non-ionic surfactant, I'm sorry, and Taxotere is same like no different, no significant difference, but compared to the non-ionic and cationic surfactant, which is PLRPS and DDAB, there is improved safety or tolerability because the IC15 is higher than non-added formulation. Next slide, please. For the want to try to resume how can it happen. the effectivity of chemotherapeutic agent is really depend on how the agent can penetrate into the cells of cancerous cells, which is involved. There is 3 steps: endocytosis, transcytosis, and exocytosis. And for endocytosis, positively charged agent, which means cationic agent, will be higher uptake into the cells. It means more high concentration will be uptake into the inner cell membrane. It's effect that the cationic, the DDAB, will be delivering more agent into the cancer cells. And transcytosis, the positively charged or cationic can be avoided lysosomal, which is it will not degrade in the cell. That's why it's still active in the inner cell. And for the exocytosis, in the case of cationic or positively charged, there is a low exocytosis. That's why the retention of the agent in the cells is more higher compared to other. This is explained why the cationic formulation have really potent cytotoxic effect compared to other formulation. I think that's my presentation. Next slide, please. This is part of, this is the conclusion for my part of study. So the surfactant can improve the cytotoxic of the docetaxel polymeric micelle on cancer cells and can reduce toxicity on normal cells. The addition of non-ionic slightly decrease IC15 and MCF7, minor effect in brain cancer, U87, significant increase safety profile IC50 on the hazard cell and fibroblast cell. Addition of anionic surfactant, significant reduce IC15 on breast cancer line and brain cancer line, and slightly increase the safety profile on the hazard and fibroblast. While no significant the fibroblast cell line. And the addition of cationic surfactant significantly reduce the IC15 on breast cancer line, brain cancer line, and even in hazard normal cell lines, but have increased the safety profile on the fibroblast cell line. All of the formula were compared to originator product Taxotere, and so the addition of the surfactant resulted in more effective cytotoxic activity in cancer cell line and lower toxicity in normal cell line with surfactant type dependent. Next slide. Yeah, this is the related references I'm using for this part. Study related to the membrane uptake for the cancer cell. Okay, thank you. Get back to Ms. Herawati.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Dwianto Hari Nugraha. So you are coming from ITB. In what department? Pharmacy, is it?
Yeah, in School of Pharmacy, to be specifically in pharmaceutics department.
Excuse me? In pharmacy?
In School of Pharmacy, and for the department is in the pharmaceutic.
Pharmaceutic.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, for this presentation, is there any question on mic? Please, if there is any question, you can just mention the question here. Okay. Still, there is no question. So, Mr. Dwianto, how long that you conduct this study?
It's around 4 months.
4 months. So you have
4 months.
sponsored by, I already have note here and then see your presentation that there are a lot of partnership with other companies, isn't it?
Yeah,
Such as biopharma.
yeah. Then Pharma is a company. Yeah, and it's actually I'm an employee of Kalbe. I'm part of my doctoral study in IT Institute of Technology Bandung.
Oh, I see. So you are now in doctoral study in ITB, but you are actually currently employee of KB.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is very in line in your profession, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I think that's such an interesting study, but no one asked here, so they're really interesting and maybe maybe okay, thank you very much, Mr. Dwianto Hari.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have the 5 presenter here. Mrs. Ngesti W. Utami, SKP MPD. Mrs. Ngesti, are you here with us now?
Okay, thank you,
Okay,
Ms. Hartati.
Mrs. Ngesti is also coming from Applied Health Department in Polkesma, and now she will present the presentation titled Effect of Education and Counseling by member of Family Welfare Program on citizens' motivation in participating in the JKN program in Pandanwangi, Blimbing District, Malang City. Okay, Mrs. Ngesti, the 10 minutes time is yours.
Okay, thanks for Ms. Hartati. Okay, I'm Ngesti. My research in Blimbing District, Malang City, effect of education and counseling by member of family welfare program on citizen motivation in participating in the JKN program Pandanwangi, Blimbing District, Malang City. Next, introduction. JKN is health insurance program by Indonesian government. Ketutupan ini. In 19 Indonesian government has targeted all Indonesian people average JKN. That means Indonesian can reach universal health coverage. But until now, JKN membership has only reached around, in Malang City, has reached around 80%, even though the target on city is 98%, according to information that submitted by the leaders BPJS Malang branch. In fact, there are many reasons that made public to not join the JKN program. Next. Purpose of this study was to determine the effects of implementation education and counseling by members of family welfare program with the motivation in participating in the JKN program in Pandanwangi, Blimbing District, Malang. Next. Methodology research use quasi experiment design with pre-post design approach for a group of people who were not JKN participant Sample will be given education and counseling program. Sample will be measured by motivation in joint JKN program and after education and counseling treatment. Sample is welfare PKKN program. Next, result and discuss. The results show that most of the sample has strong motivation to become JKN member. Before being given counseling and education, 79.4% and 76.5% after being given counseling. Wilcoxon test show p-value, show alpha p-value of 0.214, which means it is smaller than alpha, so rejects. The conclusion is provision and education and counseling member of family welfare program did not significantly in the motivation of resident to join the JKN program. Conclusion, this is because people, and discuss. The conclusion is provision of education and counseling by a member of family welfare program did not significantly influence the motivation of residents to join the JKN program. This is because people's motivation is already strong, but there are many reasons that make them not interesting to participate the JKN program. Thanks for Mr. Hartati.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Ngesti. Okay, is there any question for this presentation regarding also about JKN, Jaminan Kesehatan Nasional, effect of education and counseling by member of family welfare? So, Mrs. Ngesti, the study was doing in Pandanwangi, Blimbing district, isn't it?
Yeah.
How many participants that?
30, sorry, it's not right in my slide, but I read in my paper. For sample 34. Mr. Hartati, yeah. 34, yeah.
34 participant was joining the study at the when 30, will the 34, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, 34. When will the study conduct, Mrs. Ngesti?
When? It means conduct.
When is the study done? Perform. Dilakukannya kapan?
Oke. Ini dilakukan 2019.
I see.
Yeah.
2019, ya?
Yeah, 19.
Before the pandemic, isn't it?
Oh, no. But 2019.
Before.
Ya, sudah ditentukan. Indonesia government memastikan bahwa itu adalah UHC atau Universe Health Coverage. Berharap Indonesia telah mencapai angka tertinggi di mana semua masyarakat sudah ikut menjadi anggota JKNKES. Faktanya tidak seperti itu, sehingga penelitian ini untuk mencoba memberikan effort atau harapan bahwa ada proses yang bisa dipilih, yaitu education and counseling.
Okay, I see. Thank you very much, Mrs. Ngesti W. Utami, SKP MPD. Thank you for the presentation.
Yes.
Okay, see you again. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the next presenter will be Mrs. Anggi Ardiasti, MPH from Polkesma also. She will present to us the willingness to join National Health Insurance or JKN in Tulung Agung, Indonesia, a qualitative study. Okay, Mrs. Anggi, are you ready?
Inshallah.
Okay, the 10 minutes time is yours now.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hartati, for the lovely introduction. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity. It's such a great honor and pleasure for me to be involved in this event and to present our study. Please slide, yes. On the title, I forgot to mention the member of the study, whom is Abdul Razak Bangit Sadewo. I think he is also here with us in this meeting. Okay, my name is Anggi Ardiasti. I am from POLTEKKES Kemenkes Malang Health Insurance Study Program. This afternoon, I'd like to share with you about our study titled Willingness to Join National Health Insurance or JKN in Tulungagung, Indonesia. Our topic is about universal health coverage, and we are focusing on willingness to join Indonesia's National Health Insurance or JKN. So my presentation will be divided into 6 parts. First of all, introduction. Second, objective. Third, methodology. Fourth, results and discussion. Fifth, conclusion. And the last is references. Next slide, please. In 2018, WHO 70th anniversary theme was Universal Health Coverage, Everyone, Everywhere. It means that ensuring everyone in everywhere can access essential quality health services without suffering financial hardships. To ensure the inception of National Health Insurance or Universal Health Coverage as mandated by the 1945 Constitution of the Republic of Indonesia and Law Number 40 of 2004 regarding the National Social Security System, hereafter referred to SJSN, Sistem Jaminan Sosial Nasional, Indonesia's government launched the National Health Insurance System, hereafter referred to JKN. In early 2014, aiming for universal health coverage within 5 years or in 2019. The system requires all individuals to join and be covered by the program. From data from BPJS Kesehatan per 2019, the participants of JKN is 222 million or 82% of total Indonesian citizens, which means target in 2019 have not achieved yet. In Jawa Timur province itself, the participants was 72% and in Tulungagung, 59%. It means the membership of JKN still low and universal health coverage haven't achieved yet. From our preliminary study in Tulungagung is lack of socialization, especially socialization related expanding its membership. For that reason why we choose Tulungagung as our study location. Okay, next slide, please. This study aims to explore the willingness of community, especially PPU segment, in Tulungagung district to join JKN. Next slide. This study used qualitative approach by case study method design to explore the willingness to join National Health Insurance in Tulungagung district. The informants in-depth interview were carried out to achieve the proposed objective. And then this study was conducted in Tulungagung district, Indonesia from October until December 2019. Subjects of this study was purposefully selected from PBBU segment or pekerja bukan penerima upah. Why? Because from this segment only, we can explore the willingness to join voluntarily. As other segments such as PPU or pekerja penerima upah like us or civil servant has no opt-out, we automatically join JKN. In this study, the number of informant was 15 due to data saturation. Data were collected using structured interview through in-depth interview to explore the willingness to join JKN. And then data were analyzed using qualitative content analysis. Qualitative content analysis is one of the methods in research used to analyze and interpret textual data content through a process of systematic coding and identifying themes or patterns. Next slide. Okay, this is the description of our study location. Tulungagung district is located in Jatim province. The city has a land area 13.67 square kilometers. The population per 2018 here was 66,204 people. And the member of JKN still 59%, sourced from BPJS Kesehatan Tulungagung per June 2019. The characteristic of informants was mostly female, 73%, mostly age 45 to 54, 40%, have a high school education, 80%, and employment status was self-employed, 40%, housewives, 40%, and the rest is retailers on traditional market, 20%. Next slide, please. All right, from this table, it shows the result of in-depth interview of informant using content analysis. As we can see that there are 5 themes. First is participation. The participation is more due to seeing the experience of a sick family. And the third column is the quotation. The second theme is knowledge about JKN. Their knowledge limited to benefit of the program from curative treatment, not knowing the details of the program. And then the third theme is perception towards JKN. Their perception towards the program is positive. They feel that this program is useful and satisfied of JKN healthcare services. All class of services is equally served, so that's why they were joined this program. Fourth, motivation. Informants feel that this program can reduce health costs, so this theme related to economical factor. And 5 is willingness to join. There are a lot of reasons for informants in willing to join this program. And according to them, this program could reduce health costs and they were aware of the risk of illness and to help others as well. Okay, next slide, please. This study showed that participation is more due to seeing the experience of a sick family. This was similar to the study of Siswoyo at 2015 titled Kesadaran Pekerja Sektor Informal terhadap Program JKN di Provinsi Jogja, that willingness to join JKN of informal workers are the experiences of closest people such as relatives, friends who have used the benefits of health services in the JKN program. And then about the knowledge of JKN, in this study, knowledge of informant limited to benefit of the program from curative treatment, not knowing the details of the program, but they are still willing to join this program. These were contrary to study of Wijayanto 2017. On this study mentioned that the lack of knowledge of the JKN program is due to the absence of direct socialization about the JKN KIS program by BPJS Kesehatan Officer. From this, we can conclude that although there are lack of socialization, this don't diminish the informant's willingness to join JKN. Next is about perception. The study findings that perception towards JKN is positive. They feel that this program is useful and satisfied of JKN healthcare services. All class of services is equally served, so that's why they were joined this program. These findings were contrary to the study of Siswoyo et al. At 2015. At Siswoyo study, perception towards JKN are negative. Long queues for services, patients not being handled immediately, complicated service procedures, especially for referrals, and delays in the distribution of JKN cards. Several reasons for postponement or membership and complaints from other people's experiences were considered by respondents who had not or did not participate in the JKN program. The differences between our study and Siswoyo study may be due to improvement that BPJS Kesehatan has applied over time this program is running. From motivation team, this study showed that informant feel that this program can reduce health costs and this is related to economical factor. This was similar to the study at Siswoyo, that informal worker who aware of program JKN said that this program is important because it reduces medical costs, provides guaranteed services when sick, makes it easier for people to access health services, and participate in supporting mandatory government programs. This study show that the willingness to join JKN was because they experienced that this program could reduce health costs and they were aware of the risk of illness and to help others as well. This is related to the beneficial of JKN, similar to Jehu Apia et al. Study in 2012 titled Household Perceptions and Their Implication for Enrollment in the National Health Insurance Scheme in Ghana. Her finding was factor related to benefits, or they called scheme factors, have the strongest association with voluntary enrollment in National Health Insurance Scheme in Ghana. Next slide. This study conclude that willingness to join JKN of the community in Tulungagung district are more likely due to first, having experience of closest people who have used the benefits of health service in the JKN program. And the second was economic factors related to reduce health costs from the risk of illness. And then positive perception of this program based on their experience in accessing healthcare. And number 4, awareness that they can help others through JKN jargon. Dengan gotong royong semua tertolong. And then, although the lack of knowledge related right and obligation has mentioned earlier, this do not diminish their willingness to join JKN. Next slide, please. And lastly is references. These are the references that mentioned earlier in my presentation. Thank you. Back to Ms. Hartati.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Anggi. So the presentation is related also to universal health coverage or in Indonesia JKN, because Mrs. Anggi, this is coming from health insurance in a department in applied health Polytechnic Kemenkes Malang. Okay, if there is any question, please let me know. Is there any question from any other participant? So Mrs. Anggi, you using qualitative study here to know about willingness to join JKN, yeah, consists of 5 parts. I note here that participation, knowledge, perception, motivation, and willingness to join. And there were 15 participants, isn't it, in your study?
Yeah, we call it
Informant,
informants.
yeah,
Yes.
informants in your study. Can you share us how can you choose the 15 informant in your study?
First, maybe about inclusion and exclusion criteria, maybe. Yeah. The inclusion criteria, people that self-employment, because we are willing to explore the segment of PBPU or peserta bukan penerima upah.
Mandiri,
So
isn't it?
yes, first is the job. Job must be self-employed, or they were housewife, even housewife. The husband is not PPU. That is the
Okay.
inclusion criteria.
Okay.
And the enumerator search the informant door to door.
Oh, I see.
Yes, door to door.
Okay, so asking, do you want to
Yeah.
join our study?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, is there any question? Okay, no question from... Oh, we have question here in chat from Mrs. Erna Rahmayani. Do you want to ask yourself, Mrs. Erna, on mic? Okay, just let me read it for you, Mrs. Anggi. The question is, what impact this study for Regulation,
Regulation, maybe.
regulation, yes. What impact this study
Okay.
for the regulation?
Thank you
Is
for the
there any impact?
question.
Okay.
Okay. Actually, this is a recommendation that we write on our paper, that the penetration of JKN in Tulungagung to gain more participants to achieve UHC will require education or socialization of the rights and obligation as a JKN participants. Maybe like that. So from our study, finding that even though they were lack of knowledge, they're still willing to join like that. Despite despite there is lack of socialization, something like that.
Okay. So they still want to join even. Okay. Do you satisfied with the answer, Mrs. Erna? Mrs. Erna is already here. I see. Is there any question maybe? Further question? Okay, thank you. That's enough. Okay. Thank you very much for once again for Mrs. Anggi Ardiasti MPH from Polkesma for sharing with us the presentation. Okay, so we're going to have our seventh presenter. He is Mr. Budiman coming from Stikes Jenderal Ahmad Yani Cimahi. He will present with us with the title Quality of Life, Literature Review Impact of Policy to Control COVID-19, PSBB, on Air Quality Improvement. Okay, Mr. Budiman, are you ready? Are you here with us?
Ready.
Okay.
Ready.
Okay, please, the
Ready.
10 minutes time is
Okay.
is yours. Okay.
The literature review impact of policy to control COVID-19 PSBB on air improvement PM2.5, PM10, and NO2. Next. The reduced activity during the PSBB has had a positive impact to environment. During the social application, there are very few motorists that cause air pollution in the capital city of Jakarta. The maximum COVID-19 of PM2.5 was seen to decrease in the third week of WFH. This indicates that WFO is starting to be effective in reduction pollutant PM2.5. Policies in other countries based on research conducted to control the rapid spread of the virus, China has imposed a national lockdown policy to practice social distancing. This has led to reduced human activity and emission of primary air pollutant, leading up to improved air quality. This emission reduction has played an important role in improving air quality. The concentration of PM2.5, NO2, and SO2 decreased by 31.8%, 45.1%, and 24% during the lockdown period compared to 2019. Next. This study aims to study the impact of COVID-19 control, improving air quality, PM2.5, PM10, and NO2. The methodology, we have 25 research journal found and experiment cross-sectional case control, and has 13 research journal did not meet the inclusion criteria, and 12 research journal meet the inclusion criteria. And assessment with DUFI research appraisal checklist approach, and have 12 journal included in the category superior paper. Next. Analysis of a journal review of the impact of COVID-19 countermeasure policy on improving air quality PM2.5. Of the 12 journal analyzed, the researcher found that there were only 8 journals which showed that the COVID-19 control policy had an impact on increasing PM2.5, ranging from 4% to 57%. Next, an analysis of a journal review of the impact of COVID-19 countermeasure policy on improving air quality PM10. Of the 12 journals analyzed, the research found that there were only 4 journals which show that the COVID-19 control policy had an impact on improving air quality PM10, ranging from 32% to 75%. An analysis of a journal review of the impact of COVID-19 countermeasure policy on improving air quality and O2. Of the 12 journal analyzed, the research found that there were only seven journals which showed that the COVID-19 control policy had an impact on improving air quality and O2, ranging from 13% to 96%. Next. In conclusion, the result of the study of policy on air quality improvement, PM10, PM25, and NO2, all study is sectional method with variable. The analyzed results showed an increase in air quality PM2.5, 4% to 57%, and PM10, 32% to 72%, and NO2, 13% to 96%. And the result of policy synthesis, there are 2 complete journals as one of the advantage, namely research journal Mahato and Ghosh 2020, and Masum and Pal 2021. Next. And then this is reference from me, and thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Budiman for presenting the presentation related to impact of policy to control COVID-19 on air quality improvement. So the conclusion is the air quality is improved during the PSBB, isn't it? Okay. So you are coming from Stikes Jenderal Ahmad Yani Cimahi?
Yes.
In what department are you?
What? Sorry.
In what department? In what department?
Public health.
Public health. Okay, I see. Okay, is there any question for this presentation? Maybe anyone? Okay.
Yes, maybe.
Please, Mrs. Chitra.
Okay. Good afternoon, Dr. Budiman.
Yes.
I want to ask you only one question. What is the inclusion criteria that you applied in this study? So you can choose 12 journal that you review in this study. What is your inclusion criteria so you can choose 12 journals? Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, sebelumnya pakai bahasa Indonesia nggak apa-apa ya?
Can you use English, but maybe some words you can use in Indonesia?
Okay.
Okay.
And criteria inclusion is journal to same of variable of PM 2.5, PM 10, and O2, and then journal from 2020 years, and then the variable, the policy yang sama polusi udara. Bapak ini ada ininya Pak. Sorry. Gimana ininya?
Okay, can you continue, Mr. Budiman?
Okay.
There is probably.
Ya itu Bu yang tadi jadi yang kriteria inklusinya yang variabelnya PM 10, PM 2,5, and then NO2, and then years journal from 2020 years only, and then I forgot this. Udah Bu itu Bu.
Okay, Mrs. Citra, is there any question further?
No, thank you. Only journal in 2020, right?
Oh, and then in apa? Dalam kota sekota itu yang sedunia gitu. Yang ada pokoknya yang ada sehubungannya aja sama variabel itu yang 3 itu.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, thank you, Mr. Budiman, for the answer. So, of course, the journal will be in 2020 or 2020 because the pandemic or PSBB is currently coming in 2020. Yeah. Okay, I think it is the answer. Thank you very much for this session. Is there any question maybe? No, there is no question in the chat. So thank you very much once again, Mr. Budiman. And then we continue to the next presenter. It will be Mrs. Nurse Haryati, MKEP SKP KM, Specialist KMB, isn't it? From University of Halu Uleo. I'm sorry for the wrong spelling, maybe. Mrs. Haryati. She will present with us with the title of presentation, Quality of Life Differences Between Hypertension and Diabetes Mellitus Comorbid of Congestive Heart Failure. Okay, Mrs. Haryati, the time is yours. 10 minutes now.
Okay, thank you very much for the time, Mrs. Haryati. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity for me to present our research result with title Quality of Life Differences Between Hypertension and Diabetes Mellitus Comorbid of Congestive Heart Failure. I'm Haryati from Nursing Science Department of Medical Faculty, University of Halu. I'm sorry because the weather is not good. Maybe you can hear a sound.
It is raining there.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, for the background of our research is based on the condition that cardiovascular disease is a one or non-communicable disease, which is the number one cause of death every year. And we know that one of the cardiovascular disease with an increasing incidence and prevalence is heart failure. Congestive heart failure is a chronic disease, and it can impair the quality of life of patients. And there is some factors that can associate with the quality of life. For example, the characteristic of respondent like age, genders, economic, social status, etc., and also comorbid disease. Most of the comorbid disease are associated with clinical condition of heart failure and worse prognosis, like hypertension and diabetes mellitus. Besides that, the two comorbid, the two kind of disease is also a risk factor for the congestive heart failure. Next slide. This study aimed to determine the quality of life differences between hypertension and diabetes mellitus comorbid of congestive heart failure. We chose this objective because some respondents, some patients have difference in physical appearance when they have a comorbid disease than the respondent or patient with no comorbid disease. Next slide. Methods of this research, we use design a comparative analytical study with 104 patients with congestive heart failure patients, which were taken from outpatient in Kendari City General Hospital with consecutive sampling. The research runs about two months. We done this research in the end of the 2019 and continue to January 2020. So we meet the patients because the condition is still not in Indonesia, still not in pandemic COVID when the research is done. The research instrument we use Minnesota Living with Heart Failure questionnaire that consisted to 20 questions that consist that measure physical aspect, psychological, and also social aspect. The question use a Likert scale from 1 until 4 to measure the frequency of the sign and symptom that the respondents feel as long they have the illness. And the data analysis, we use independent sample t-test with confidence interval 95%, alpha 0.05. Next slide. This is the result of our research. In table 1, show the characteristic of respondent. It shows that more than respondents have age more than 50 years old. It's about 90.5%. Genders is the same between male and female. And for the education, more than respondents have elementary school levels, and also there is some no school we have categorized in one category. And for the occupation, more than respondents not working, it is related to the genders because some genders, some respondents have a housewife and also retirement. So there's most respondents in category not working. And for the merit status, more than respondents in merit about 82.7%. Next slide. This discussion for the demography data, we know that the increases of illness can related to the aging process, and also when the patient get illness, it can be more severe when they have age more than 50 years because their psychological functional began to decline. Some literature show that men have a risk for the heart failure, 2 times greater than women at the age 55 until 94 years, because women are protected by the hormone estrogen. But for the women who have menopause, so the incidence can be same with the men. For the education, so that higher person education can we have a better quality of life, because they have better knowledge how to treat or how to care themselves. And for the personal and family income, also have a positive significant effect on the person quality of life. So it's important to explain or examine, so it can be reach the discussion. And the last, the availability of the family as a support system also will give the patient the ability to adapt to the disease. Next slide. And this table too, we can see the differences quality of life between hypertension and diabetes mellitus comorbid of congestive heart failure. We get data that hypertension patient, congestive heart failure patient with the hypertension comorbid is more than diabetes mellitus. But the duration of illness most low than 5 years. So we are analysis that beside the demography status, demography data, and also the duration of illness, and the physical ability can also affect the result of our research. Our results show the p-value is 0.497. It means that there was differences quality of life between hypertension and diabetes mellitus comorbid. Next slide. The discussion for the table 2, that the series of comorbid can also influence the risk of death. More frequently patients who are diagnosed with diabetes or have a history of stroke in the past have a risk more to get death early. And comorbid disease suffered by patients for average less than, in our research, we found that comorbid disease suffered by the patient for average of less than 5 years. Because some literature show that the longer a patient suffers from heart failure, it can cause changes that can worsen the patient quality of life. Poor quality of life in our research so in patient in aspect physical, especially because it's related to the degree of physical ability to the respondent in carrying out their activity. Next slide. The conclusion of our research that the quality of life of patients with congestive heart failure with comorbid hypertension and diabetes mellitus were mostly good. It means that in our research location in Kendari City General Hospital, and the rest, there was no differences between hypertension and diabetes mellitus comorbid of congestive heart failure in cardiac clinic or in outpatient at hospital, Kendari City Hospital. I think that's all that I presented for this time. This is for some references that we use in our article. Thank you very much. The time for Mrs. Hartati.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay. Okay, thank you very much for Mrs. Nurse Haryati for the presentation. So Mrs. Haryati already present to us the quality of life differences. The study was conducted in RSUD Kota Kendari, isn't it, Mrs. Haryati?
Yes.
And having 104
patients.
104 patient joining the study. Okay, if there is any question, please let me know. Any question maybe from any other participants? So the result is the quality of life is good, isn't it?
Mostly good, yes.
Was good between the hypertension and diabetes mellitus in related to congestive heart failure. Okay, I think there is no question, Mrs. Haryati. Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
having us, having a presentation with us. Okay, the next presentation will be from Mrs. Anggun Setiarini, SCUP Nurse MCUP from Poltekkes Kemenkes Malang. And she will present the effect of warm intravenous fluids on consciousness recovery time in postoperative patient with general anesthesia. Okay, Mrs. Anggun, are you already here with us? Mrs. Ngesti,
may I share my slide myself?
Okay, thank you. Okay, please, Mrs. Anggun, the 10 minutes time is yours.
Okay, yes. Yep. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Afternoon.
Thank you for the nice opportunity in this nice venue, nice virtual venue. In this time, I would like to present our research that we conduct together with Dr. Eko Tirtaningtyas, Madam Tafib Wahyuni, and myself. Okay, the title of our research is the effect of warm intravenous fluid on consciousness recovery time in postoperative patient with general anesthesia. Okay, in the introduction, we know that surgery is the 11 ranks of the 15 main procedures performed on 6 people in Indonesia, which is estimated at 32%. Before surgery, an anesthetic will be performed to temporarily block the sensation and pain during the surgical procedures. Delay in recovering consciousness occur when a patient fails to regain consciousness more than 30 minutes after anesthesia, or a residual effect of anesthetic, sedative, or analgesics. And it will make some negative effect or sequel effect if the time is prolonged. Other possible causes of the delay in recovering consciousness time are hypothermia, severe metabolic disorder, or perioperative stroke. Currently, there is a product such as an electric heating element that can be used to warm intravenous fluid and blood transfusion, but this method is rarely used in the hospitals, especially in post-surgical patients. Okay, so our objective in our study is to identify the effect of warm intravenous fluid on increased recovery time of consciousness in post-operative general anesthesia patients at the central surgical installation of Madiwaluyo Blitar Hospital. Okay, and then the methodologies. Our research design is quasi-experiments, and there are 154 patients as the respondents population, and our samples only 20% or around 30 patient, and then it divided into groups as intervention group and control group, and then we measure the first group as intervention group, that perform warm intravenous fluid at 37 degrees Celsius with the ALDET score instrument, and this is the parameter of the ALDET instrument that we use in our study. Okay, and then the results of our study, the majority of our respondent is male, yeah, and then the age, the most of participants are in 26 up to 35 years old in the intervention group, but in the control group, the most participant or the most respondent are in 36 up to 45 years old. And then in this, the medical diagnosis characteristic of the two groups, yeah, that most of them in cholelithiasis diagnosed and struma, yeah, in the intervention group, and then the duration, their duration of anesthesia around 81 up to 90 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Then next to the cross-tabulation effect of administration of warm infusion on consciousness recovery time in patient post-operative patient with general anesthesia, that we can see, yeah, most the average time that's reached in this research are in 25 minutes, yeah. But we can see in the different of the two groups, yeah, the intervention group and the control group, that we know in the intervention group, the patient is performed with warm infusion. They have more time, yeah, to conscious faster, yeah, than the control group. And in this table, we can see that in the time before 25 minutes, there is no control group respondent that they conscious early. Okay, and this result is same, yeah, with the some of theory. This is there is study from Brower in 2017, yeah, that's giving warm intravenous fluids is a method designed to deliver fluid or drugs directly into vein with the aim of maintaining normothermia during perioperatively. And then one of the post-operative management to prevent hypothermia is to warm intravenous fluids, yeah, that's by Hamley and Sainsbury. And then from the Buggy in 2000s, yeah, after the intravenous fluid is warm, a convection mechanism is occurred. Yeah, heat will move by moving particles from the infusion that have been warmed into the fluid or blood. Furthermore, the hypothalamus will perceive as a normothermic state, then increase body heat and lower the thermostat. So the respondent will get the conscious recovery time faster. Okay, and then we achieve the conclusion. There is an effect, yeah, of warm infusion on the time to recover consciousness in post-operative patient with general anesthesia in the central surgical installation of Marimaluyo Blitar Hospital. Although there are the difference in time to recover consciousness in these two groups, only 5 up to 10 minutes. Yeah, maybe that is our study, and this is our reference, and we would like to say thank you for your attention. Thank you, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Anggun. This is such an interesting study. So you already have 2 questions in chat. Okay. First from Mrs. Erna Rahmayani. Do you want to read your own question on mic, Mrs. Erna, or just let me read it for you?
Okay. Such an what does the type of surgery have no effect in this study? Yeah. Okay. In this study, in this study, the surgery, there are some surgical procedure that have no effect in the study. Yeah, some such as the ileus and siamamai. Yeah, because this study is this procedure is long procedure. Yeah, there are 100 minutes over. Yeah, to take the procedure. So we would recommend it to the next study to study about or to research about this topic. Yeah, the effect maybe to conduct to repeat our topic, this topic, to especially for this type of surgery. Yeah, because the long time of the procedures. Okay, maybe
okay, okay, Mrs. Erna Rahma, do you have any further question or already satisfied? Okay. So you exclude Mrs. Anggun, so you exclude that 2 operations, Seamame and Ileus operation in this study, or you don't meet that case operation?
For the first time, we are not exclude about the types, but in finally in our data analysis, we found that there's 2 type of surgery procedure must be investigated further in the next research. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe
okay,
like
I see.
that. Yeah.
Okay, I see. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, this is the second question from Mrs. Anggi Ardiasti. Such an interesting study. What are the challenges did you face during the research? Thank you for Mrs.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Anggi. Yeah. Of course, there are a lot of challenges. There are a lot of limitation in our study. There are such as we have only limited tools like heating element instrument. Yeah. So when there are patient that we can observe them, we must wait. Yeah, wait the instrument, our instrument, when it is used by the others patients. And then the second one, our challenge, our patient is not yet really homogen. Yeah, we can see in this characteristic of respondent. Yeah, this is maybe in the age of intervention, the age of respondent, yeah. In the intervention group, this is the majority of respondents are in 26 and up to 35 years old, but in the other group, it is different, yeah, different. It happened. We found that this group, most of them are in 36 and 45 years old. Maybe it can be some of bias factor too, yeah, in our result of our research. Yeah, maybe that is our challenge, Mrs. Anggi. Yeah. Thank you so much for the nice question.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer. And this is one last question from Mr. Duyanto. This is such an interesting study, so you have a lot of question here. Thanks for sharing an interesting study. Could you please describe what kind of group of anesthesia drug in this study and how high the warm temperature? I'm sorry, I skipped the information. Okay, please.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yes. Yes. What kind of group? What kind of anesthesia drugs? Yes. We not observe deeper to the drug types, yeah. But we just look the patient by general or local anesthesia, yeah. We take the respondent only from the type of general anesthesia or local anesthesia. Then the general group is the inclusion criteria, yeah. And then the second question, how high the warm temperature? Okay, the temperature we took is like our body temperature around 37, yeah, 37 37 degrees Celsius, yeah, because from our study we found that overall the patient, post-operative patient, they have hypothermia, yeah. It caused by the involvement of the operating theater, yeah, in the operating theater, and then yeah, some of metabolic process. So the patient who operate will be hypothermic. Yeah, they will be hypothermia, but with the intervention to give the 37 degrees Celsius of warm infusion, we hope they will get the body temperature faster. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duyanto. And then this is also, maybe this is the last question again from Mrs. Erna Rahma. How to make the fruit be warm?
Okay, yeah. How to be the IV fluid be warm? Okay, we have shown you previous in our slide. Yeah, there is some instrument, a lot of form. Yeah, this is yeah. It's some. It is the one kind of the the tool, yeah, like electrical tools that we can, or in the other form, like this, yeah, like this. We show you like this, yeah. So the infusion bottle can be hit, yeah, by this machine or this instrument, yeah. So we can get how this is, we can show, we can see, yeah, how the temperature we need, yeah, to the patients, yeah. Okay, maybe that's my answer.
Okay,
Mrs.
thank you
Erna.
very much. I think it is quite clear. Mrs. Erna, okay, thank you. Mrs. Erna also say thanks.
Thank
Okay,
you.
I think it is already answer all the question. Thank you very much, Mrs. Anggun, once again for
Thank
sharing
you
your research
for
with us
all.
this
Yeah.
afternoon.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi.
Waalaikumsalam. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is our two last presentation. The next presentation will be from Dr. Susi Milawati, SKP, MPD. Dr. Susi, are you with us? Mrs. Susi Milawati, are you with us? I think Mrs. Susi is not here. I already find in the participant, but no one is with name Dr. Susi Milawati. Maybe we can move to the next presentation. And then after that, if Dr. Susi coming, she will be present in the last. Okay. The next presentation is coming from Mrs. Febi Hidayati. She's coming also from Poltekkes Kemenkes Malang. Mrs. Febi already with us here. And she will present the giving of boiled bay leaves to reduce uric acid level for elder. Okay, Mrs. Febi, are you ready for presenting with us?
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. Okay, the 10 minutes time is yours. Please.
Okay, my name is Febi Dati from the Health Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health Malang. Will present giving stay of bay leaf to reduce uric acid levels in the elderly. Aging, the process of changing a healthy adult into a frail, elderly person often experience disorders caused by the aging process, one of which has a disorder in the joints such as suffering from gout disease. 2010, based on the result of the population census, Indonesia is among the top 5 countries with the largest number of elderly in the world, reaching 18.1 million. 2020, the number of elderly is estimated at 27.8 million. 2013, elderly with gout in East Java is 4,027 people. According to World Health Organization, 2004 estimate about 335 million people in the world have gout disease. Uric acid is characterized by swelling of the joints and inflammation accompanied by joint pain and hyperuricemia above normal uric acid level. Measure of or overcoming uric acid, giving a decoction of bay leaf, compressing with cold or warm water, reduce purine high food.
Objective to analyze the result of belief decoction in reduced uric acid level in the elderly. Benefit expected to be beneficial in the development of nursing schemes to reduce uric acid level in the elderly by using non-pharmacology treatment of belief decoction. Research methods. Research design descriptive case study. Focus of study giving belief decoction to the elderly in reduced uric acid levels. Research instrument, interview sheet, observation sheet, glucometer, belief, standard operational, and procedure. Research subject to elderly. Method of collecting data. Observation and structure interviews. Research ethic, principle of benefits, the principle of respect human rights, principle of justice. Place and time, Wirogunan, Purworejo District, Pasuruan, 23 to 29 December 2019. Result and discussion. Information, date of birth. Subject 1, Mrs. F, Pasuruan, 22 October 1958, and subject 2, Mrs. S, Sidoarjo, 10 August 1959. Address Wirogunan and Wirogunan. Last education, senior high school and junior high school. Age, subject 1, 2 years old and 1 years old. Complaint, limb, body, and little sore feet, and subject 2, pain in joints. History of disease, subject 1, hypertension and suffering from gout, 5 years, 3 years. Uric acid level, subject 1, 7 milligram or deciliter, and subject 2, 4 milligram or deciliter. Experience consumption of bay leaf decoction, subject 1, subject have never drank bay leaf decoction, and subject have never drank bay leaf decoction. Next. One initial interview before being given bay leaf decoction. 2 time given bay leaf decoction, drink daily in the morning before 10 a.m. Drink regularly after meals for a week, 7 days. 3 evaluation, research, re-interviewed after being given a bay leaf decoction and worked on the observation sheet of uric acid levels. Observation of pre-post uric acid levels for 7 days. Subject 1, day 23 December 2019 and 29 December 2019. Uric acid 7 milligram or deciliter and post 7 milligram or deciliter. Subject 2, pre-uric acid 4 milligram or deciliter and post uric acid levels 7 milligram or deciliter. Normal uric acid levels, male less than 7 milligram or deciliter and female less than 6 milligram or deciliter. According to previous research, namely Dwi Kartika Rukmi regarding the role of bay leaf decoction in reduced uric acid levels, where there was a decrease in uric acid levels before being given the bay leaf decoction. The uric acid level was 7 milligram or deciliter, and after being given the bay leaf decoction, the uric acid level becomes 7 milligram or deciliter. Meriza Johari, the effectiveness of giving bay leaf decoction in reduced uric acid levels, obtain blood uric acid levels before treatment pre-test and blood uric acid levels after treatment post-test decrease. The decrease in uric acid level is due to the chemical content of bay leaf, namely flavonoid, tannins 0.5%, and essential oil C acid. Conclusion. Subject 1. Before being given bay leaf decoction 7 mg or deciliter. After being given bay leaf decoction 7 mg or deciliter. Subject 1 experience a decrease of 10 mg or deciliter. Subject 2 before being given bay leaf decoction 4 mg deciliter. After being given bay leaf decoction 7 mg or deciliter. Subject 2 experience a decrease of 0.7 mg or deciliter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for Mrs. Febi Hidayati for presenting your presentation with the title The Giving of Boiled Bay Leaves to Reduce Uric Acid Level. So the conclusion is there is decreases of acid level for two of respondent or two subject of the research. Okay, is there any question maybe for the presentation? This is such an interesting question, such an interesting study also, I think. Still no question? Okay, Mrs. Febi Hidayati. Mrs. Febi?
Yes.
Yeah. If the conclusion is these boiled bay leaves is effective to reduce uric acid, so what would be the next things that you would do? What is the next plan that you will do related to this result of study?
I'm sorry if we can speak Indonesian.
Oh, oke. Ini rencananya penelitiannya kalau udah ternyata mengurangi level asid uric ini, kan tadi berhasil ya, mengurangi ya.
Yes.
So what is the next plan? Ini rencananya mau diapain nih selanjutnya ini, Mrs. Febi?
Jadi setelah dilakukan penelitian sudah berhasil, kita akan tetap mengedukasi pada masyarakat setempat untuk lebih memanfaatkan tumbuhan herbal di sekitar rumah daripada meminum obat-obatan yang bisa mengganggu kerja fungsi ginjal seperti itu.
Okay, so you will give education to the society in, excuse me, in what area is this the study? Di daerah mana ini?
Di daerah Pasuruan,
di daerah
Jawa Timur.
Di daerah Pasuruan, okay. Okay, Mrs. Febi Hidayati, I think that's such an interesting question, but there is no question for you. So thank you very much for presenting and sharing your research with us.
Okay, thank you, Miss.
You're welcome. Okay, so our last presentation will be from Dr. Susi Milawati. Dr. Susi, are you here with us already? Dr. Susi is also coming from POLTEKKES Kemenkes Malang with the presentation relationship between quality of sleep rest and blood pressure in post-laparotomy patient at Ngudi Waluyo Wingi Hospital. So can we wait for 5 minutes or 3 minutes maybe from now? If there is no response from Dr. Susi, so that's the end of our presentation then. Or maybe from our panelists, Ms. Fia and Mr. Wandi, is there anything that you want to say to us during waiting the last present time? So ladies and gentlemen, from 11 presentation or 10 presentation today, one of you will be chosen as a best presenter and best presentation. And the result will be performed in our next second day of seminar tomorrow. So it will be announced tomorrow who is the best presenter from our room or from our from our room. Okay, I think there is no response from Dr. Susi. Or committee, is there any information or news from Dr. Susi that I may not know? Is there any news from committee regarding Dr. Susi? No?
Seperti apa prokes selanjutnya tergantung kalian. Ya, makanya sekali lagi intensifkan komunikasi. Tolong semua berlatih berpikir positif. Segala sesuatu itu pasti ada solusi kalau dibicarakan bersama.
Nothing in Zoom.
Gitu ya?
No.
Baik,
She's not in Zoom now.
Begitu kita akhiri pertemuan ini. Saya tunggu informasinya sampai hari Minggu. Ya.
Do you want to say something?
Termasuk nomor HP dan
Thank you.
sebagainya.
All
Ya.
participants is
Kemudian
very
Senin
nice
saudara
for presentation
bisa
in
langsung
today.
ke tempat yang saudara pilih. Nanti misalkan ada sesuatu dari sana yang perlu dikomunikasikan, nanti kami yang menindaklanjuti. Ya.
Okay.
Baik, selamat berjuang.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Fia. I think
Cari segala sesuatu itu hikmah positif
Mr.
di
Jupri is
semua peristiwa.
also in one Zoom, so yeah, okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the end of our oral presentation in room 7. I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to you all for your attention and support and participation during the presentation. And hopefully this conference or this presentation session can be useful for all of us. Once again, thank you very much and good afternoon. Selamat sore. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
See you again tomorrow ya. See you again tomorrow.
See you.
Terima kasih Bapak Ibu. Selamat sore.
Oh yeah, for all participants, we still have a link present link in the chat room. So please, before leave this room session, please kindly write down or fill the link form that already provided in the chat room. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
menawarkan kepada peserta, menawarkan alternatif mengganti jam istirahat. Jadi maksudnya peserta diminta untuk istirahat.
Bu Tafib, sudah selesai, Bu. Bu Sarma.
Upayakan bagaimana supaya peserta tidak dirugikan dengan adanya kejadian-kejadian atau kemungkinan-kemungkinan masalah seperti ini jika terjadi di dalam proses pembelajaran. Sekian yang dapat saya sampaikan terkait dengan hasil. Mungkin kepada teman-teman yang lain, anggota kelompok 1, jika ada yang ingin ditambahkan, dipersilakan. Saya kembalikan.